I am the villain's father. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Lin Fei was a little ashamed by his tone, struggled in his arms, and didn't speak. Lin Luoqing hugged him tightly, sat down on the bed, and reached for the notebook. Are you here to give me a gift, Lin? Fei still didn't speak. Lin Luoqing kissed him the cheek. Why are you so cute? You still say I'm leaving. You are too cute. He rubbed against Lin Fei's forehead. Lin Fei's ears turned red from being rubbed by him, and he turned his head away. Ignoring him, Lin Luoqing reached out and turned his head around, letting him look at himself. Why did you give me this? This is what Teacher Zhang specially rewarded you. You don't like it? Lin Fei asked him. Of course not, it's just your prize. Don't you want to keep it for yourself, Lin? Fei shook his head. He has a lot of notebooks. Lin Luoqing bought him a lot of notebooks, and Ji Yuxiao later bought a lot of notebooks for him, so he has no shortage of notebooks, but this notebook was obtained by himself, which is quite special, so he wanted to give it away to Lin Luoqing. Then, why do you want to give me this notebook? Lin Luoqing shook him in his arms, coaxing him softly. Lin Fei had the nerve to tell him what he thought. He always gave gifts silently, and made wishes silently, so he thought for a while and asked him, don't you need to write something for work? This book is so thick, it can be used for a long time. Hearing this, Lin Luoqing nodded cooperatively. That's right, then I will take this notebook with me in my bag, so that when I go out to work, I can feel like you are by my side. If people see it, I will just look. My little nephew gave it to me. He is obedient and cute, and his grades are good. He is the first in the class, super good. After Lin Luoqing finished speaking, she took advantage of the opportunity to kiss his face. Lin Fei was a little happy and a little ashamed at what he said, but thinking of Lin Luoqing going out to work for so long and having his own things by his side to accompany him, he still couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips a little. Lin Luoqing looked at him and felt how cute he looked, so she kissed him on the face again, rubbing against his face affectionately. What should I do? I like Fifi so much. If Fifi you can become small, yes, it would be nice if I put it in my pocket, so that I can take you with me when I go out to work. Lin Fei always thought he was clingy, but when he heard this, he felt that he was too clingy. How can it be like this? Exclamation mark. Is he still a mature and stable adult? Exclamation mark. Oh, he never was. Lin Fei blushed, stretched out his hand to push him away, and said in a low voice, I'm going back. What are you going back for? Do your homework. He said seriously. I haven't finished my winter vacation homework yet. Lin Luoqing, it's just a holiday, my treasure. You love learning so much that you really want to kill your tired brother. But he looked at the seriousness in Lin Fei's eyes, and still didn't refuse. Okay. Lin Luoqing put him on the ground. Then you go to do your homework. I have asked your uncle to contact the designer of the study, and he will come to design the study for you in 2 days. When the time comes, the largest empty room on this floor will be used as a study for you, and then uncle will buy you many, many books. Lin Fei was pleasantly surprised. Yes, Lin Luoqing's eyes lit up when he saw him, and he touched his head. Do you want anything else? Uncle can give it to you. You did so well in the exam this time, and uncle hasn't given you a gift yet. No need. Lin Fei felt that he didn't want anything, and he couldn't think of anything else he needed. He had everything now. Lin Luoqing thought for a while. Then why not wait a few days, and uncle will take you to the museum. Although most children of this age don't like the thickness and lack of interest in museums, Lin Luoqing thinks that he should like Lin Fei's character. What is a museum? Lin Fei was curious. He hadn't been to a museum yet when Lin Luoqing was here. He was busy with work, and because Lin Fei was young, he seldom took him out to play. Later, when Lin Fei grew up, he only took him to parks and zoos, places that children generally like. Therefore, museum is still a relatively unfamiliar term and concept to Lin Fei. You will know when you go. You should like it, okay? Lin Fei agreed. Lin Luoqing touched his head again, stood up and sent him back to his bedroom. Ji Liu didn't realize that Lin Fei's notebook was missing until the next day when he was doing homework with Lin Fei. He wondered, where's your notebook? The one that Teacher Zhang gave you a prize. Give it away. Lin Fei didn't even look up. Ji Liu? Give it away. He couldn't believe it. Why did you give it away? Who did you give it to? You Did it even give it to me? Ji Liu felt aggrieved and angry. Her mouth pouted. Lin Fei, humph. Ji Liu snorted, angrily, that's your prize for the first place, and you gave it away to someone else. Why not give it to me, who is more important than me? I won't learn any more. As he spoke, he pushed back his winter vacation homework, as if he had stopped writing Lin Fei. Lin Fei's hand was really confused. How did he get the 8th in the test? Are all their classmates so stupid? Exclamation mark. How could Ji Liu, who couldn't turn his head, fail the exam? Exclamation mark. Ji Liu looked at his eyes full of contempt, and was about to condemn him, but suddenly remembered, no, Lin Fei stayed at home yesterday, so he said he gave it away, didn't he? Did you give it to your uncle? Ji Liu lost his momentum for a moment, and whispered tentatively, otherwise. Lin Fei looked at him with disgust in his eyes. Ji Liu, brother, next time like this, you just say you gave it to your uncle, okay? He said it was Lin Luoqing. How could he be angry? Lin Fei lost his anger when he watched him speak, like a kitten with fright fur became docile, and became obedient again. He smiled and pinched his face. Stupid, Ji Liu was not convinced. I just didn't think of it for a while. Lin Fei pinched the flesh on his face and shook it. Stupid and domineering, Ji Liu pushed him. I'm not stupid. He didn't deny that he was domineering at all. Lin Fei let go of his hands, and looked at his face, which was pinched red by himself, like clouds of fire. You want me to give you the notebook? Ji Liu nodded without hypocrisy. Next time. Lin Fei said, Mr. Zhang will give me a prize next time and then give it to you. Ji Liu was happy, and hugged him. Brother is so kind. It's just time to use it as a question. Lin Fei said lightly, a notebook should be enough for you to write. Ji Liu felt that he didn't want it anymore. His brother is not feeling well at this time. He frowned again, his delicate little brow, so pitiful that anyone who saw it would feel distressed, but his hard-hearted brother Lin Fei obviously wouldn't. Do you want more, Ji Liu? Ji Liu thought for a while, but still gritted his teeth and said, yes, that's fine. Lin Fei nodded. Ji Liu hugged him, and said in a good voice, then you should write less questions then, okay? Lin Fei gave him a look and let him experience it for himself. Ji Liu. Hey, his brother is really cruel. How cruel? Lin Fei looked at his drooping brows and eyes, inexplicably found it interesting. He admired it for a while, and then calmly said, you haven't finished your winter homework yet. Oh, you just said you don't want to study anymore. Ji Liu let go of his hand immediately, and picked up the pen again. I'll write now. Very well-behaved. Lin Fei was satisfied and continued to read his book. He waited until it was almost time to eat, and Ji Liu had finished writing, before he said slowly, what movie do you want to watch recently? Ji Liu looked at him suspiciously, not understanding why he said this suddenly. Is there anything you want to see? Lin Fei asked him. Ji Liu reacted quickly, looked at him in surprise, and said happily, The Adventures of Meow Meow. Lin Fei, oh, are you going to ask Dad to show us this? He asked expectantly. Lin Fei didn't answer, didn't refute him, that is, he acquiesced. Ji Liu cheered, hugged him again, and said happily, brother, you are so kind. Lin Fei still had that indifferent look. Ji Liu didn't dislike him either. He had already seen through that Lin Fei was like this. His face was expressionless, but he was secretly thinking about him. It's giving him gifts, helping him keep secrets, and willing to watch the movies he wants to see. How is he so nice? He rubbed on Lin Fei's shoulder affectionately, coquettishly with him. Hug, only. Then did Lin Fei turn his gaze away from the book. 3 points disgusted, 2 points helpless, 5 points indulged. He pulled out one hand to hug Ji Liu, and rubbed his hair with the other hand. Good. Ji Liu lay on his shoulder, and said in a soft voice, well, I'm good. I'm super good. Ji Liu talked about the movie he wanted to watch, and Lin Fei told Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao during the meal. As soon as Ji Yuxiao heard the name, he knew that Ji Liu wanted to see it. He was very emotional at this time, and felt that Lin Fei was really too sensible. No wonder Ji Liu would like him to cling to him. He loved him so much. He was no different from his own brother. Ji Liu couldn't help it. Do you like him? Once again, Ji Yuxiao felt that his fate was good, and it was really rare to meet Lin Luoqing and marry him, so that Ji Liu met Lin Fei. The family of 4 went to the cinema together the next day to fulfill the promise they had made to Lin Fei. This was the first time Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao took their 2 babies to such a public place. so they were inevitably a little excited. Lin Fei and Ji Liu were also very happy, especially Ji Liu. He hadn't gone out since Ji Yuxiao was injured. He was afraid that Ji Yuxiao would be hurt, so this time he was particularly excited. Feel like it. Lin Luoqing booked the show and pushed Ji Yuxiao into the cinema. He chose a couple's room, thinking that the two children could sit more comfortably. Ji Yuxiao looked at the couple's hall and sighed him up meaningfully. The couple's hall. What are you thinking? I just fell in love with a sofa in this living room and think it's comfortable to sit on. Ji Yuxiao nodded. Well, I believe it, Lin Luoqing. You should have believed it in the first place, okay? Exclamation mark. This was the first time for the two of them to watch a movie. Although they were with two babies, the sofa could not seat 4 people, so in the end Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao sat, and Lin Fei and Ji Liu Saturday animated movies. For people like Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao who have long since stopped watching cartoons, are really a bit boring. Fortunately, Lin Fei and Ji Liu watched it with great interest, so it wasn't too much of a waste of time. Next time you make a movie, the two of us will watch it secretly. Ji Yuxiao held Lin Luoqing's hand in the darkness, and whispered close to him. Lin Luoqing smiled lightly. Don't you bring Fei and Xianwu. It's impossible to take the two of them with you for everything. Dads also need to have their own space. Lin Luoqing was sweetened by what he said, and nodded silently. Yes, Ji Yuxiao turned to look at him. The theater was very dark, and the light from the screen shone on Lin Luoqing's face, so he couldn't see his specific facial features clearly, but there was a kind of hazy dream, like a veil. He couldn't help but lean closer and kissed. Lin Luoqing turned to look at him in surprise, with a moment of shyness on his face. I want to kiss you, Ji Yuxiao whispered, feeling the breath of his words. Lin Luoqing secretly thought, haven't you already kissed him? Ji Yuxiao seemed to have noticed what he was thinking, and gave a low laugh, bringing up an ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them, and said, forget it, let's kiss again when we go back. Lin Luoqing was puzzled. Didn't you just kiss? As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of his lips felt warm and moist, and Lin Luoqing realized that it was that kiss. Got it, Ji Yuxiao said in a soft tone. Lin Luoqing nodded. He now knew that Ji Yuxiao wanted to kiss, but the two babies were still sitting not far away, so it was really inappropriate. He secretly pursed his lips. Ji Yuxiao raised some intimacy thoughts, so he grabbed Ji Yuxiao's hand and rubbed against his knuckles. Ji Yuxiao wanted to kiss him at first, but now that he was teasing her like this, she felt that her heart was going to burn, so she quickly pressed his hand. Take me less, obviously. You recruited me first. Lin Luoqing's voice was small. He raised his eyelids and looked at Ji Yuxiao, thinking that this person is really annoying, knowing that he can't kiss now, but still trying to provoke him, making him want to kiss now. Thinking of this, he secretly pinched Ji Yuxiao's hand. Ji Yuxiao, I told you not to recruit me, so you're still here. Lin Luoqing just ignored him, pinching him secretly. Ji Yuxiao turned to grab his hand. Lin Luoqing quickly dodged. The two had arguing for a long time. Lin Luoqing couldn't hold back, and laughed out loud. He was smiling, but he heard Ji Liu asking crisply not far away, Father, what are you playing? Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing withdrew her hand instantly, blushing and embarrassed to speak. Ji Yuxiao said with a smile, it's nothing, just guessing with your father. You watch your movie. Ji Liu said, oh, Zendao, what's so fun about guessing fists? Do adults like guessing fists so much? Lin Luoqing glared at Ji Yuxiao, and Ji Yuxiao took his hand and squeezed his hand in again, holding it with both hands. Lin Luoqing felt the warmth of his palm, and unconsciously laughed again. After watching a movie, several people are very happy. It was rare for Ji Yuxiao to go out with the children, so he wanted them to go shopping in the mall, buy toys and clothes, and have dinner along the way. He was choosing clothes for Lin Fei and Ji Liu when he heard the phone ring. When he picked it up, it was his father. Ji Yuxiao picked it up. Hello, Xiaoyu. Should be on vacation after the exam. Ji's father said on the phone. I haven't seen him for a long time. Anyway, it's almost Chinese New Year. Why don't you let him come to my place to play for a few days first? Chapter 127. Hearing this, Ji Yuxiao turned his head and glanced at Ji Liu, who was still looking at his clothes not far away. Lin Luoqing was gesturing on him with a brown coat with barriers, as if he wanted him to try it on. Try this. Ji Liu stood obediently, turned around very intimately after gesticulating the front, and gesticulated the back for him. No need. Ji Yuxiao said calmly, it happens that I'm fine at home, and you can still accompany me. Ji's father was not satisfied. You are giving up on yourself now and don't care about anything, and you can't drag Xiao to accompany you to fall. He is your brother's only child. Do you want to raise him to be like you? Ji Yuxiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he hung up the phone directly. Seeing him hang up his phone without saying a word, Ji's father became more and more annoyed, and quickly called him again. Ji Yuxiao didn't answer and blocked him directly. Ji Leyu had also changed into the bear coat at this time, and he looked fluffy. Lin Luoqing helped him put the hat on, and the bear's ears stood up instantly. So cute. He couldn't help touching the bear ears on Ji Liyu's head. Ji Liyu thought this dress was silly, but Lin Luoqing thought it was cute, so he ran up to Ji Yuxiao happily wearing a bear coat, stretched out his hand and asked him, "Is it cute?" He was already icy and cute, and he looked good in anything he wore, but now with the addition of fluffy bear ears, he almost turned the clerk into a cutie. Ji Yuxiao nodded with a smile. Cute. Ji Liyu was happy, and smiled sweetly at Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing saw that he was 3 times cute when he put it on, and asked Lin Fei eagerly, "May I try it on for you too?" Lin Fei looked disgusted. "No, why? It's very cute. You can see that Xiao is very cute in clothes, too." "Stupid," Lin Feixin said. "He doesn't want it. He had a handsome little face. Anyway, I don't want it." Lin Luoqing had no choice but to pick out other clothes for him. Alice, he also wanted to see Xiao auction fee for E. It's always easy to buy more things for children. After a while, Lin Luoqing bought a bunch of big and small bags. Seeing this, Ji Yuxiao quickly called Xiao up and asked him to help Lin Luoqing carry it. Xiao is very dedicated to his work, and he arrived in front of Lin Luoqing in a short while, and turned on the movable hanger mode. Lin Luoqing, he really has many roles. After buying clothes for Lin Fei and Ji Liu, Lin Luoqing wanted to see if there were any suitable clothes for Ji Yuxiao. Although he didn't go out often, it was always right to buy them. He was pushing Ji Yuxiao forward, but suddenly he heard someone calling him, "Lin Luoqing?" Lin Luoqing turned around. It was Lin Luoqing. He hadn't seen Lin Luoqing for a long time, and when he saw her again, he was not in any mood. He didn't want to talk nonsense with him, so he turned around and prepared to leave. But the person next to Lin Luoqing said meanly, "It's really you, Lin Luoqing. I heard that you are married? With a cripple? How is it? Are you having a miserable life?" After he finished speaking, he looked down and saw Ji Yuxiao with his back turned to him. "Is this your crippled husband?" Lin Luoqing's anger suddenly rose. "I just said why Lin Luoqing is getting more and more brain dead. So I met you. You have grown up so big with a brain dead. How is it? Are you having a miserable life? Or you should go to treat your brain as soon as possible, although it may be late. There is no rule of law, but who made you a brain dead? What will you do if you don't cure it? What are you talking about?" The other party wanted to make a move while speaking, but before he could reach Lin Luoqing, Xiao instantly pressed him on the fence next to the shopping mall. Unable to move, Ji Yuxiao just turned around and looked at all this with cold eyes. Lin Luoqing looked at him and said dryly, "He didn't mean it. He didn't know it was you. He doesn't know when you don't know? Why are you pretending to be a white lotus at this time? Didn't you tell him about my marriage?" Lin Luoqing said angrily, "Before your parents called me to go home for a reunion, I didn't go. It seems that I still have to go now, otherwise they don't know what you look like outside." Lin Luoqing, you are enough. Lin Luoqing's anger also came up. Why did he talk to himself like this? Isn't it because he married Ji Yuxiao? This marriage is still led out by him. Stop threatening me. Don't forget, it's not because of me that you are here today. I gave you this marriage. Lin Luoqing smiled. You are right, I forgot. Then I thank you, my dear brother. Thank you for being so generous. As your brother, I am so touched. The more he said that, the angrier Lin Luoqing became. Just like now, the more he seems to be doing well, the more upset he is. That's why he didn't tell his friend that it was Ji Yuxiao who married Lin Luoqing, and that's why he deliberately let the other party say that. He gritted his teeth resentfully, turned and walked in the other direction. Xiao let go, and Lin Luoqing's friends hurried after him. Lin Luoqing glared at him, always feeling upset. He thought for a while, then bowed his head and sent Father Lin a WeChat message. "Dad, I still won't go back. Xiao Jing still seems to have a lot of opinions on me and you, Xiao, and I will only annoy him if I go back. Don't spoil the happy time of your family of 3. Isn't it the White Lotus? He can do it too. Not only can he be white, but he can also be green." He was busy making things difficult for Lin Luoqing, So naturally he didn't notice the eyes of Ji Liu, who had been standing behind them all the time. His eyes that were smiling before had turned cold. He stared at Lin Luoqing and his friend as they left the direction of the eyes is fixed. Lin Luoqing finished sending the wretched message, and turned to coax Ji Yuxiao, "Don't pay attention to them, he is just jealous of me, even single dogs are like this, single dogly, this." Hearing his unreliable reason, Ji Yuxiao laughed, "Stop slandering single dogs, Xiao Li is still standing here." When Lin Luoqing heard him mention Xiao Li, he couldn't help but shift his gaze to him. He didn't pay attention to him at first, but whether it was Chen Lui before or this time, Xiao Li's skills are obviously faster than ordinary people. If it's just a driver, it seems a little too condescending. Lin Luoqing felt that he might have more roles than he thought, but he didn't ask too much. He never asked about Ji Yuxiao's affairs. He always had his own reasons. He just needed to trust him and support him. He is fine. The two went shopping together with their two babies. When visiting a men's clothing store, Ji Liu raised his head to choose clothes for Ji Yuxiao, but suddenly saw the two people he had just met not far away. They were talking and walking towards him. Ji Liu noticed that there was an elevator next to the store, the kind of elevator with escalators. He thought for a while and walked out slowly. At this time, Ji Yuxiao was being dragged by Lin Luoqing to try on clothes. Neither of them paid attention to him. Lin Fei was looking to see if there were any suitable clothes for Lin Luoqing. The moment Ji Liu was about to go out, Xiao Li, who was ordered by Ji Yuxiao to stare at the two children, reminded him, "Xiao, you can't go out." He walked up to Ji Liu. Ji Liu had a cute face. "I want to go to the bathroom. The uncle will take you there." "No need," Ji Liu said innocently. "The toilet is right next to it. I can go by myself." Xiao Li is very responsible. "No, there are too many people in the mall, and children cannot leave adults, otherwise they will not find their parents." Ji Liu, what's wrong? Lin Fei asked when he saw the two of them standing together. "Xiao wants to go to the toilet." Xiao Li looked at him. "Do you want to go, Fei? I'll take you with me." Ji Liu. Lin Fei didn't think too much, nodded and said, "Okay." Ji Liu, who never thought about going to the toilet, said. Ji Liu held his forehead in his heart, glanced at the two people who had already reached the escalator, and thought, "Forget it, next time. This time they are lucky." Lin Fei caught his gaze almost instantly, and frowned secretly. Did he really want to go to the bathroom? After talking with Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao, Xiao Li took the two babies to the bathroom. Ji Liu was here all the time, pretending to go to the toilet. He washed his hands, and went back to the shop where Ji Yuxiao tried clothes with Lin Fei. Ji Yuxiao had already tried it on at this time, and helped Lin Luoqing choose one. By the way, feeling very good after eating at the mall. It was already 10 o'clock when we got home. Lin Fei looked at Ji Liu and yawned softly, but he still didn't ask him about what happened at the mall today. Anyway, he didn't accomplish anything after receiving Lin Luoqing's wretched message. Father Lin immediately replied to him, but unfortunately Lin Luoqing did not reply to him. Father Lin was anxious. He hadn't seen Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao since they left last time. When he called Lin Luoqing said that he was filming and couldn't spare time. After finally finishing filming, he sent such a wretched message. Father Lin wondered what happened to him and Lin Luoqing. Did they meet again? He couldn't get an answer from Lin Luoqing, so he called Lin Luoqing directly and asked him what was going on. Lin Luoqing didn't expect that Lin Luoqing would tell his father about it backhandedly. He was so angry and helpless that he could only try his best to explain that he didn't do anything. When Lin's father heard this, he felt that there was no money here, so he taught him a lesson, telling him not to argue with Lin Luoqing, but to trick Lin Luoqing back. First Lin Luoqing only felt aggrieved, and regretted that she had given up this marriage to Lin Luoqing. If he hadn't given in then Lin Luoqing would still be the person a dog would hate now. How could his father still let him give in to Lin Luoqing? Why? Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing, who provoked a conflict between father and son, didn't care about how the father and son bid each other. He was busy looking at the design drawing of Lin Fei's study. At the moment the designer pointed to several designs in the album and said that this is a popular style of children's study room. Lin Luoqing looked at it again and again, and asked Lin Fei, "Which one do you like?" Lin Fei flipped through the brochure and felt that he didn't like it. "Is there nothing you like?" Lin Luoqing asked. "If there is none, we will change to other styles." Seeing this, the designer asked him, "Or do you have a favorite style, kid? I can design it for you according to your ideas." Lin Fei thought for a while, then looked at Ji Yuxiao. Is it okay to be like my uncle? Ji Yuxiao, isn't this too monotonous? Ji Yuxiao felt that his study was too serious and lacked any childishness. You're just a child, and it won't be too late to change to this style when you grow up. Lin Fei blinked. Is it not possible? Ji Yuxiao couldn't bear to say no to him. Of course you can if you like it. It depends on you. We can make whatever you like. Yes. Lin Luoqing said. Then I want my uncle. Lin Fei said calmly. All right. Lin Luoqing nodded. And I can see that Mr. Ba must start from the doll. And the same is true of Mr. Ba's study. He turned to the designer and said, then let's design it like Yuxiao's study. It was the first time for the designer to see a child requesting the study to be made like that, and he hesitated. Is that really the order? Listen to him. Lin Luoqing patted Lin Fei's shoulder. His study. He has the final say. Lin Fei couldn't help being happy when he heard his phrase's study. Okay. The designer agreed. After all, it's not his study room, and he listened to Party A's father after Lin Fei's study was settled. Lin Luoqing thought of Ji Liu again. Leyu, do you really want it? Ji Liu, a child tired of studying, waved his hands again and again. No, 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 those who refuse are called one without hesitation. Okay, then when you want it, I'll make it for you. Lin Luoqing said with a smile. Ji Liu felt that he couldn't wait for this day, and he would never want it in his life. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Lin Luoqing's cell phone ring. Lin Luoqing picked it up and took a look. It was Father Lin. He didn't answer it. He waited until the designer left and he and Ji Yuxiao returned to the room before calling. In a hurry he sat on the bed, lazily. Hello, why didn't you answer the phone just now? Father Lin asked. I was busy just now, so I didn't see it. Lin Luoqing answered him. What's the matter? Lolo, it's almost Chinese New Year. Do you think it's time to come back? Dad hasn't seen you for a long time. Lin Luoqing sighed and said melancholy, forget it. Xiao Jing will be unhappy again. How could it be? I've already educated him, and he won't dare to do that again in the future. But he was like that before, and he is like this now. Ji Yuxiao thinks that you don't care about him or me at all. He doesn't want me to go back, father. Lin asked anxiously. How could it be? Don't I care about you the most? Luo, you are my first son. How could I not care about you? Lin Luoqing, really? Of course, otherwise, can Dad call you to go home? Then I'll talk to him. Okay. Father Lin said hastily. You persuade him well, he must come back. Yes. Lin Luoqing pretended to be innocent and said, but after hanging up the phone, he changed his expression. Do you know what to do? He turned to look at Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao has partnered with him once. How could he not have this tacit understanding? I want money. Yes. Lin Luoqing nodded. Come on. Ji Yuxiao took his cell phone and dialed it. He doesn't make any detours. He just opened his mouth to say 10 million. Although Luoqing persuaded me that there is no need to argue with his brother, and I really don't want to. But uncle, isn't the reason why his brother is able to do this because you don't value me and Luoqing? Father Lin scolded Lin Luoqing again in his heart, and said to himself, if it's not enough to accomplish something, it will be more than a failure, and something bad will happen. Why? You Xiao, I really value you all. Really? Uncle, why don't you prove it a little bit? It's not that parents' love for their children is expressed through pocket money. Luoqing is also grown up, so you don't have to give him too much. Just show it 10 million yuan. So that I can feel at ease, Father Lin? ? Why does he want money again? 10 million? ! Think about it. Father Lin said tiredly. You Xiao, uncle really has no money here. Then you keep saying that you love him and care about him. Is it just to let him go home and live a hard life with you? Ji Yuxiao suddenly realized, uncle, don't you want to use Luoqing as a bridge and let him take money from me to subsidize you? Father Lin, who really had this idea, of course not. Father Lin refused to admit it. Then you need to give him 10 million even more, otherwise you won't even be able to come up with 10 million. Isn't it very convincing? Father Lin, who has already paid 5,305. He struggled silently for a long time, but if he didn't agree, his 53 million would be in vain, and if he agreed, he would have to add another 10 million to the cost. Father Lin thought about it for a long time, and replied to Ji Yuxiao the next day, okay, he has already paid so much, How can he stop without getting a penny? He must win this bet. Lin Luoqing clicked her tongue. Sure enough, rejecting pornography, gambling and drugs is the eternal truth of human beings. After receiving the money transfer from Lin's father, he had to make a detour to make persistent efforts and be worthy of the 10 million appearance fee. I'll go out with your father after lunch the day after tomorrow. You two should be good at home. Lin Luoqing urged. Where are you going? Ji Liu was curious. My family, that is, the non-grandfather's family. Hearing what he said, Ji Liu's brain turned very active. Lin Luoqing and Lin Luoqing have very similar names. They are the same as his father's and uncle's names, only one word is different. They should also be brothers. Then it will be a father, and that Lin Luoqing should be there by then. He immediately raised his hand and said, Dad, I want to go too. Lin Luoqing was puzzled. What are you going to do? I haven't met Brother Fei's grandfather yet. I want to. No need. Lin Luoqing advised him, but Brother Fei has seen my grandfather. Ji Liu looked innocent. I want to meet too. Hearing this, Ji Yuxiao felt that it was not a big deal, and it was not worth rejecting him for it, and agreed. Then go. If you don't want to stay, Xiao, just tell me and we'll go home. Lin Luoqing could only say, okay, then you must go. Lin Fei didn't really want to go, but Ji Liu suddenly said to go at this moment, really just want to meet his so-called grandpa. Lin Fei didn't believe it. I'll think about it, he said. Lin Luoqing never forced him. Okay. After eating, Lin Fei didn't rush back to his bedroom, but went to Ji Liu's bedroom. He looked at Ji Liu and said straight to the point, why do you want to go to my grandpa's house? Ji Liu raised his head and smiled at him, blinked his amber eyes as clear as water, and said in a sweet and soft voice, brother, I'm going to do something bad, this time I told you in advance. Lin Fei. He knows it. He said how could he suddenly want to go? Sure enough, seeing any grandfather is a fake. Revenge on Lin Luoqing is the truth. Lin Fei was helpless. What do you want to do? Chapter 128. Ji Liu blinked, and slowly took out a bottle of glue from his drawer. They say this glue sticks very well. Tell me, can it stick people's mouths? He looked at Lin Fei curiously. His beautiful phoenix eyes were full of pure innocence, but what he said was full of evil spirits. Lin Fei silently supported his forehead. Put it back, Ji Liu was reluctant. He pouted. He talks so annoyingly. You should stop talking. If you stick to it, you can stop talking. Lin Fei, put it back. Ji Liu pouted his mouth, and stuffed the glue in with dissatisfaction. He originally planned to add it to Lin Luoqing's water. Although he didn't know if it would stick to his mouth, he could try it. It might stick. The mouth is stuck, but you can't speak, but you won't die. Ji Liu defended himself. Lin Fei said indifferently, no. Ji Liu had no choice but to take out a small box from the drawer. Then it's okay, right? Lin Fei looked down. What is this? Ji Liu opened the box, and there was very thin broken glass inside. I'll let him play less. He flattered Lin Fei. Where are you going to put it? It's in his meal. Ji Liu's voice was soft and waxy, with a childish milky smell, like toffee. If he eats it while eating, his mouth should hurt, right? Lin Fei looked at him and thought to himself, do you think about this all day long? Exclamation mark. No wonder you are not in the mood to study. No, it won't kill people. Ji Liu argued, and it's not water, fire, or knives, it just bleeds, but sometimes I bleed when I fall, it's nothing, no. Lin Fei said again. Ji Liu felt that he was asking a lot, so he took out another small box. Is this alright, Lin Fei? I don't know how many treasures you have? Exclamation mark. Lin Fei felt that he didn't need to read it, so he pulled Ji Liu up. You won't do your homework tonight. Ji Liu was ecstatic. Really? Go and take a good look at ideology and morality, Ji Liu. Then I will. Lin Fei was very skeptical about this. He felt that Ji Liu must have not taken the ideology and morality class well. Then you can read it again, Ji Liu. Lin Fei helped him put away the small box on the table and put it in a drawer. Ji Liu looked at him and said in a low voice, look, if I told you in advance, you would never allow it, because you're doing it wrong, but what he did was not right. Ji Liu spoke plausibly. Did you really want to go to the bathroom when you were in the mall that day? Lin Fei asked him. Ji Liu didn't speak. What do you want to do, Ji? Leyu was silent for a moment. Say it quickly, Lin Fei urged. It's nothing. Ji Leyu whispered. They should be going to take the elevator. If I run over, I can hit them and make them fall. Lin Fei, elevators are dangerous, you know that, Ji. Leyu obviously didn't know that much. Isn't it just a movable staircase? Of course not. Elevators are more dangerous than stairs. You mustn't have such thoughts in the future, Ji. Leyu, oh, he seemed to be hit by Lin Fei's disapproval and that disapproval, and he was a little depressed. Lowering his head and not speaking, Lin Fei looked at him, thought for a while, touched his head, and said, good boy, Ji. Leyu looked up at him, and he said honestly, but I'm not good at all. Then be good, Ji. Leyu was reluctant. He said, I hate him. You can scold him, you can hide him, you can do other things, but these don't work. Then what can I do? Ji Leyu asked him. Lin Fei didn't know how to answer for a moment. Li and Ji Leyu have completely different personalities. Ji Leyu will take revenge. Even if he hurts someone he cares about, he can remember it for more than 10 years and get revenge. But Lin Fei was proud and disdainful. He saw that everyone was separated from each other, and he didn't care and didn't bother to waste time and energy on them. Lin Fei's world is a world where he doesn't care what the world does. He only needs to grow by himself and grow hard thorns to protect himself. But Ji Leyu's world is a world where no one can touch his reverse scales. He doesn't allow anyone to touch him, and whoever touches him will tear off his disguise and stab the opponent with his thorns. They shouldn't have any intersection. They live in their own worlds. Lin Fei couldn't understand and didn't care about Ji Leyu as long as Ji Leyu doesn't take the initiative to provoke him. Ji Leyu will not retaliate against Lin Fei just like in the book, but now, because of Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao's marriage, they accidentally lived under the same roof. Lin Fei looked at the person in front of him. It wasn't that he didn't know what he was doing was wrong. He also knew that he was doing something wrong, but he didn't feel that he needed to change. Lin Fei couldn't make him change. From the moment he saw Ji Leyu push Ji Xin into the water with his own eyes, he knew that Ji Leyu was hypocritical, cunning, and cruel. He was born like this, just like he was born not to like to talk to others. He couldn't change it, and he didn't want to change it. Therefore, he can only restrain. Small knives can cut hands, but not if they are in the sheath. From now on, every time you do something like this, tell me in advance, he said softly. Then you won't agree to any of them. Ji Leyu pouted. Just like now, maybe. Ji Leyu raised her eyes to stare at him, pursed her lips, wanted to say something but didn't say it, feeling aggrieved. In fact, he really wanted to tell Lin Fei, I am like this, I have always been like this, I am not good at all. I wanted to ask him again, do you think I hate you now? But he couldn't say anything, couldn't ask adults like well-behaved children, and Ji Leyu also wants to be the most well-behaved child in the hearts of the people he likes. So he is always obedient in front of his parents, mother and uncle, innocent and ignorant, without any bad intentions, but he actually has a drawer of bad thoughts. He was not a good boy in the first place. That's why he likes Lin Fei to say be good to him, as if he should say I'm good, and he will really become good. I'm definitely going to make him unhappy. Ji Leyu lowered his head and didn't look at Lin Fei. He said bad things about my uncle, then he can't be good and don't pay anything. This is impossible. If he can't find it, it's okay if he can't meet him. Since he can find it, how can he be well? Ji Leyu didn't dare to look at Lin Fei. He lowered his head and looked at the ground, thinking that this time Lin Fei should see his true face clearly when he pushed Ji Xin. Although Lin Fei ran into him, but because it was the first time, he might think that he could change for the better, but he is not a good boy himself. He can't change for the better, he just very bad. From the bottom of my heart Lin Fei should be very disappointed, but this is him. He was just like that. He sat quietly, kicked once, and kicked again. After a long time, he heard Lin Fei say, I'll go with you, Ji. Leyu was surprised. Lin Fei said lightly, you go when the time comes. If you have other new ideas, tell me. I agree, and you can do it, he said. It was okay to pour Zhangzai song with the water last time, but glue, glass, and elevators are not allowed. It will not be allowed in the future. Ji Leyu blinked. Then what if I don't think of a new way? Then wait until you think about it later, tell me, and I agree with you to go. Lin Fei's tone was very calm. Even if you have never thought of it, when you grow up and turn 18, you can go and beat him, and you can beat him, as I said, you can fight. Ji Leyu, 18 years old. Exclamation mark. It's been too long. Ji Leyu looked at him in shock, thinking what should he do? He didn't want to wait until he was 18. If it's not an elevator, but just stairs, is it okay to fall? He asked. No, the stairs are dangerous too. Just 2 steps, that's fine. Lin Fei felt that he would not die or be seriously injured, so it must be this. Ji Liu couldn't remember what that word was called. Lin Fei reminded him. Extend, watering, falling. This level is okay, Ji Liu. Ji Liu felt that her clever little brain was restricted, but Lin Fei is like this. Do you still like him and don't hate him? So he was willing to talk to him about it. He tentatively asked Lin Fei, am I bad? Lin Fei nodded. Yes, he has never seen a child with more eyes than Ji Liu. Ji Liu! Exclamation mark. Ji Liu didn't expect him to nod without hesitation. It's unbelievable. He puffed up his face instantly, pitifully. Lin Fei thought he was bad. He actually thought he was bad. He looked at Lin Fei with grievances in his eyes. Lin Fei was in a delicate mood when he was stared at by his sparkling eyes, as if he was about to cry in a second. He really thinks that Ji Liu is really bad, but he really can't really watch Ji Liu cry, so he thought about it and coaxed him. But you are good. He touched Ji Liu's head. Just be good. So you really think I'm bad? Ji Liu was so wrong that he almost burst into sour gas. Lin Fei really couldn't go against his conscience and say no, you're not bad at all, so he could only pat Ji Liu's head again. It's not so bad if you're good, Ji Liu. Anyway, no one else knows that you are bad. Lin Fei said softly, I will keep the secret for you, then. Do you still like me? Ji Liu whispered, with timid eyes in anticipation. Lin Fei thought his words were very strange. Didn't I always know you were bad, Ji Liu? Ji Liu didn't know for a moment whether he should be happy or unhappy. Be happy. He has always had such a bad image in Lin Fei's heart. Don't be happy. Lin Fei doesn't seem to hate him at all. Before he could figure it out, Lin Fei had already spoken again. He still had the rare gentle tone, coaxing him. I like you if you are obedient, then I'll be good. Ji Liu quickly raised his hand. Lin Fei nodded. Well, you have always been very good, Ji Liu was immediately coaxed by these words. He was pleasantly surprised. I've always been good, Lin Fei nodded. Since he started to take care of Ji Liu had indeed been very good with him. Ji Liu looked at him and nodded, feeling better. Lin Fei thought he was good. He obviously thought he was bad, but he still thought he was good. He knew what he was like, and he still thought he was good. Ji Liu was so happy. He now felt that he should have a good image in Lin Fei's heart. That's why Lin Fei was afraid that he would be sad and gave him a Christmas present, and asked him to choose his favorite movie. He couldn't help but coquettishly said to Lin Fei, hug. Lin Fei hugged him very gently, thinking that he didn't intend to cry anymore. He hasn't coaxed a crying person yet, but luckily Ji Liu didn't really cry, but he is really squeamish, clingy, coquettish, and cries, really squeamish, just like the pot of roses he gave, needs careful care, can't be left alone. Alice, little squeamish. Lin Fei agreed to Ji Liu, so he went to find Lin Luoqing, and told him that he would go with him when the time came. Lin Luoqing was curious. Why do you want to go again? Didn't you never go back before? Accompany Ji Liu. Lin Fei said truthfully. Lin Luoqing smiled softly. Then you are kind to him, he's good. Lin Fei explained. Lin Luoqing touched his head. Okay, then you can go with us, but if you don't like it, just tell me and we will come back. And Lin Fei responded. Lin Luoqing took him to Ji Yuxiao's study again, so that he could see if there was anything to be changed in his study. Lin Fei looked at it very carefully, and in the end only changed 3 or 4 places. He obviously liked Ji Yuxiao's study room, which can hold many bookcases. If I don't need it in the future, I will give you this study, Ji Yuxiao said with a smile. Lin Fei shook his head, feeling unnecessary. No need, I almost have my own study. That's right. Uncle will give you a set of children's edition masterpieces, then I'll give you the hardcover version, and you'll read it when you grow up. Lin Luoqing immediately said. Lin Fei was very happy to hear that they gave this, and felt a little joy in his heart. He had a dream that night, and he also dreamed of his study room. He was sitting in front of the desk in the study room. The desk was huge. Lin Fei felt that he could put a lot of books and things, and was very satisfied because Lin Fei and Ji Liu were also going together. Lin Luoqing told Father Lin in advance to take care of Lin Luoqing and not to say anything that should not be said to make the 2 children unhappy. When he said this, he suddenly remembered what happened in the shopping mall the day before yesterday. Lin Luoqing and his friends said that Ji Yuxiao was disabled in front of Ji Liu, passed them both, Only then did he realize why Ji Liu suddenly wanted to go back with him. He didn't really want to see Lin Fei's grandfather. He wanted to avenge Ji Yuxiao. He wanted to see Lin Luoqing. Lin Fei suddenly said that he would go with him, presumably because he knew what Ji Liu was thinking, so he wanted to watch him. Lin Luoqing's side. His nonsense was really not easy, and how can he teach Ji Liu that if someone scolds you, you can just scold him, instead of breaking the other's dog legs if someone scolds you? This is reasonable and becomes unreasonable. It seems that tomorrow he will have to keep an eye on his troubled little son. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. At noon the next day, after Lin Luoqing finished his meal, he and Ji Yuxiao finally went to Lin's father's house with their two babies. Father Lin and Chen Feng had been waiting for him a long time ago, and Lin Luoqing was specially educated by Father Lin in advance, telling him not to talk nonsense. As soon as Lin Luoqing entered the door, he saw Father Lin's smiling face. Luo is back, Lin Luoqing. This is really very enthusiastic, he responded with a smile, pretending to be a loving father and son. Dad, I miss you so much. Father misses you too. Father Lin smiled after he finished speaking. He smiled and looked at Ji Yuxiao again. Yuxiao, how are you doing recently? It's okay. Ji Yuxiao said calmly. Ji Liu looked up at the person in front of him, thinking, this is Lin Fei's grandfather. As he was looking, he saw Father Lin also looking over. His eyes met, and Father Lin could tell at a glance that he should be Ji Yuxiao's nephew. He looked so much like Ji Yuxiao he immediately bent down and looked at Ji Liu lovingly. You are Xiaoyu, right? I am your grandfather, Ji Liu said sweetly. Grandpa, hey, so cute. Father Lin patted his head. It wasn't until he finished talking to Ji Liu that he finally noticed Lin Fei as Lin Fei's grandson. Father Lin can't say he has no feelings for him, but it's impossible to say how much he has feelings for him. Lin Luoqing gave birth to a child out of wedlock back then, and Father Lin scolded her a lot for this, but at that time Lin Luoqing had already been kicked out of the house and did not hang around in front of his eyes, so Father Lin's anger was not particularly serious. It's very fortunate that he drove Lin Luoqing out a long time ago, otherwise, his reputation would be too affected now. Later, Lin Luoqing begged him for Lin Fei's schooling, hoping that he could lend him money. And Lin's father also took the opportunity to scold her again. He doesn't know who Lin Fei's biological father is, and he doesn't care, just like he doesn't care about Lin Fei. It's just that he is his grandson with his own blood running down his body. So Father Lin sees him more than strangers' emotion. He didn't see Lin Fei many times. When he saw Lin Fei suddenly, he realized that the child had grown so big. He looked quite like Lin Luoqing and Lin Luoqing, and also a bit like him, but his feelings were complicated for a while. Lin Luoqing pushed Ji Yuxiao into the room, and sat down on the sofa, while Lin Fei and Ji Liu sat beside him, probably to prevent Lin Luoqing from causing trouble, so he didn't come down now. Only Father Lin and Chen Feng were in the room. Chen Feng saw that Ji Liu was white and tender, innocent and cute, and he was Ji Yuxiao's nephew, so he took the snacks on the table and handed them to him kindly. Have you eaten yet? Come on, this snack is for you. Ji Liu took it, and said thank you politely, but it was just a talk, and he didn't eat the snack. Chen Feng felt that he was quite obedient, so she was more willing to please him. Lin Luoqing watched her keep talking to Ji Liu, ignoring Lin Fei, thinking that what she did was quite obvious. However, Lin's father didn't think there was anything wrong with what his wife did. He was Ji Yuxiao's son now, so he had to treat him well. His wife was caring. If only Lin Luoqing could be as gentle and thoughtful as his mother. Know how to advance and retreat. That's good. Ji Liu watched her hand over snacks one after another, wondering in his heart, why did he just give it to himself and not to Lin Fei? Isn't Lin Fei their grandson? Don't they like Lin Fei? As soon as this thought came to him, he became even more disgusted when he looked at the person in front of him, so he took the initiative to give Lin Fei what was in his hand. Brother, you eat. I don't eat. Lin Fei remembered that his mother didn't like his grandfather and Chen Feng, so she always had a sense of distance and rejection towards them. Hearing this, Ji Liu shook his head, and put the things in his hand on the table. Then I won't eat either. His voice was soft. If my brother doesn't eat it, I won't either. After finishing speaking, He hugged Lin Fei's arm and leaned against him affectionately. Lin's father and Chen Feng didn't expect him to be like this at all. They thought that two boys of this age lived together, and Lin Fei had this kind of personality. Who would like Lin Fei's personality? Stuffy and boring and dumb. Why does Ji Liu seem to be on good terms with him? Chen Feng curled her lips in dissatisfaction, thinking that children are innocent and don't understand anything. Lin Luoqing watched and couldn't help laughing. He pretended to exchange some pleasantries with Father Lin, and then heard Father Lin ask, "This year is your first year of marriage, and this new year is going to be spent at Yu Xiao's house, right?" "That's not necessarily true," Ji Yuxiao said coldly. Father Lin only thought that he was still angry with his father because of Lin Luoqing's matter, so he persuaded, "Father and son don't have an overnight feud, and you have to go home after the Chinese New Year. You and Luoqing will go back together at that time. Talk to your father, it will be fine, then." "I'm afraid it won't be a good talk." Ji Yuxiao still had that indifferent look. Father Lin was puzzled. "Why?" Ji Yuxiao took Lin Luoqing's hand, inadvertently and deliberately. "I just made King the general manager of my company a while ago, and my dad got angry again, and he's probably still sulking at home now. Why don't you want to see me, Father Lin?" Father Lin didn't know about this at all, and said in shock, "You let King be the general manager?" "What general manager? He is an actor. Of course he is the general manager of the entertainment company, otherwise he can be the general manager of the group. Although I am quite willing, but my father is not, so I can only wrong him. I'm sorry, King." He took Lin Luoqing's hand with a sincere face. "I'm not good enough to give you a bigger stage, don't mind, it's okay." Lin Luoqing was very considerate. "I know you love me and want to give me the best, that's already good, Zhengai. I'm already very satisfied." Ji Yuxiao was moved. "You are easy to be content, you are too considerate, and you don't think about yourself at all." Lin Luoqing smiled. "That's why I like you too, of course I have to think about you." Ji Yuxiao couldn't help but look at him affectionately. Lin Luoqing was full of affection, as if no one was there. Father Lin, Chen Feng, the familiar feeling of vomiting came again. Chen Feng quickly ate an orange, suppressing her urge to vomit. Father Lin was silent for a long while, and it took a while to accept this terrible reality. He knew that Lin Luoqing had changed to a new entertainment company, but he never thought that Ji Yuxiao would let Lin Luoqing be the general manager of the company. "Isn't this love brain?" This is simply mindless. No wonder Ji Yuxiao's father was so angry that he didn't want to see him. Who would want to? He is not willing either, especially with Lin Luoqing's doggy appearance. How can he look like a general manager? He is almost like a lobby manager of a hotel. Isn't this nonsense? Lin's father brought Ji's father in for a while, only to feel that his fist was hardened. "Unfilial son, idiot, faint king, raising you might as well raise a barbecued pork. You Xiao, is your decision too sudden?" Father Lin tried to persuade him. "It's okay." Ji Yuxiao didn't care at all. "That's not what King likes." Father Lin, what kind of poison did his son put on Ji Yuxiao? How could he be so fascinated by people? This is simply unscientific. He looked at Lin Luoqing again. "So you are the general manager now?" Lin Luoqing nodded and said happily, "Well, I've been working for almost a month." Father Lin's father felt that Ji Yuxiao might not be able to reconcile with his father in this lifetime. However, he changed his mind. If Lin Luoqing was the general manager of Zhengai now, then wouldn't it be that Zhengai had the final say? So wouldn't he be able to use Zhengai and Zhengai's artists? After all, these days, celebrities are still very popular. Father Lin's mind became active again, and he looked at Lin Luoqing with a smile. "You have never been a general manager before, and you have no experience. Can you do it? Otherwise, Dad can help you, so that you can make with this result. It won't appear that Yu Xiao's decision is too impulsive. In this way, maybe his father won't be angry." "No need." Lin Luoqing refused. "It's just a small company anyway, nothing major can happen." "Small company? Do you have any misunderstanding about Xiao? That's not too small." He was about to speak when he heard Ji Yuxiao say, "It doesn't matter if it's out, the worst is bankruptcy, and I'll give you a new one at that time. If you don't go to the old one, you won't come to the new one. Maybe you like the new one better?" Lin Luoqing said excitedly. "Really?" Ji Yuxiao nodded. "Don't worry, your husband still has the money." "My husband, you are awesome." Lin Luoqing boasted. Ji Yuxiao looked at him. As long as you're happy, even if your husband goes bankrupt, it's worth it. Lin Luoqing kissed him without hesitation. Don't talk nonsense. How could you go bankrupt? Ji Leyu raised his hand to cover his eyes, and saw Lin Fei staring at the two of them expressionlessly, stretched out his other hand very sensibly, and helped Lin Fei cover his eyes. Lin Fei. His uncle and uncle are acting strangely. Something is not quite right. Father Lin only felt a headache, so couldn't he go bankrupt? Bankrupt? What can you do? At this time, he didn't think that Ji Yuxiao was a love brain. This was too insulting to a love brain. He felt that Ji Yuxiao had been poor, otherwise he wouldn't be so out of his mind. If things go on like this, how can his father hand over the Ji family to him, and how can he cooperate with the Ji family? Yuxiao, Father Lin persuaded him, no matter how much you like Luoqing, you can't let him be like this. Even if you have money, there's no need to be so prodigal. You have to be responsible for your company, for your company's employees are responsible. Ji Yuxiao looked dizzy. But I just want to be responsible to King. Then. You can't spoil him like this. It's hurting him. Something will happen to him sooner or later. No. Ji Yuxiao is very confident. Even if the whole world is overturned, I will straighten his reflection. For him, I am willing to be an enemy of the world. If he does not exist, I will not either. Father Lin Luoqing wanted to cry. Husband Ji Yuxiao raised his chin. Don't cry. Your tears break my heart the most. With tears in her eyes, Lin Luoqing turned to look at Father Lin. Dad, I'm really touched. Are you touched? I'm so touched, Father Lin. Father Lin didn't dare to move. Chen Feng didn't dare to move even more. He could hardly eat the oranges in his hand. He just felt that his stomach was so sour. Only Ji Leyu, who was on the side, couldn't take his eyes off, and nodded desperately. I'm touched. He's so touched. His uncle really loves his aunt. He's so touched. Lin Fei lowered his head, unable to bear to look directly at him. Chapter 130. Father Lin had a difficult and painful conversation with Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao for a while, and it was time for dinner. When Lin Luoqing finally came down from upstairs, ready to have dinner with him, he sat on a chair and looked at Lin Luoqing opposite him, getting more and more annoyed as he watched, stood up and prepared to go to the toilet. Seeing his movements, Father Lin was afraid that he would do something to make Ji Yuxiao unhappy, so he scolded. What are you doing, Lin Luoqing? He just went to the toilet. Does this also need to be reported? Is he so tight to Luoqing? Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing gritted her teeth. Go to the bathroom. Hearing this, Ji Leyu seemed to have thought of something, and leaned closer to Lin Fei's ear. Is it okay to wrestle? Lin Fei looked at him, and Ji Leyu had already jumped off the chair. Dad, I'm going to wash my hands. Lin Fei also hurriedly followed. Ji Leyu was a little helpless. Wrestling is not a big deal. Why are you still following him? Lin Fei didn't speak, but he didn't stop him either. As he acquiesced to his behavior, Ji Leyu sighed, thinking that Lin Luoqing was really cheap. Forget it. Who made him listen to his brother? He deliberately pushed Lin Fei and ran towards the bathroom with a smile. Lin Fei had no choice but to chase him. Ji Yuxiao looked at it from a distance and couldn't help laughing, thinking that he was really a child, and he had to wash his hands together. Lin Luoqing didn't take it seriously. Ji Leyu himself would wash his hands before eating at home. Besides, Lin Fei followed. Ji Leyu wouldn't be able to do shameful things under Lin Fei's nose. Right. Certainly not. He watched Ji Leyu quickly run to the corner, ran in, leaned on the back of the chair, and waited for them to come back for dinner. Ji Leyu has come here to go to the toilet before, so he also knows that this is a wet and dry toilet. He turned on the tap and began to wash his hands. Lin Fei looked at him and washed his hands along the way. While washing, Lin Luoqing walked in and went straight to the bathroom. Seeing him close the door, Ji Leyu walked over, took out a small bottle from his pocket, and spilled the oil in the bottle. Lin Fei looked at him without changing his face and heartbeat, without a trace of panic, and felt that he was really not afraid of being discovered at all. Ji Leyu was done, washed his hands again, and then stood in front of the mirror making faces, waiting to see Lin Luoqing fall. When he came out, he didn't wait long. Lin Luoqing quickly opened the bathroom door, but as soon as he came out, he slipped unexpectedly and fell directly to the ground. Knocking him and screaming, Ji Leyu seemed to be frightened, looked back at him, and said in a timid voice, Uncle, are you okay? Lin Luoqing glared at him, and said angrily, I want you to take care of it. Ji Leyu was limp, and looked easy to be bullied. He was attacked, As if he was a little scared, he hugged Lin Fei beside him. Lin Luoqing stood up angrily and washed her hands, feeling that she was really unlucky seeing him leaving. Lin Fei looked back at Ji Liu. Ji Liu had put away that fake and frightened expression, and his face was relaxed and happy. Let's go too. He was satisfied when he saw what he wanted to see. Lin Fei reminded him, the floor hasn't been cleaned yet. Fine, it will be discovered. Lin Fei reminded again, but I'm just a child who came to visit by chance. Ji Liu blinked innocently. What does this have to do with me, Lin Fei? Lin Fei found helplessly that he was right. Who'd doubt Ji Liu? He is still so young, and he looks cute and cute. Even he didn't doubt him before seeing it with his own eyes. Ji Liu pulled him. Let's go, let's go. It's time to go back. Dad will worry if it takes too long. Lin Fei was afraid that Lin Luoqing would come to find them, and he would not be able to tell when the time came, so he had to walk back with him. He doesn't have any feelings for the Lin family, so he doesn't care. In fact, Ji Liu originally planned to deal with the aftermath. He always took targeted revenge on those who provoked him, just like GY. He would tear off the tape to prevent others from falling, but as soon as he entered the door today, he felt that Father Lin and Chen Feng didn't seem to like Lin Fei. If they didn't like Lin Fei, he didn't like them either. So what does it matter if they fall or not? Ji Liu wished they would fall, so he didn't bother to deal with the aftermath. His brother Fei is so good, how can anyone not like him? What a nuisance seeing Lin Luoqing limping and walking back clutching his buttocks. Lin Luoqing wondered what's wrong. I heard him yelling just now. What happened? He was afraid that Ji Liu had done something, so he asked tentatively, what's wrong with you? I want you to take care of it. Lin Luoqing himself had a pain in his butt, and when he heard him say that now, he felt like he was crying like a mouse, and he opened his mouth and started to yell. Ji Yuxiao put down his chopsticks with a snap and looked up at him. Father Lin was startled, and immediately cursed. Why did you talk to your brother? Your brother also cares about you. Are you just talking to him like that? You still haven't apologized to your brother. Lin Luoqing was so wronged. I apologize? What did I do wrong? Forget it. Forget it. Chen Feng smoothed things over. We're all one family. If you have anything to say, what's wrong with you, Xiaojing? It's okay, I fell a bit. Lin Luoqing said in a muffled voice. Chen Feng cared. How old is he? How can he still fall? Sit down quickly. Lin Luoqing just sat down. Lin Luoqing heard him say that it was just a fall, and thought that Ji Liu shouldn't have done it. After all, as far as Ji Liu cared about Ji Yuxiao, if he made a move, it wouldn't be as simple as a fall. Your legs can be crippled, so that you will never be able to say the word crippled in the future. This is Ji Liu's style. He breathed a sigh of relief, and saw Ji Liu and Lin Fei walking towards this side intimately. Did you wash your hands? He asked. Ji Liu nodded, and sat down with Lin Fei next to Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao. He stretched out his hands, and obediently showed them to Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao. It's clean. Ji Yuxiao patted his head. Yeah, seeing this, Father Lin kindly added a few pieces of meat to Ji Liu. Come on, baby, you can eat this. This is sweet. You children will definitely like it. Ji Liu laughed immediately. Thank you, Grandpa. You're welcome. Father Lin smiled. Ji Liu's tone was soft, like cotton candy. Grandpa, you are so nice. Why is Uncle so fierce? After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Luoqing with a little fear, and immediately withdrew his gaze. When Ji Yuxiao heard this, his eyes immediately turned cold. What's wrong with him? He asked Ji Liu. Ji Liu was aggrieved. He just attacked me. Just now, I was washing my hands, and he fell down. I asked him if he was okay, and he attacked me. Ji Yuxiao originally thought that the three members of the Lin family were not pleasing to the eye, but now when he heard Ji Liu say this, he immediately sneered and looked at Lin Luoqing. You are quite capable of bullying a child, Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing didn't expect Ji Liu to tell Ji Yuxiao about it, and said helplessly, I didn't do it on purpose. I just fell down at that time. It wasn't because I was in a bad mood, and I didn't speak in a good tone. You can kill others if you are in a bad mood? Young Master Lin, you are really powerful. The center of the world is nothing more than that. After he finished speaking, he looked at Father Lin. At first, King said that reunion was rare, and I wanted to have dinner with you. Where are you feeling uncomfortable and in a bad mood, and you don't know who to bully by then? Seeing this, Father Lin quickly persuaded, this is Xiaojing's fault. You Xiao, don't be angry. I will ask Xiaojing to apologize to Xiao. After he finished speaking, he comforted Ji Liu and said, "Don't be afraid, Xiao. Your uncle has no malicious intentions. He likes you." Ji Liu still looked aggrieved. "Really? Of course." After Lin's father finished speaking, he immediately turned his head and shouted at his son, "What are you doing in a daze? You still haven't apologized to Xiao." Lin Luoqing! Lin Luoqing looked at Ji Liu's appearance and felt aggrieved. He is a big man apologizing to a child. What is this? Is he shameless? He stood up and said, "I won't eat, I'm going back to my room." "Stop, you apologize to Xiao." Father Lin said angrily. Lin Luoqing ignored him and walked directly upstairs. Father Lin was so angry that he wanted to beat him up, and because Ji Yuxiao was still there, he couldn't really beat him up, so he could only say to Ji Yuxiao with a face that couldn't hold back, "Don't be angry, Yuxiao. Teach him a lesson." Ji Liu blinked, and called him innocently, "Grandpa, father." Lin quickly responded, "Hey, what's the matter, baby? Does uncle hate my father very much? How come?" Lin's father laughed, "Baby, you are still young, you don't understand." But Ji Liu frowned his delicate brows, with a puzzled look on his face. "We met in the mall 2 days ago, and he was very fierce to my father, and his friends asked me if my father was having a good time. Miserable, they are going to beat my father." Lin Luoqing! Lin Luoqing never thought that he would say this, and he still used this tone. He did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. Other children may have done it unintentionally, but Ji Liu definitely did it on purpose. So, he is suing for him and wants to seek justice for him. Lin Luoqing was a little dumbfounded for a moment. On the one hand, he felt that he was so good at disguising at such a young age that he was worthy of being a future villain. So heartwarming. He pretended to stop it at the right time. Little fish. He shook his head slightly, signaling Ji Liu not to speak. Ji Liu thought that he didn't want Father Lin to know, so he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered, "I'm sorry, I just thought he didn't like you, Dad. That's why he didn't like me. When I talked to him, he ignored me and even attacked me. It's okay." Lin Luoqing said softly, "It's your fault that he is fierce against you. Don't feel bad, Dad will apologize to you for him, please." Ji Liu shook his head, "Dad, you didn't hurt me, so you don't need to apologize. I won't feel bad," he said, thinking that his father is really kind, but it doesn't matter. He is not kind, so he can protect his father. As he thought about it, he secretly glanced at Father Lin. He said that, so he didn't react at all, did he? Although Father Lin already knew what happened to them in the mall from Lin Luoqing didn't dare to tell the truth, so when Father Lin heard this, he felt his blood pressure soar. What kind of son is he? It will block him. He also thinks that Ji Yuxiao's father would rather raise a char sui if he has such a love brain, but Lin Luoqing will hold him back. Isn't it similar to char sui? On his side, he lowered his eyebrows and flattered Ji Yuxiao. Didn't it mean that too? Ji Yuxiao asked him to cooperate with Ji Shi because of his relationship with Lin Luoqing? It's good for him. He still wants to hit Lin Luoqing in front of Ji Yuxiao. No wonder Ji Yuxiao didn't want Lin Luoqing to come back. He felt that they didn't really love Lin Luoqing. If it was him, he wouldn't want to. What's more, Ji Yuxiao is still a love brain. The love brain that has been purged by Lin Luo. Father Lin only felt a sudden pain in his temple. His 10 million. Lin Luoqing, you are doing well. If he gave Lin Luoqing another dime, he would be a char sui. This must have been instigated by his friend. You are still young, Xiao. You don't understand. You will understand when you grow up. Your uncle really likes your father, really. He explained to Ji Liu softly. Ji Liu nodded innocently. "Oh, then I'll come play with uncle when I grow up." "Hey." Father Lin replied after he finished speaking. He went to see Lin Luoqing. "Don't mind Luo. I will teach you a lesson, and I will make him apologize to you." "It's okay, Dad," Lin Luoqing said with a smile. "Why? Is it alright? I think something is wrong." Ji Yuxiao snorted coldly. "He wanted to bully you 2 days ago, but today he wants to bully Xiao. I think the day after tomorrow he should hit me in the face with his nose on his face." "Oh, it's really amazing, Uncle Lin. You really have a wonderful son, Father." Lin's head almost grew bigger. Xiao, I promise that I will teach him a lesson tonight. Don't worry, I will never let him continue being such an idiot. Uncle, I can't rest assured of your guarantee. After all, You said before that you care about kinking and that you like kinking, but your son who spends every day treats kinking like this. You stay together every day, and he is fascinated by it. Can you believe that you who love kinking deeply can raise him who wants to do something to kinking? Lin Luoqing pretended to stop and said, Yuxiao, stop talking. Why? Don't you say, I like you so much, I can't bear to touch you, but he wants to hit you, or in front of me. Is he worthy? He doesn't even think about whether he is suitable as a younger brother. It's not appropriate. Father Lin said immediately, then. That's how you look at it, didn't I just say that? I'll teach him a lesson tonight, then. Uncle, do you know what the most painful lesson is? Ji Yuxiao asked him. What? Father Lin asked. Just let him know that you care about his brother, you value him. He is not worthy to be compared with his brother, so don't try to say or do anything in front of his brother. That is? Father Lin nodded. So, you should give the company's shares to Kinking, not him. If he doesn't have shares, but Kinking owns half of yours, how dare he do this? Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. What did he hear? Exclamation mark. Half of the shares. Ji Yuxiao, you are awesome. It needs to be this big when you open your mouth. It was he who lost. He who only knows how to ask for money but not shares is simply too childish. Chapter 131. 131. Chen Feng was still eating calmly before, but she didn't expect that Ji Yuxiao would ask for shares when she drank water, almost choking her throat with a sip of water, and immediately said, no. Ji Yuxiao was surprised. Auntie, do you think I'm wrong? After Chen Feng finished speaking, she realized that she shouldn't have spoken so quickly at this time. She forced a smile. Yuxiao, let's say this. Shares are a big deal and cannot be decided casually. Father Lin also said, yes, Yuxiao, you can't talk about this casually. Ji Yuxiao sneered. You also know that this is a big event, but Kinking has no qualifications to participate in such a big event. This is what you call liking? They are both sons, one has shares and the other doesn't. Who cares about it? Everyone thinks that you really love Lin Luoqing, right? It seems that we are completely unworthy and cannot bear your liking. You Zio, what you said. Father Lin said awkwardly. Lin Luoqing also quickly persuaded, forget it, Yuxiao, Dad likes me, but things like shares are too difficult, and I don't know anything, so it's useless to take them. Did you hear that? Ji Yuxiao looked at Father Lin. It's all like this, he is still thinking about you, checking himself, he loves you so much, admires you so much, why are you treating him like this? Ji Yuxiao sighed, I will never allow my beloved to suffer this kind of grievance. Kinking has a good temper and can bear it, but I can't. I won't eat this meal. If you are willing to give Kinking the shares in the future, let's talk about other things. If we don't want to, we just pretend we don't know each other and don't interact with each other. Lin Luoqing said anxiously, how can this be done? Yuxiao, don't do this. This is my own father. Dad, please persuade him. When Lin's father heard this, he hurriedly said, yes, Yuxiao, don't be like this. We are all a family. Why don't we know each other? Don't communicate with each other. Ji Yuxiao smirked, ignored him, and prepared to leave while pushing the wheelchair. Lin Luoqing hurried to stop him. Ji Yuxiao hugged him into her arms and said affectionately, why are you so stupid? Lin Luoqing looked easy to handle. That's my real father after all, fool. Ji Yuxiao stroked his face. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, even your own father can't bully you. But, Ji Yuxiao raised his hand to touch his lips. Stop talking, you are just too kind. Chen Feng not only wants to vomit now, but also wants to vomit on Ji Yuxiao's face, so that he can ask for some shares. Don't you want to see Lin Luoqing's match? Exclamation mark. Father Lin is different. He feels that he already knows Ji Yuxiao very well now. This dog does not recognize his relatives, but only Lin Luoqing, so don't talk to him about family affection and rationality. He still has these things in his mind. He just wants to fall in love. Father Lin took a deep breath, but couldn't say anything. On the contrary, Ji Liu nodded in his heart in agreement. Yes, his aunt is just too kind, so she needs the protection of him and his uncle. Ji Liu quickly jumped off the chair, wanting to go with Ji Yuxiao, but he couldn't bear to disturb his uncle and aunt, so he just watched obediently and didn't speak. Lin Fei held his forehead in his heart again, unable to bear to look closely. He said coldly, let's go, Father Lin? Question mark. No, Why don't you sit obediently at this time? What are you talking about, Fei? Children don't interrupt when adults talk. Father Lin taught him. Hearing this, Ji Li looked up at him, and said in a childish voice, Grandpa, what are shares, Father Lin? Father Lin coaxed him with a smile. You don't understand. You will understand when you grow up. Ji Liu nodded, and asked again, is the share good or bad? Of course it's good. Then why don't you give it to my father? Ji Liu looked innocent. My father will always give me the good ones. Grandpa, aren't you my father's father? Why don't you give it to my father, Lin Luoqing? Lin Luoqing silently gave Ji Liu a thumbs up. Son, you are really capable. He stood up from Ji Yuxiao's arms, and whispered, little fish, stop talking. Ji Yuxiao sneered, Uncle, you don't understand the truth that even children understand. Uncle, tell me, how does this make me believe that you like kinking? Ji Liu tilted his head, followed his words and asked, so Grandpa doesn't like my dad? Of course not. Father Lin quickly denied. Then give the good things to my dad. Ji Liu laughed. Grandpa, when will you give it, Father Lin? Question mark. When did he say it? Chen Feng said dissatisfiedly again. Xiaoyu, don't talk nonsense. Adults talk, children don't interrupt. Auntie, you don't seem to be willing. Ji Yuxiao raised her eyes to look at her. Xiaoyu just said something casually. You can't wait to stop it. Why? You don't want to have shares? Chen Feng laughed awkwardly. How could it be? You Xiao, I just don't think children should care so much. So you care about the child? Don't let the child talk. Chen Feng. Ji Liu blinked innocently. Did I say something wrong? No. Ji Yuxiao said warmly. Let's go Xiaoyu. Dad will take you out for dinner. Aren't you going to eat with Grandpa? Ji Liu looked reluctant. Father Lin also said, yes, this meal is ready. Let's eat together. Forget it. Since you don't like kinking either, there's no point in us staying here. Let's go. Xiaoyu. Oh. Ji Liu nodded, then turned to look at Father Lin. Grandpa, if you don't like my father, then I don't like you either, Father Lin. Lin's father just felt that it was hard to argue. He said dryly, no, Xiaoyu, I like your father. After finishing speaking, he looked at Lin Luoqing again. Luoqing, you know that Dad loves you, you know that, right? Lin Luoqing looked sad. He nodded, and said in a low voice, Dad, you and Auntie can eat first, and we will leave first. As if he was injured, he turned around to push Ji Yuxiao. Ji Liu pulled Lin Fei and followed behind him, and went out with him. Father Lin waited until they were all gone before he fell powerlessly on the bench, thinking to himself, what's going on? Exclamation mark. Why did you come to ask for shares while talking? Exclamation mark. Chen Feng looked at him, full of worry in her heart. She absolutely must not let Lin Luoqing get any shares. Absolute. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao went out and got into the car. Lin Fei noticed that he had left the Lin's house, and the sadness on his face disappeared, replaced by a relaxed and happy one. Lin Fei, what happened to him today? Exclamation mark. How strange. Lin Luoqing was completely unaware of Lin Fei's troubles, so he asked him and Ji Liu what they wanted to eat, and took them to a hot pot restaurant. Ji Liu ate very happily. Lin Luoqing looked at him, and thought to himself that he didn't bother Lin Luoqing when he went this time. What a surprise. He didn't think Lin Luoqing's fall was done by Ji Liu. It was too slight, not like Ji Liu's style, and Lin Fei was still there at that time. Ji Liu would not pick on Lin Fei's time to start. It seems that his temper has really improved a lot recently. Lin Luoqing was relieved, and gave Ji Liu a piece of beef. Ji Liu looked at him with a smile, and said sweetly, thank you, Dad, you're welcome. At the same time, Chen Feng fell to the door of the bathroom with a bang. She stood up, only felt the pain in her buttocks, turned around and shouted at the nanny at home, Wang Ma, what's going on here? Why are you so slippery, Wang? Ma hurried away to Gulay with a mop. I'll just mop, really, do I need to remind you? Chen Feng said angrily. She went into the bathroom angrily, always worried about the shares. She knew that Lin Luoqing should not have married Ji Yuxiao. It was a mistake. She was a mistake. Father Lin is also worried about the shares as he is. The matter has reached this point. He has paid so much. At this time, he said that he should not communicate with each other. Father Lin would never allow him, but he really asked him to give up his shares. He was reluctant to part with Lin Luoqing's shares, so he could only give him Lin Luoqing's share. He fought between heaven and man for a long time, but in the end he still couldn't make a decision. So he simply went upstairs and taught Lin Luoqing another lesson. This char sui, if it weren't for him, he would have given Lin Luoqing an extra 10 million at some point, which is simply too much. Your pocket money for this month is gone, not only this month, but also next month and next month, so reflect on yourself. Father Lin was furious. Lin Luoqing? Question mark. Lin Luoqing only felt that he was too wrong today. He didn't go out all day, and he didn't go downstairs very much all day. He finally fell down and fell, but instead of comforting him, he came up and beat him. Is this father? Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing felt that she was more wrong than Daoi. The three members of the Lin family were anxious and worried, but Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao had already returned home in a happy mood, ready to rest. Lin Fei waited until Lin Luoqing came to give him a bath, and finally said to him, "You and my uncle are at my grandfather's house today, which is different from usual." Lin Luoqing, isn't this embarrassing? Lin Luoqing smiled, concealed her embarrassment, and explained to him, "That was to deceive your grandpa. Adults are sometimes very complicated, and they will deceive another person because of certain things, but your grandfather was sorry for you before Mom and you, so if I lie to him, I will lie to him. Don't learn from me, this is bad behavior." Lin Fei nodded. He asked again, "What are shares?" Lin Luoqing was stumped by this question. How should I explain it to him? Your grandfather is the owner of the company, and the company is where the money is made. With shares, you have a share of the money the company makes, and you can also decide what the company does or not, and you will know when you grow up. You want? Lin Fei asked him. I don't want it, but you should have it. Your grandfather's company was created by him and your grandmother. There is no share for Chen Feng and Lin Luoqing. It should be left to your mother, and your mother will leave it to you, so you should have. He helped Lin Fei make foam, and said softly, "Fei, the things I got from your grandfather belong to you, not to me, but you are too young, so I will help you keep them first. I'll give it to you when you grow up." Lin Fei was puzzled. Why? My mother has it, so you should too. You are her younger brother, but I'm not her real brother, Lin Luo said with a clear heart, so he doesn't want to take more things that don't belong to him. Besides, it's good to leave it to Lin Fei. He wants to start a business in the future, so he doesn't need more startup capital. Then, mine is for you too, so it's still yours. Lin Luoqing smiled. He rubbed against Lin Fei's forehead. Our Fei is actually a little rich man. Lin Fei held back in embarrassment. Although he still didn't understand what a share was, Lin Luoqing wanted it. If he had it in the future, he could give it to him. Will my grandfather give it to you? He asked. Yes. Lin Luoqing guessed. He has already invested so much, how could he stop at this time? As long as he doesn't stop, he has to continue to increase his stake. Alice, what a fat pig enough for him to kill several times. He helped Lin Fei take a shower, carried him to the bed, kissed his forehead. Good night. Good night. Lin Fei said. Lin Luoqing just returned to her bedroom, but as soon as she went back, she found that there were several WeChat messages of Father Lin in the cell phone in the bedroom. Lin Luoqing didn't make any sense. Killing a pig always makes the pig feel a little bit in danger, so hang him up more. He understands. He patiently didn't answer Father Lin's calls, nor did he reply to Father Lin's WeChat messages, but Father Lin was not that patient. Within a few days, he and Chen Feng had a quarrel over the shares. Chen Feng was shocked when he heard that he said that he would give half of Lin Luoqing's shares to Lin Luoqing. This was more acceptable to her than Lin's father giving Lin Luoqing part of his own shares. Why would he want to move his son's shares? That's his stuff. It's not his. I don't agree. What would Xiaojing think when you were like this? Did you mean to make him feel uncomfortable? But I'm not like this. Could it be that I really have nothing to do with Ji Yuxiao? Then don't communicate with each other. Chen Feng advised him. Let's forget it. The previous money is for nothing. We just pretend that we don't know him. How can I do that? Father Lin was unwilling. He likes Luoqing so much, and Luoqing has always cared about me. As long as I give Luoqing the shares, Luoqing will definitely believe that I really love him and will be willing to help me. Speaking in front of Ji Yuxiao will give me other benefits. He already made Luoqing the general manager of Xingai. Doesn't that mean that he really loves Luoqing? As long as Luoqing is willing to recognize me as my father and help me, he will definitely help me too. But what if Luoqing doesn't want to? Impossible. Didn't you see that he is still a father, longing for my father's love? He has been thinking about me since I kicked him out, and wants to come back. Even now he has not changed. Chen Feng shook his head desperately. That's not okay. It's too unfair to Luoqing. But how it ends, is this fair to me? I have paid so much. Is it true that I can't get a dime, father? Lin shook his head. No, this is absolutely not possible. The two quarreled endlessly over this, and when they didn't pay attention, it was the end of the year. Ji Yuxiao received another call from Ji's father on the eve of New Year's Eve. Tomorrow is the holiday. Remember to bring Xiaoyu back. He was silent for a moment, looking at the thick night outside the window. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, "Got it, this is probably the last time he will celebrate the new year with his dad. It was also the last time Ji Liu is reunited with his grandfather. He's not sad for himself, he's even more sad for Ji Liu." Now hearing his words, Ji's father finally felt relieved. He just came back. As long as he came back, he would have a way to persuade Ji Liu this time. He must keep Ji Liu. Chapter 132. Lin Luoqing was not too surprised to hear Ji Yuxiao said that he would go back to Ji's old house for dinner on New Year's Eve. After all, it was Ji Yuxiao's father. Even if there was a quarrel, as long as the relationship between father and son was not severed, it would be normal to go back. He just felt that Ji Yuxiao's interest was not high, and he seemed a little sad. Also, this kind of reunion festival is the easiest way to make people miss relatives and friends. He guessed that he must have thought of his brother after all, the day when the family was supposed to be reunited. Because of the departure of his brother and sister-in-law, it was impossible to reunite at all. If we don't go until tomorrow night, should we go and see your brother during the day? He asked. It's the new year, and it's good to talk to him. Ji Yuxiao originally wanted to visit Ji Yuling tomorrow, but before he had time to tell Lin Luoqing, he was a little surprised and delighted when he heard him say that. Do you want to visit him? Lin Luoqing nodded. It's the new year after all. You should miss him very much. Hearing this, Ji Yuxiao's eyes softened unconsciously, with longing. Like a clear moonlight he blinked and whispered, "Yeah." At this time last year, he was still with his brother, discussing where to go for the new year. Ji Yuling said he didn't have time. Ji Yuxiao smiled and said that he would take Ji Liu there, but this year, only he and Ji Liu are left. You go with me, you haven't seen him yet. Ji Yuxiao said. Lin Luoqing nodded, approached him, and knelt down in front of him. I was planning to go with you, too. He put his hand on Ji Yuxiao's lap, lay on his lap, and looked at him with clear eyes. Ji Yuxiao rubbed his head, eyed him. Xiaoyu going? Lin Luoqing asked him. No. More. Ji Yuxiao said he had finally become clear again recently. Ji Yuxiao was afraid that he would be hurt by the scene, and he would be uncomfortable when he came back. Let's go after lunch and come back early, okay? Lin Luoqing agreed. He tilted his head, and obediently lay on Ji Yuxiao's lap. Ji Yuxiao stroked his side face, feeling like the moonlight at night, soft and quiet. When the night wind came, he saw Lin Luoqing's gentle and beautiful appearance, and the sadness in his heart finally eased a little. He couldn't help bending down. Lin Luoqing raised his head suspiciously, and Ji Yuxiao kissed his lips. He kissed very gently, like pulsating water, without lust, only boundless tenderness and loneliness. Lin Luoqing raised her head, hooked his shoulders, and responded to his kiss delicately. The moonlight is boundless, and the starlight is mottled all over the place. After lunch the next day, Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao found an excuse, went out, and went to Ji Yuling's cemetery. It was very cold. Lin Luoqing stood in front of Ji Yuling's tombstone, looking at the photo on his tombstone. The person in the photo is young and handsome, with beautiful phoenix eyes raised slightly, showing a bit of pride and confidence. But because of the gentleness in the eyes, it makes people feel like spring breeze. Lin Luoqing suddenly thought of the words Jiayu Guangfen. He should be such a person. That's why Ji Yuxiao, who is his younger brother, can't forget it, and Ji Liu, who is his son, is willing to please him. Su Tong, who had helped him, willingly continued to support his younger brother after he left. It's a pity that he didn't have the chance to see him after all. Lin Luoqing felt a little uncomfortable, not only because of the powerlessness of the loss of life, but also because of the sadness of leaving the beautiful things. The end of a hero and the twilight of a beauty are always easy to make people sad, let alone the fall of a proud man like him. He looked back, and saw that Ji Yuxiao was sitting quietly in a wheelchair, staring directly at the tombstone in front of him, with sad and heavy eyes. He was so sad that Lin Luoqing could feel his pain even just by looking at him. I have an idea, Ji Yuxiao said to his elder brother in his heart. Although it is cruel, I will definitely find out who is behind the scenes. Don't worry, I will avenge you and my sister-in-law, he said angrily in his heart, but seeing the tenderness in Ji Yuxing's eyes, the anger in his heart slowly calmed down again. The most useless thing in this world is anger. Anger can't solve any problems, so he doesn't need such useless emotions. I will take good care of Xiaoyu. Ji Yuxiao said softly. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Luoqing. His face softened. This is Lin Luoqing, my partner. We are married, so we will take care of Xiaoyu together, he said to Ji Yuling. Lin Luoqing nodded silently. Ji Yuling's photo was posted on the tombstone. Looking from afar, he seemed to be smiling at him, as if saying yes. Lin Luoqing also laughed, and said softly, I will take good care of Xiaoyu. Also, Ji Yuxiao, so don't worry bro. He pushed Ji Yuxiao away from the cemetery. The street is very lively. It is the spring festival. Everyone is congratulating this new year, but there is no joy on Ji Yuxiao's face. The excitement of family reunion belongs to other people's family after all, and has nothing to do with him. It will never appear in their family again. Between him and his father, he saw a father holding his child on the street, tender and loving, and at that moment, snow fell from his heart. Ji Yuxiao and Lin Luoqing didn't delay for long, and returned home within a few hours, ready to go to Ji's old house. Lin Luoqing chose a handsome little windbreaker for Lin Fei, and Ji Liu liked it, so she also wore a similar one, which looked very cute. Let's go. Lin Luoqing pulled them out the door. The Ji family's New Year's Eve has always been a gathering of several brothers, so at this moment, people have already arrived at the old house one after another. When Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao arrived, these people were dissatisfied with Ji Yuxiao's appointment of Lin Luoqing as the general manager of Xingai, and therefore deliberately slighted them. Fortunately, Lin Luoqing didn't care, and Lin Fei didn't care. Only Ji Liu felt dissatisfied after feeling their deliberate alienation. Seeing him coming, Ji's father walked up to him with a smile, and hugged him. Here comes Xiaoyu, grandpa's little baby. He kissed Ji Liu. Ji Liu looked at him with a smile, but her heart was very cold ever since Ji's father insisted on asking what happened to Ji Zhuang when he pushed Ji Xin into the water last time. His feelings for Ji's father have cooled down. Originally, Ji's father was just a grandfather to him. He loved his father, so those who loved Wu and Wu also respected Ji's father, but since that time, he has not loved Wu and Wu so much. But he is still Ji Yuxiao's father after all. Ji Yuxiao is still there. He loves Ji Yuxiao, so he will not show dislike or impatience. Ji's father didn't know. He just hugged him and sat on the sofa. How is Xiaoyu doing recently? Why haven't you come to see Grandpa for so long? Grandpa misses you so much. Ji Liu said childishly. I miss Grandpa too. Ji's father was delighted. Does Xiaoyu want to stay with Grandpa for a few days? Grandpa will take you out to play. No need. Ji Liu didn't want to live with him. I want to accompany Dad. Your father is accompanied by other people now, and you don't need to accompany him. Then I want to accompany Dad too. Ji Liu jumped off his lap, not letting him hug him, and ran to Ji Yuxiao's side to let Ji Yuxiao hug him. Ji Yuxiao glanced at his father indifferently, picked up Ji Liu from the ground, and hugged it in his lap. He is really wicked. Ji Yuxiao thinks he still doesn't give up Ji Liu's custody right now. It's also fortunate that his brother wrote the will at the time. Otherwise, as an uncle, he might not be able to compete with Father Ji, who is a grandfather. Ji's father was irritated by his eyes, and he inadvertently saw Lin Luoqing and Lin Fei beside him, and became even more irritated. The rest of the Ji family watched with interest, as if they wanted to see what would happen to the father and son. Ji Yun's family came relatively late. After Ji Mu succeeded in becoming the general manager, Ji Yun's father was always dissatisfied with it, so the reunion on New Year's Eve seemed to be long overdue. But fortunately, everyone got together to have a meal, so I didn't say much, but each had their own thoughts. A table of people sat around the long table, and had a peaceful reunion dinner, but it was a pity that Ji Yuling and his wife were not there. But at this time, naturally no one would mention him, for fear of causing unnecessary incidents. Ji Yuxiao ate in silence, and occasionally helped Ji Liu, Lin Fei, and Lin Luoqing order additional dishes. He ate very elegantly and meticulously. He thought this should be the last reunion dinner he had with his father. At this time, he should not come again. He glanced at his father. Ji's father's face was calm and expressionless, just like the most ordinary father in the world. But he is different from other fathers. His heart is far more terrifying than ordinary fathers. Ji Yuxiao wiped his mouth, put down his chopsticks. He was full. Lin Luoqing had almost finished eating, so she took some food for Lin Fei and Ji Liu and stopped chopsticks soon. Everyone finished eating after the meal. For the brothers and sisters of Ji's family, this year is over, so they said some polite words, then stood up and prepared to leave. Ji's father didn't keep them. He just looked at Ji Yuxiao and said to him, "It's rare to come back, let's stay at home tonight." Ji Yuxiao thought about it and agreed he probably will never come back again, so he wants to take a look at his brother's room here again. After all, it is the room where he grew up with his brother when he was a child. It was rare for Ji's father to hear his calm tone after he was injured, and he was a little emotional for a while. If only he could be like this all the time. It would be great if Ji Yuxiao's temper could be better. In other words, it would be great if Ji Yuxiao could be a little more gentle. Why can't he be like his brother? It would be nice if he was like his brother. When he thought of Ji Yuling, he couldn't help but feel sad. On New Year's Eve, he would never be able to reunite with his son again. Among his sons, he likes Ji Yuling the most. Ji Yuling is so kind, gentle and courteous, has the ability to advance and retreat, and is willing to stay aligned with everyone, but he left forever. It would be nice if he didn't die. At this time last year, your brother was still there, he said with emotion. Ji Yuxiao never thought that he would dare to mention his brother. He glared at him as if he had been stabbed. In an instant Ji's father met his eyes, and his mood was even more complicated. In fact, he also wanted to share his feelings with others, and how he felt after losing Ji Yuling, but Ji Yuxiao didn't even want to listen. He turned the wheelchair and left the dining table directly. Lin Luoqing hurriedly followed. Ji Yuxiao turned his head, suppressed his anger, tried to make himself look gentle, and said calmly to Ji Leyu and Lin Fei, "Come here, Ji." Leyu immediately jumped off the chair and followed him, and Lin Fei also followed. Ji Yuxiao pushed the wheelchair forward. There is still no elevator structure, and Ji Yuxiao didn't want his children to see that he couldn't even stand up and needed Lin Luoqing to hold him, so he patted Ji Leyu on the back and asked him deliberately, "Do you still remember your own bedroom?" "Remember," Ji Leyu said crisply. "Then take your brother to see, okay?" Ji Leyu pulled Lin Fei upstairs. Ji Yuxiao watched and waited until the two of them passed the corner and couldn't see him, and then let Lin Luoqing hug him up. Lin Luoqing hugged him, always felt that he seemed very dissatisfied, as if he was full of stagnant water, heavy, unable to reflect the starlight, and could only suffocate himself in the water. Although Father Lin is not a thing, he is not his biological father after all. He has no feelings for Father Lin, but Ji Yuxiao's father is his biological father. How could he have no feelings for half his life? No matter what he discovered or perceived, as long as his father was involved, it would undoubtedly be a kind of pain and torture for him, especially since it was about his late brother. Lin Luoqing could hardly imagine how suffocated and painful he was, but he instinctively wanted to comfort him. He carried Ji Yuxiao up the steps step by step, and when he reached the last step, he stopped suddenly. "Ji Yuxiao." He called Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao raised her eyes. "Why?" Without saying the word, Lin Luoqing lowered her head and kissed his lips. Ji Yuxiao was a little surprised. He never thought that he would be kissed by Lin Luoqing in this position. Lin Luoqing looked at him with bright eyebrows and starry eyes. "Happy New Year," he said with a smile. "This year is the first New Year we celebrate together, and we will celebrate New Year together in the future." Ji Yuxiao only felt that the shadows were scattered and slanted, and something seemed to fall on the water. He raised his head, struggled out of the suffocating stagnant water, held Lin Luoqing's head, and kissed his lips. As a result, the sky full of starlight spilled in. Chapter 133. Ji Yuxiao didn't rush back to his room, but went to his brother's room first. Ji Yuling's room was clean, very clean, and it looked the same as when he was there before. Ji Yuxiao pushed the wheelchair, passing by his desk, his bedside table, and his wardrobe. Everything in the past is vivid in his mind. Without closing his eyes, he can recall how the two of them fought and talked in this room, how Ji Yuling couldn't do anything with him, had a headache and pampered him helplessly. He picked up the photo on the desk, which was taken by them together not long after Ji Leyu was born. In the photo, the man is handsome, the woman is beautiful, and Ji Leyu is small, hugged by his sister-in-law, neither crying nor fussing, looking at the camera curiously with wide eyes. They were very happy back then, but now, everything is a thing of the past. Lin Luoqing was by his side, watching quietly. The night was very quiet. Ji Yuxiao felt that this night was extraordinarily quiet. It is obviously a good day for the new year, but there is no excitement at all. Why is there no one setting off fireworks? There was no sound of firecrackers either. It was obvious last year, but now, there is nothing. He sighed, put the photo back on the desk, and reluctantly looked at this familiar room. Ji Leyu took Lin Fei into his room and introduced him. "This is my room." Lin Fei looked at it, expressionless. "Oh, Ji Leyu is actually not very happy. He misses his parents. They come back together every year, Every time he comes back here, his parents will be by his side. My parents' room is next door to mine, he said softly. Lin Fei turned to look at him, raised his hand and touched his head. Ji Liu said in a low voice, but this year, we can't celebrate the new year together. Lin Fei touched his head again, generally comforting. Ji Liu didn't speak anymore. After a long time, he turned around and plunged into Lin Fei's arms. Hug. Lin Fei hugged him, hoping that his mother and Ji Liu's parents could live well in heaven. He was hugging Ji Liu, but suddenly heard footsteps, not Lin Luoqing's footsteps, so he let go of Ji Liu, and looked towards the door vigilantly. It was Ji's father who came. Seeing Lin Fei in Ji Liu's house, he was surprised for a moment, but he didn't show it. Little fish, look what Grandpa is holding. He held a small chocolate cake. This is your favorite, isn't it? With that said, he walked up to Ji Liu. Ji Liu really likes to eat sweets. Now that he sees the cake, he also wants to eat it. Thank you, Grandpa. You're welcome. Father Ji smiled. Grandpa has prepared other delicious food for you. It's in Grandpa's bedroom. You and Grandpa can go there together. Brother is going too. Ji Liu pulled Lin Fei and said, okay. Father Ji smiled. Then, I'll go and talk to Dad. Ji Liu said, no, I've already told your father. Father Ji coaxed him. Let's go. Ji Liu didn't suspect him, and followed him to his bedroom. Lin Fei also walked in with them. Ji's father left Lin Fei in his bedroom, and took Ji Liu into the small study room connected to the bedroom. Fei, wait here for a while, I'll have a few words with Ji Liu. He put down the cake in his hand and said to comfort Lin Fei. Lin Fei nodded and sat down on the small sofa in the bedroom. Ji Liu was puzzled. Is there anything that Lin Fei cannot listen to? Still have to let him in. Ji's father put the desserts he had prepared on the small table and sat down. Come on, Lei, these are prepared by Grandpa for you. Ji Liu sat opposite him, looking at the rich variety of desserts on the table, thinking that Lin Fei only had one cake, so he planned to eat half and leave half for Lin Fei. He took a puff and ate it, and Father Ji kindly prepared yogurt for him. Ji Liu was even more confused, but didn't speak. Ji's father looked at him lovingly, and said gently, Lei hasn't seen Grandpa for a long time. I'm at school. Ji Liu replied with his head tilted. Then, you have to come. If you don't come, Grandpa will miss you. Ji Liu said perfunctorily, look, Lei, this house is so big, it's so pitiful that Grandpa lives alone now. Then, Lei will often visit Grandpa in the future. Ji Liu continued to pretend to be perfunctory. Ji's father laughed, and he said, then Lei, don't go back tomorrow, and stay at Grandpa's house for a while. Ji Liu shook her head. I want to be with Dad. Do you only care about your father and not Grandpa? Father Ji said deliberately. Ji Liu, what else? But he still had a sweet smile on his face. I care. Then, you will stay with Grandpa, but Dad is a patient, and the patient needs more care. Ji Liu looked innocent. Ji's father looked at him, was silent for a moment, and said to him, but your father has Uncle Lin now, so he doesn't need your concern anymore, as long as Uncle Lin cares about him. Hearing what he said, Ji Liu's blinking slowed down for an instant. He looked at his grandfather without speaking. Father Ji continued, your father really liked you the most before, but not now. He has Uncle Lin now, so he loves Uncle Lin the most. Your dear father, I mean everything left by you Ling, it should be yours, but for Lin Luoqing, your father gave him what should belong to you without authorization. Although Zyngai is just a small company, you may not understand what a company is and how important a company is, but Lei, these are all yours. He looked at Ji Liu and said word by word, but now he doesn't belong to you anymore. He was taken away by your father as a gift, just to please Lin Luoqing. After that, he will take other things that belonged to you what your parents gave to Lin Luoqing and Lin Fei. Then all the things left by your parents will be gone, and you will have nothing. You will not even have anything to miss them. Ji Liu put down the hand holding the puff. His fingers were cold, and he remembered what Ji once said. What do you know? If you have a stepmother, you will have a stepdad, let alone your two fathers, not even your biological father. You don't know how much your father likes him. In the future, I'm afraid it's for him, even you don't care. He watched Ji's father's mouth open and close, and the words he said kept overlapping with Ji's voice in his head. Finally, he heard Ji's father say, do you still like Lin Fei? He has been a young master since he was a child. He has never experienced hardship and does not know the importance of money. As for that child Lin Fei, he has a heavy heart. He may be thinking about something. You are so naive, how can you be his opponent? He and his uncle, a for you, one for your father. When the time comes, all the inheritance left by your parents will have to be sent to their pockets by Yuxiao, and as for you, you still think they are good. If your parents see it, they must. My heart aches to death. He looked at Ji Liu, who obviously showed fear and anxiety because of this sentence. He seemed to be trembling a little. His eyes were staring at him, so heavy that the amber color of his pupils lost all light. He said, "So what am I going to do?" "Don't be afraid, baby." Ji's father comforted him. "It's okay. You still have Grandpa. Yuling is my son. I can't watch your uncle give your father's inheritance to others like this, so as long as you want, you go back to Grandpa, and then Grandpa can ask your uncle to hand over your father's inheritance. The things your parents left you still belong to you, only you, not others, let alone it belongs to Lin Luoqing and Lin Fei." Ji Liu didn't speak anymore. There was a coldness in his heart, and he looked at the person in front of him, feeling strange and scary. He is his uncle's real father, and also his father. How could he say this to him? Ji Liu didn't care that when Ji Zin fell into the water, Ji's father didn't believe him and asked Ji Zhong what happened. Because he wasn't his father in the first place, and he didn't have feelings for him. He was only willing to maintain an obedient appearance in front of him because he was his father's father. But now, he is talking about his uncle's fault, saying that his uncle shouldn't do this, saying that it took away what belonged to him and what his parents left behind, but his father himself gave everything to him. His uncle, he doesn't care about those things either, so why are you telling him this? Does he not love his uncle? Isn't he also a father? Will a father not love his child? Will his father's father not love his father? Ji Liu didn't understand. He just felt uncomfortable. If his uncle knew what he said and knew that his father didn't love him, how uncomfortable he would be. How could he tell him this? How can you say that? Ji Liu didn't know what to say, and didn't touch the food again. He just looked at Ji's father quietly. Without the aura of Ai Wu and Wu, his grandfather was so annoying and ugly. Ji Liu stood up and walked outside. Ji's father only thought that he couldn't accept that the Ji Yuxiao he liked was not as beautiful as he liked for a while, so he didn't stop him, but walked up to him and said to him, "Lele, think about it, think about it. Well, just call Grandpa, no matter what time. Grandpa loves you, loves your parents, and Grandpa will help you." Ji Liu felt disgusted. He wished that there was a big swimming pool or a sea in front of him, and he could push the person in front of him down. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he lowered his head and did not speak. Ji's father reached out to touch his head, but he avoided it. Ji's father thought he was too uncomfortable, and didn't think much about it. He just said, "Don't tell your uncle and others what Grandpa told you today. Or if your uncle finds out, Grandpa won't be able to help you." Ji Liu nodded. Of course he wouldn't tell Ji Yuxiao. How could he tell Ji Yuxiao? If Ji Yuxiao knew, how uncomfortable it would be. How could he make him uncomfortable? His uncle was so kind to him, and he liked him so much, so he wouldn't say anything. That way, he wouldn't know that his father didn't like him, and he was sad because of this. Ji Liu pushed open the door and walked out. Lin Fei watched him come out, but saw that he lowered his head, looking unhappy. So what's the matter? Why did he become unhappy after staying with his grandfather for a while? He put down the fork with which he was eating the cake, and stood up. Ji Liu also came over and said to him, "Let's go." After he finished speaking, he didn't hold his hand as intimately as when he came, and walked out alone with his head sullen. Father Ji looked at him and thought that he still cared, otherwise he wouldn't be like this, and he wouldn't ignore Lin Fei as he did when he came, and leave hand in hand with him. After all, it is a child. As long as he provokes a few words under the banner of being good for him, and moves out of his parents, he will always worry, be afraid, listen to his own words, and finally come to him. Ji's father watched Ji Liu leave his room with satisfaction, and thought to himself that after a while, he would talk to Ji Liu again, and Ji Liu should agree. Then Lin Fei followed Ji Liu, watched him keep his head down all the way. Did it speak? Just walked forward in silence, and asked him, "What's wrong with you?" Ji Liu turned to look at him. Lin Fei's face was cold and indifferent, and he didn't seem to have any concern or worry, just like what Ji's father said was deep in his mind. Maybe he was thinking about something, but Ji Liu knew that what he was thinking should be, why is he unhappy again? That's why he asked him, "What's wrong with you?" Everyone felt that Lin Fei was difficult to get in touch with. They felt that Lin Fei was not talkative and didn't like to play with everyone. Even the classmates in the class said, he seems to have a hard time making friends, but in fact, Lin Fei's mind was much cleaner than his. It was never Lin Fei who was really deep in his thoughts, maybe thinking about something, but him. Brother, what are you thinking now? Ji Liu asked him. Lin Fei didn't understand why he asked this suddenly, so Ji Liu asked him, why did you ask me? What's wrong with you? You don't look happy. Lin Fei said lightly. Ji Liu laughed. How about it? He just said it. Lin Fei's mind has always been much cleaner than his. He looked at Lin Fei. The smile in his eyes slowly deepened. His amber eyes were like bee sugar. He said, brother, what should I do? They don't seem to know that I am the worst one. So stupid. Oh, Lin Fei frowned and said sensitively, what did your grandfather tell you? Ji Liu looked at the stairs in front of her. It was long, and it must hurt to fall down. If he was in front of me now, I would probably push him down from here. His tone was soft, with a thin smile that made people shudder, but unfortunately, he is not in front of me. Chapter 134. Lin Fei. Lin Fei calmly reminded him, even if he is in front of you, I won't let you push him down. Ji's father's age plus the length of this staircase, it might really be fatal. Ji Liu turned to look at him, thinking that his brother is really kind. His grandpa said he was bad, but he didn't let him push it down. He was so kind, unlike him, not kind at all. So he is the worst one. Thanks to his grandpa's age, he can't even see this clearly. How stupid. He sighed and took Lin Fei's hand. Let's go. Shall we go back? Lin Fei nodded, and remembered his previous question. Ji Liu hadn't replied yet, so he repeated, what did your grandfather tell you? Ji Liu held his hand tightly for a moment. Lin Fei stared at him suspiciously, feeling more and more confused. He saw Ji Liu blink slowly and lightly, and sadness spread out. He doesn't like my uncle. Ji Liu said calmly. His voice was low, as if he was sad. He also wanted me to dislike my uncle. He turned to look at Lin Fei. He wants me to hate my uncle? You and your uncle? Lin Fei was a little surprised. He didn't have a father since he was a child, so he didn't have the concept of a father, and he didn't understand what a father's love is. But he has watched TV and seen other children with his father, so although he doesn't understand father's love, in his impression, fathers seem to like their children. Even his mother and her father don't live together and don't see each other often. She also said that he likes her. Besides, Ji Liu's father liked him, so how could Ji Yuxiao's father not like him? Why doesn't he like your uncle? Lin Fei asked. Ji Liu shook his head. He didn't know. How could anyone not like his uncle? His uncle is so good, yet someone doesn't like him. This person is his grandfather. Ji Liu doesn't understand. Seeing him shaking his head, Lin Fei became more and more puzzled. So, you're going to tell your uncle? He asked. Ji Liu quickly refused. Of course not, he said. If he knows, he will be sad. I don't want him to be sad, but if he doesn't know that his father doesn't like him, if his father wants to bully him, wouldn't he be unable to protect himself? After all, he has experienced more than Ji Liu, and he has more thoughts than Ji Liu. It's not terrible to know that the other person doesn't like you, because if you know, you won't have expectations and will be on guard, but if you don't know, you won't be on guard and you will get hurt. When Lin Luoqing hadn't gotten better before, he never left his side because he already knew that Lin Luoqing didn't like him, so he could be wary of him and wouldn't have any expectations. But once he left, there were so many people outside, he can't guard against each of them, and he doesn't know who is the most worthy of his guard. So Lin Fei felt that Ji Yuxiao should know about it, but Ji Liu was unwilling. I can protect him. I don't want him to be sad. You can protect him every minute of every day. You can't protect him when you go to school and you're not at home, then I don't want to make him uncomfortable either. Ji Liu insisted. Lin Fei looked at the stubbornness in his eyes, thought for a while, and said to him, well, let's go tell my uncle, and then ask my uncle if we want to tell your uncle. Ji Liu pouted, not very willing. He has a special awareness of empathy when dealing with Ji Yuxiao. He thinks that if one day his father says he doesn't love him or Ji Yuxiao says he doesn't love him, he will definitely feel very uncomfortable and won't want to hear it. Then, how could Ji Yuxiao be willing to hear it? I don't want him to know, he insisted. Lin Fei looked at him helplessly, feeling a little headache. His thoughts are much calmer and more rational than Ji Liu's. He knows very well that it would be best for Ji Yuxiao to know about this matter, but Ji Liu was so persistent. He was so afraid of Ji Yuxiao's sadness. Lin Fei didn't agree with his insistence, but he didn't want to force him. Let's go then, he said. You won't tell your uncle, will you? Ji Liu asked him. If you don't want to, I won't say anything, Lin Fei said calmly. Ji Liu breathed a sigh of relief, and continued walking back with him. Lin Fei pulled him, but the worry in his heart couldn't stop flooding. If he didn't tell Ji Yuxiao, would it really be alright? Unusual. He hesitated. The two went back to Ji Liu's room together, and Ji Yuxiao also left Ji Yuling's bedroom. At this time he pushed open the door of Ji Liu's bedroom, looked at the two of them with a smile. Do you want to sleep together tonight, Ji? Liu immediately raised his hand and shouted, yes, yes. Lin Fei didn't speak. He agreed if he didn't refuse. Lin Luoqing smiled. Then let's go. After speaking, he pushed Ji Yuxiao forward. Ji Liu and Lin Fei followed immediately. Ji Yuxiao's bedroom is not far from Ji Liu's bedroom. Within a few steps Lin Luoqing pushed him and walked in, looking at the room where he grew up. Quite curious, his eyes slowly scanned every place, thinking, this is the place where he grew up. Ji Yuxiao noticed his eyes, and his mood was gentle. He didn't hold Lin Luoqing, and Lin Luoqing looked at it curiously for a while, and looked at it for a while, as if he was very interested in those pasts that he didn't participate in. He saw the photo of Ji Yuxiao on the bookshelf. In the photo, he was wearing black short sleeves and blue jeans, with a basketball court behind him. He was playing basketball with one hand in his pocket, orange basketball spinning between his fingers. He smiled proudly. The sun shone across his back, making his whole body glow. It was obviously a very simple and ordinary scene, but because the people standing there were too dazzling, it formed a beautiful scene, which was breathtaking. Can't help lingering. This is Ji Yuxiao, who Lin Luoqing has never seen before, at the age of 17 or 18, who is so energetic that he is almost arrogant, lively, vivid and captivating. I play basketball pretty well. A voice suddenly sounded beside him. Lin Luoqing turned her head and saw a slight nostalgia on Ji Yuxiao's face. He put the photo back on the bookshelf, and said back, when we have time in the future, we can play a game together. I'm not that good, but it's not too bad. Ji Yuxiao looked at him for a long time, then nodded. Okay, this is his answer to him, and also his promise to him. Lin Luoqing laughed and couldn't help staring at him. Ji Yuxiao teased him. Why do you think your husband is more handsome, Lin Luoqing? This is true. The atmosphere is gone in an instant. You are too narcissistic. When it was almost midnight, Lin Luoqing asked him, are there any fireworks at home? Ji Yuxiao thought for a while, then replied, probably not. He and his brother are usually responsible for buying fireworks and firecrackers. This year, his brother is not here, and he is not in the same mood, so unless his father prepares it himself, there should be none. I'll go and ask for you. Ji Yuxiao said. Yes. Lin Luoqing nodded. It's Chinese New Year, there should be a little Chinese New Year atmosphere. Especially Lin Fei and Xiao are still here, they must like it very much. After he finished speaking, he looked at the two babies. Lin Fei's face was indifferent, and he couldn't tell that he liked it at all. On the contrary, Ji Liu nodded her head appreciatively. Yeah, I like fireworks. Okay. Ji Yuxiao agreed. If there is no one, I will make it up for you next year, but I will show you a super large firework. Yes. Ji Liu cheered. Ji Yuxiao called and asked Ji's father. As expected, Ji's father was not prepared. Also, he is old and thinks these things are noisy, so naturally he will not buy them specially. Wait until next year. Ji Yuxiao said, or after I go back, I can buy some for you to play on the 15th day of the first lunar month. And Ji Liu nodded obediently, but he was thinking about how he was when he called Ji's father just now. Does he know that his father doesn't like him? Ji Liu thought, he doesn't know. It's a good thing he doesn't know, but does he like his father? Ji Liu thinks she should like it. Who doesn't like their dad? He just loves his dad, no matter which dad it is, but he hoped that his uncle would like his father or not. If he didn't like it, he wouldn't care, and he wouldn't feel bad just like him. He wouldn't feel bad because his grandpa didn't trust him, so, as long as his uncle doesn't like it, that's fine. All night long, Ji Liu paid close attention to Ji Yuxiao's expression for so long that Ji Yuxiao even noticed it. Why do you keep staring at me? Ji Yuxiao turned around and asked him. Ji Liu said sweetly, because dad is good looking. Ji Yuxiao chuckled. It's not that you did something bad and dare not tell me. Ji Liu shook his head quickly. He didn't do anything today. He was very good. Father wronged me. He pouted and said coquettishly. Ji Yuxiao hugged him with a smile, and kissed him on the face. I really have nothing to tell me? I thought you were staring at me because you wanted me to say something. No. Ji Liu's voice was soft. Ji Yuxiao didn't ask any more questions. In his heart, Ji Liu was just a young, well-behaved and cute child, simple, innocent, and as clear as the sun, so He naturally didn't think too much about it. The family of four huddled together on the same bed and spent the New Year's Eve together. Lin Luoqing watched Lin Fei and Ji Yuxiao fall asleep, then took out the red envelope and put it in the pocket of their pajamas. When they wake up tomorrow morning and see the red envelope in their pocket, they will be very happy, he said softly. Ji Yuxiao nodded, turned off the light, and lay down with him. He hugged Lin Luoqing, and after a while, he felt Lin Luoqing's steady breathing, and he was already asleep. But Ji Yuxiao couldn't sleep. He was about to bid farewell to the place he was familiar with, the place where he grew up. He couldn't restrain his reluctance and sadness. He silently hugged the person in his arms tightly, and finally closed his eyes until the middle of the night. When Lin Luoqing woke up the next day, he was still a little dazed. He hugged Ji Yuxiao habitually, and said vaguely, "Morning, morning." Ji Yuxiao kissed him on the forehead. After all, Lin Luoqing was too embarrassed to stay in bed at someone else's house, so she got out of bed to wash up. After being stuck with Ji Yuxiao for a while, he went to the bathroom first to brush his teeth and wash his face. When he was brushing his teeth, he ran his arm through the pocket of his pajamas, and he realized that there seemed to be something bulging inside. Lin Luoqing reached in and took out a red envelope. He looked at it in surprise, and thought to himself, who gave this to him? When was it released? Is it Ji Yuxiao? Lin Luoqing quickly brushed his teeth, washed his face and ran out, holding up the red envelope in his hand and asking him, "Did you give this to me?" Ji Yuxiao laughed, "Happy New Year, I wish you a lot of money in the new year." Lin Luoqing's face couldn't help but burst into a smile. He looked at Ji Yuxiao, delighted and moved, but also slightly embarrassed. "I'm not a child anymore. Why did you give me back the red envelope?" Ji Yuxiao pushed a wheelchair and walked up to him, and said softly, "Are you a child? But you are also my baby." In fact, he doesn't often call him this name. Only when two people are playing or being intimate, he will cherish and call him that, as if he wants to tolerate and take care of everything about him, and treat him like a child. Lin Luoqing blushed when she heard what he said. His eyes were fixed on Ji Yuxiao. His pulse was like water, filled with delicate and flowing tenderness, and also fleeting, shimmering, bright and affectionate. Seeing him like this, Ji Yuxiao felt his heart throbbing. He pulled Lin Luoqing over and pressed him onto his lap, and pecked and kissed him twice on the lips. Lin Luoqing directly hooked his neck, bit his lip, and kissed him. As soon as Lin Fei opened his eyes, what he saw was such a scene. He looked at it calmly, looked at it and remembered the last time Ji Liu saw it and covered his eyes, and also covered his eyes so children can't watch it. Thinking of this, he obediently covered his eyes with his hands. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao took a long kiss before finally breathing. He pushed Ji Yuxiao, gave him a coquettish look, and then looked behind him thinking of something, and saw the two children lying on the bed obediently, just like when they fell asleep last night, pure and innocent cute. It seems that she hasn't woken up yet. Lin Luoqing just breathed a sigh of relief, but saw Lin Fei lying on the bed spread his fingers apart, revealing his emotionless eyes, as if seeing that there was nothing he couldn't see. He slowly put down his hand. Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing jumped up from Ji Yuxiao's arms instantly in fright, and smiled awkwardly and politely at Lin Fei. Chapter 135. Ji Yuxiao noticed his eyes and turned around in doubt, only to realize that Lin Fei was looking at them. Ji Yuxiao, this is probably the biggest embarrassment of parents and children sleeping together. Ji Yuxiao smiled, and smiled again, trying not to look so embarrassed. Morning, Fei, morning. Lin Fei said lightly, "I'll go wash up first." Ji Yuxiao nodded slightly. Lin Fei, "Oh." Ji Yuxiao pushed the wheelchair and walked towards the bathroom. Lin Luoqing? Question mark. Obviously we kissed together, but you sneaked away, leaving me alone to face the child. Is this appropriate? Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing was so angry that she wanted to drag Ji Yuxiao out of the bathroom. He looked at Lin Fei, smiled, and still smiled. It's so embarrassing. It's because you woke up very early. Lin Fei sat up and said calmly, "It's already later than usual." Lin Luoqing, it seems to be true. Usually when he wakes up, Lin Fei has already woken up. From this point of view, it is indeed later than usual. For Chinese New Year, you can sleep more. Lin Luoqing looked at him with a smile and said. Lin Fei lifted the quilt to get out of bed, but as soon as the quilt was lifted, he found a red corner of his pajamas pocket. He took it out and found that it was a red envelope. "Happy New Year," Lin Luoqing said to him. "Fei, you should also be happy this year. Stay healthy." Lin Fei looked at the red envelope in his hand, and thought that his mother would give him a red envelope during the Chinese New Year to say Happy New Year to him this year. Although his mother is gone, he still has a red envelope. He looked up at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing was looking at him tenderly, and Lin Fei slowly laughed too. Yet, he replied Ji Liu was still the last of the four to get up. Unlike Lin Fei's reservedness after receiving the red envelope, he laughed happily when he found the red envelope in his pocket, and said sweetly to Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao, "Thank you, Dad, you're welcome." Lin Luoqing smiled. Ji Liu looked at the smile on his face, held the red envelope in his hand, suddenly seemed to return to the previous time. Every New Year, his mother would give him a red envelope, and quietly pressed it under his pillow, saying it was lucky money. Ji Liu doesn't quite understand why there is a New Year celebration, but he is happy when there are red envelopes, so he is very happy every year. This year, the mother who gave him the red envelope was replaced by another father. All quietly, smiling at him very gently, Ji Liu suddenly wanted to act like a baby to him, so he stretched out his hand and said softly, "Daddy, hug me to wash my face, okay?" Lin Luoqing picked him up and carried him into the bathroom. Ji Liu looked at himself and Lin Luoqing in the mirror. They were very close. Lin Luoqing put him on the small bench and squeezed toothpaste on his toothbrush. He remembered what his grandfather had said to him, saying that his uncle liked him the most now, so he would give him everything, but Dad would have loved Mom the most. Shouldn't Uncle also love Aunt the most? Therefore, it is normal for him to give him everything. What's more, he also likes his aunt very much. He opened his mouth to let Lin Luoqing brush his teeth for him. Ji Yuxiao watched from the door and said to him, "Don't you know how to brush your teeth by yourself, Ji?" Liu looked at the white beard on his mouth, rinsed his mouth with a smile, turned his head and said to Ji Yuxiao, "I want Dad to help me." Ji Yuxiao said with a smile, "Tisk, baby." Ji Liu hugged Lin Luoqing's waist and said confidently, "I was originally a baby, Lin Fei, not far away. How could you be so confident?" Exclamation mark. How childish. Lin Fei shook his head and put away the red envelope joyfully. Ji Liu brushed her teeth, washed her face, changed her clothes, and went downstairs with Lin Luoqing, Ji Yuxiao, and Lin Fei. On the first day of the new year, the cook specially made dumplings and said they would eat them at noon. Ji Yuxiao didn't refuse, and ate dumplings with Ji's father before leaving Ji's old house. Ji's father sent them out. Seeing that Ji Liu was about to leave, he still told him, "Lele, remember to call Grandpa." Ji Liu bent his eyes perfunctorily, "Yes, no." Wonder. Sitting in the car, Ji Yuxiao looked at his father and the house where he grew up, deeply and quietly. It wasn't until the car drove farther and farther that he looked away and silently hugged Ji Liu. From now on, Ji Liu is the only relative he has in Ji's family. He looked at the weak and cute child in his arms, bowed his head and kissed Ji Liu's cheek. His eyes were full of tenderness. On this day, Ji Yuxiao said goodbye to his father. In his heart, in the future, no matter how cruel the truth is and how painful it is for him, he will not hesitate to tear open the unknown secret that his father desperately tried to hide. He has lost the original home, so he must protect his current home. He turned to look at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing smiled at him, gentle and beautiful, and Ji Yuxiao smiled too. The sky is clear, and this year's New Year's Day is a rare good day. After returning from Ji's house, several people had a reunion dinner at home and slept together for another night. Enjoying this warm and beautiful time, Ji Liu was very happy, and wished to sleep with them every day. Lin Luoqing had no objection, but Ji Yuxiao, who had already had sex, couldn't bear it. After sleeping for 5 days, he let the two children go back to their room and sleep by themselves. Children can't sleep with their parents all the time. They have to be independent and do their own things, understand? Ji Liu nodded. "Oh." Lin Luoqing looked at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and kissed the two babies the face twice to make up for it. Ji Liu looked happy, and insisted on continuing to kiss him, but Lin Fei still looked disgusted, as if he was very reluctant. If he hadn't grabbed Ji Liu, who had been kissing Lin Luoqing, and left so quickly. Soon, the 7-day holiday for the New Year was over, and Lin Luoqing returned to Starlight, continuing to be busy with his work as the general manager, and also busy with choosing a script for his next play. Not 2 days after he had been selected, there was good news from Shizhen. He auditioned for a film crew and successfully won the 4th male role in the film. In other words, such a well-known character already surprised him, not to mention that this is a movie with a good cast. Shizhen happily called Lin Luoqing and said that he was inviting him to dinner. Lin Luoqing agreed without hesitation. Shizhen was obviously very happy, and bought wine specially. The two of them didn't go out to eat, but ate hot pot at Shizhen's house. The steam from the hot pot steamed Shizhen's eyes, making him talk more even though he wasn't talking much. I have to thank Anchor for this. Anchor heard the news and told my agent, but my agent is also very good. He also helped me check the directors and screenwriters' previous works and candidates' habit. Lin Luoqing nodded in agreement. Yeah, I really thanked them, but it's because you have the strength, Brother Zheng. Zheng was a little embarrassed. The director is also willing to give me a chance. Lin Luoqing looked at the astringency on his face, and felt relieved in her heart. He already has good acting skills and is willing to endure hardships, but no one has been willing to give him a chance. Now, he finally has a chance. Zheng's mood is much more complicated than his. For so many years, he has longed for and been disappointed again and again, but finally at this age, at this time, he has an opportunity, and it is an opportunity on the big screen. It can be said that he has mixed feelings. Come on, Luoqing, this is a toast to you. Thank you for helping me so much. I am really happy and lucky to meet you. Lin Luoqing was full of smiles. He clinked wine glasses with Zheng, and said warmly, "Don't say that, Brother Zheng. Maybe your movie will become popular when it comes out, then I'll make money, and you have to take me with you when the time comes developing in the film industry." Zheng was amused by what he said. "You dare to think I'm a male fourth and not a male lead? Yes, there will be." Lin Luoqing clinked glasses with him again. Zheng looked at the bright eyes in his eyes, and his heart was full of tenderness. No matter whether it will happen or not, he must work hard and seize this opportunity, so that he can live up to Lin Luoqing's trust and help in him. Although Lin Luoqing is currently holding the position of general manager, he said that acting is his favorite thing, but he has not acted in a movie yet, so as long as he climbs fast and high enough, then he can lead in the movie circle. Watch him, protect him, give him help and shelter. Zheng has more expectations for himself this day. He used to just want to act well and have his own name, but now, he wants to work harder, not only to have his own name, but also to let his name known by everyone. Only in this way can he give Luoqing the help and shelter he needs. He helped him so much, and he wanted to help him a little bit. The two of them ate the hot pot while talking and laughing, until it was dark and the hot pot was finished, and Xiao Li came to pick Lin Luoqing home. Zheng said goodbye to him. "I am about to start training before shooting, so I may not see you in the future, and I will come to you after I finish shooting, okay?" Lin Luoqing looked at him. "Come on, Brother Zheng." Zheng smiled. Lin Luoqing got into the car and walked back. Good things come in pairs, and within 2 days, the first version of the trailer for Peaches and Plums Don't Talk was released. The film has beautiful pictures, crisp editing, and distinctive characters. Coupled with a brisk BGM, it is like a ray of sunshine in winter. Book fans and netizens can't help but look forward to it after watching it. Our little Taoli was finally born. It feels so reliable. I'm so excited. Meng Tao is so cute, so cute. Is Yao Momo so cute? Why didn't I find it before? This time it feels so good. Book fan ecstasy. It has the same flavor as when I was reading, especially the interaction between Meng Tao and Meng Hua's siblings. I like Brother Meng Hua very much when I was reading. Brother, come on. Fuck, this crew is too good looking. I only know that the hero and heroine are good looking, but I didn't expect the supporting actors to be so good looking, especially Meng Hua. The Meng family's siblings have really good genes too. At first glance, they are their own. They are all beauties. Is it just me who thinks the tone of this drama is pretty? The director is good at shooting. Several scenes are so dreamy. I am so excited. Not only the color is good looking, but the person is also good looking. I can brush this face 10 times. Amidst all the positive comments, Lin Luoqing silently forwarded this Weibo. After a while, many netizens and book fans who were attracted by the film came to his Weibo to express their likes and expectations. My brother is so cute. Also, I also want a brother like Meng Hua. My brother is so handsome and I love him so much. How can my brother be so good looking? Brother, are you 18 yet? Is it full? Is it full? Are you still in school? Get out of the way. Sister fans, give me a break. Girlfriend fans like us, I'll call brother directly. Brother, look at me. Look at me. Then I am different. I am confident directly. Hi husband. For a while, the number of replies in the Weibo comment area continued to increase, and the number of fans also continued to increase, so that Lin Luoqing had the illusion that he was going to be popular. Alice, I don't know when he will be popular. Lin Luoqing dragged her cheeks, thinking longingly. Ji Liu was sitting on the bay window, holding a mobile phone in his hand. On the screen was the phone that he had just hung up. The call was from Ji's father, and what he said was nothing more than asking him to visit him, telling him to be careful of Lin Luoqing and Lin Fei, and letting him he guards what his parents left him. Ji Liu perfunctory home, and hung up the phone irritably. After finishing the perfunctory, he was not in a good mood, nor had a good temper. He wished Ji's father would stand in front of him and ask him to push him off the bay window, so that he could never say those annoying words from now on. Lin Fei sat in front of him and asked him, "Are you still not going to tell your uncle?" Ji Liu shook his head. He would never tell his uncle in his life. Lin Fei was very worried, but he didn't speak to persuade him. He turned around and went to water the cactus on the bay window. Ji Liu leaned on his back, worrying, if he drinks the glue, will he not be able to talk anymore? Lin Fei was speechless. Just think about it. Ji Liu snorted, and put his chin on his back. He doesn't want me to like you, and you won't let me do anything. Lin Fei said calmly, he's too old, he said, and he's your grandfather. I don't need grandpa. Ji Liu leaned against him, and said softly, I just need dad. It doesn't matter if it's his own father or Ji Yuxiao, it's his father. Lin Fei didn't speak, and waited until Ji Liu fell asleep on the bed, hesitatingly, and finally left his bedroom. He walked to the door of Ji Yuxiao's study, struggled for a while, then knocked on the door, and walked in. Seeing that it was him, Ji Yuxiao said with a smile, what's the matter, baby, what can I do for you? Lin Fei nodded, I want to borrow a book from you. What book? Ji Yuxiao was curious. Andersen's Fairy Tales. Lin Fei said calmly. Ji Yuxiao was surprised. Didn't your uncle buy this for you? I bought it, but I can't find it. Do you have it? Ji Yuxiao shook his head. He was long past the age of reading fairy tales. Where would there be such books left? Well, I'll buy you a new one now, and it will arrive tomorrow, so you can read it, okay? Lin Fei thought for a while, and asked him with certainty, is it the Andersen's Fairy Tales with the ugly duckling? Yes. Ji Yuxiao nodded. Have you watched the ugly duckling? Lin Fei gave a hum and asked him back, Uncle, have you seen it? Of course I have. Then, Uncle, do you know that Mother Duck doesn't like ugly ducklings? Really? Ji Yuxiao even forgot, doesn't its mother like it? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. Lin Fei nodded. He walked in front of Ji Yuxiao, and said calmly as usual, its mother doesn't like it, and if you drive it away, it will leave, he said. Not every parent likes their children, and parents who don't like it will treat their children badly. It's not that the ugly duckling is bad, it's that its parents are bad, and it turned into a swan in the end, prettier than other little animals. Ji Yuxiao listened and patted his head. Yes, Lin Fei didn't know if he understood, but he didn't dare to explain clearly, so he could only repeat to him, not every parent is a parent who likes children, and some parents don't like their children. Ji Yuxiao only thought he was interested in this story, hugged him, and said to him, but most parents like their children. Lin Fei, are your parents too? He asked tentatively. When he asked this question at this time, Ji Yuxiao immediately thought of his father, but how could he say no in front of Lin Fei? He felt that his father didn't love him, nor his brother, and perhaps neither loved his mother. He only loved himself. All he could say was, yeah, Lin Fei. Lin Fei felt a little headache. Why does he still think his father likes him, then? Do you like your parents? Ji Yuxiao smiled, a little sad and helpless, like it. He said he will never be able to say that he doesn't like children like Lin Fei and Ji Liu. They are still too young, their world is beautiful and pure. Ji Yuxiao can't bear to destroy their world, so, whether he likes it or not, the answer can only be yes. Lin Fei. Lin Fei was desperate. He was sitting in Ji Yuxiao's arms, but he didn't know how to speak. How could he let his uncle know that his father didn't like him? But if he knows, he will be very sad again. Lin Fei thought and thought, but in the end he didn't have the heart to tell him the truth of the matter, but went back to his room silently. He propped up his little face, thinking to remind him later. After all, he had already said too much today. When Lin Luoqing came back, he heard from Ji Yuxiao that Lin Fei came to him today and asked him to borrow Andersen's Fairy Tales, but he didn't, so he bought a copy for Lin Fei's Hong. Lin Luoqing was a little strange. I bought this book for him. Why did he ask you to borrow it? He said he couldn't find it. Ji Yuxiao didn't take it seriously. I guess I forgot where I put it. It's okay, and it's not expensive. I just bought him a hardcover edition with illustrations. Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing felt that it must not be that simple. Lin Fei has always been a very organized child, especially when it comes to books. Even when he moved, he would never forget his books. How could he suddenly lose them? Did he just tell you that he couldn't find Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales yet? Ji Yuxiao nodded, and told me the story of the ugly duckling. When he said this, he became a little worried after knowing it. Did he miss his father? So he said that not all parents like children. His mother should love him very much according to what you said. Then do you miss his father? Who is Fei's father? Is he still there? Ji Yuxiao asked curiously. I don't know. Lin Luoqing said truthfully. My sister said he was dead, and she also told Fei that he was dead. But Fei was conceived by my sister when she was unmarried, so is it true death or an excuse? Nobody knows. Hearing this, Ji Yuxiao was silent for a moment. After a long time, he asked, then you want to know? Lin Luoqing still shook his head. If he could know, with Lin Luoxing's love for the original owner, he should have told the original owner a long time ago. Besides, Lin Luoqing was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to Lin Fei with great pains, but when he asked about his father, he only said that he was dead. So no matter whether his death was real or fake, for Lin Luoqing, he was already dead. It's the same for him. My sister said he was dead, so he is dead. I don't need to know about a dead person, he said calmly. Ji Yuxiao nodded and didn't say anything else. He just wanted to help Lin Luoqing just now, and since Lin Luoqing didn't want to know, he wouldn't investigate these unnecessary things anyway. Lin Fei is living happily in their house now. Although he is called uncle, no matter whether it is him or Lin Luoqing, they treat him as their own child. Even Ji Liu is much closer to him than to other brothers and sisters. Sometimes when Ji Yuxiao looks at the two of them, he thinks of himself and his brother when they were young, but his brother is not as cold-faced as Lin Fei, and he himself is not as obedient as Ji Liu, but in the end, they both care and take care of each other. Brother, this is good. He is very satisfied with his current family, so whether Lin Fei's father is dead or alive is not that important. He was just a little worried. You said that if Fei's father didn't die, would he know of Fei's existence? If Fei accidentally meets his father later, will he regret that he hasn't been by his father's side for so many years? No. Lin Luoqing remembered the confusion and guilt in Lin Fei's eyes when he asked Lin Fei if he wanted to call him father. He had no father since he was a child, and his father was blank and strange to him, so he didn't feel that he needed a father. He didn't even know what a father was, and because he didn't have this label, he couldn't give this label to him, so he felt guilty. So his world, at least for now, really does not need the existence of his father. Besides, Lin Luoqing loves Lin Fei so much, she would rather bow her head to beg her father to let Lin Fei go to the school she thinks is the best, but she has never said a word about Lin Fei's biological father to the original owner. And Lin Fei, even before his death, he entrusted Lin Fei to the original owner instead of letting the original owner take him to find his father. It can be seen that either Lin Fei's father is really dead, either for Lin Luoqing, he is less reliable than his younger brother. Maybe he hurt her too much, or maybe he is really not a good person. Lin Luoqing didn't know, and he didn't want to guess. He only knew that Lin Luoqing had entrusted Lin Fei to the original owner before his death, and that Lin Fei was alone in the book until his last appearance, without a so-called father. Therefore, he will not rashly go against Lin Luoqing's wishes as a mother, nor is he willing to force Lin Fei to have a father who he is not familiar with and feels nothing. He can be Lin Fei's father. Even if Lin Fei doesn't call him father, he still treats Lin Fei as his own child, so Lin Fei doesn't need other fathers. He is Lin Fei's father. Lin Luoqing changed the subject and asked Ji Yuxiao, that's all Fei told you? Yes. Ji Yuxiao nodded. You told me about the ugly duckling. Lin Luoqing was secretly puzzled. It was impossible for Lin Fei to lose the book and couldn't find it, and it was even more impossible to think of his father with emotion. So why did he say these things to Ji Yuxiao? Ugly duckling. Not everyone's parents like children. Does he have any other meaning when he says this at this time? He thought over and over again, and suddenly, Lin Luoqing looked at Ji Yuxiao in disbelief. Why did he go directly to Ji Yuxiao? Do you really want to ask Ji Yuxiao to borrow Andersen's fairy tales? Or do you want to talk to him about these things? If the ugly duckling is Ji Yuxiao, then the mother duck is Ji's father, and the duck mother doesn't like the ugly duckling. Ji's father doesn't like Ji Yuxiao either. What did Lin Fei know? That's why he hinted at Ji Yuxiao like this. Lin Luoqing was a little flustered. He looked at Ji Yuxiao, pretended to be calm and said, "Forget it, don't think about it, I'll go take a bath for Fei. Well, you go." Ji Yuxiao said with a smile, "I'll buy him a little duck and a little swan online later so that he can play in the bathtub when he takes a bath in the future." He said today that it's not that the ugly duckling is bad, but its parents are not good, and it turned into a little swan in the end, which is more beautiful than other small animals. Isn't it quite childlike and cute? Lin Luoqing felt that he was the real childlike and cute Lin Fei was obviously afraid that he would think he was bad, and Ji's father didn't like him, so he comforted him by saying that it wasn't that the ugly duckling was bad, it was better looking than other small animals. It's a pity that Fei has tried his best, but the object of the crazy suggestion is completely unaware, and only thinks his cub is cute. Lin Luoqing silently sighed in his heart. Compared with Ji Liu, who started to hold grudges since he was a child, and Lin Fei, who is mature and calm since he was a child, and didn't care about most things, Ji Yuxiao, Ji Liu's uncle, Lin Fei's uncle, is really pure and cute. Lin Luoqing looked at her husband, shook her head silently, and left their bedroom. Lin Fei was reading a book in his bedroom. He didn't care when he saw Lin Luoqing walking in. He just looked at his watch and thought that it was time to take a bath. "I've read this through." Lin Luoqing nodded, sat beside him, looked at his quiet profile while reading a book, and asked him after a while, "Can't find Andersen's fairy tales, Lin Fei?" Lin Fei looked up at him. Lin Luoqing was worried about Ji Yuxiao, so he didn't go around with him, and asked him directly, "The ugly duckling is your uncle, and the mother duck is your uncle's father, right?" Lin Fei was surprised. He always thought that Ji Yuxiao should be smarter than Lin Luoqing, but Ji Yuxiao didn't guess it. But Lin Luoqing did. He pursed his lips and said nothing. Seeing that he didn't refute, Lin Luoqing knew that she had guessed right. "How did you know?" Lin Fei still didn't speak. "You can say? You promised someone else." Lin Luoqing asked him. "I guess, is it Xiaoyu?" Lin Fei remained silent. "That's it," Lin Luoqing said. "You and Xiaoyu or one of you two found out that your uncle's father doesn't like him, right?" Lin Fei didn't speak. Lin Luoqing nodded, and he asked, "Then will your uncle be in danger?" Lin Fei still remained silent. "That should happen for a while, right?" Lin Fei didn't speak, and didn't refute him. Lin Luoqing already understood. "You were afraid that your uncle would be in danger, and you promised Xiaoyu not to tell, so you went to tell him the story of the ugly duckling, didn't you?" Still calm silence answered him. Lin Luoqing smiled, and rubbed Lin Fei's head. "Well, you didn't say anything, so I don't know anything. Everything is my guess and my own thinking." Lin Fei still didn't speak. Lin Luoqing approached him and kissed him on the cheek, and rubbed his forehead. "We are so smart and caring, so good." Lin Fei lowered his eyes in embarrassment. Lin Luoqing smiled and kissed his eyelids. Lin Fei looked at him reflexively, and saw Lin Luoqing smiling very gently. "Thank you for telling your uncle the story of the ugly duckling. If the ugly duckling could also meet a smart and caring baby like you, it would definitely not wander around. It's pitiful, but the ugly duckling is not really an ugly duckling, but a white swan, so your uncle will be fine, only." Then did Lin Fei feel relieved, but he still didn't say anything. He promised Ji Liu that he wouldn't say anything, so he wouldn't say a word about it. His hints were just hints. Lin Luoqing could guess, but he wouldn't say anything. However, "Ji Yuxiao will be fine, that's fine. It's time for me to take a shower," Lin Fei said awkwardly. Lin Luoqing immediately picked him up. "Okay, uncle will wash you. Wash you so that you become a little white swan." Lin Fei, he doesn't want to be a little swan, he wants to be a little tiger, and then grow up to be a dragon, Lin Fei thought proudly. Lin Luoqing carried him into the bathroom. Chapter 137. After bathing Lin Fei, Lin Luoqing went to the next bedroom to help Ji Liu take a bath. When Ji Liu heard that the two of them secretly took a bath without him, she pursed her lips for a while, humming to him aggrievedly. Lin Luoqing coaxed him for a long time before coaxing him well, making him believe that he wanted to be alone with both of them for a while. "Don't you want to be alone with me for a while?" he asked Ji Liu. Only then did Ji Liu stop the little pig humming, and nodded obediently. "I think so, really." Lin Luoqing blinked at him. "Me too, I also want to be alone with you for a while." Ji Liu stopped poking her lips, and leaned towards his upper body with a smile, soaking Lin Luoqing's body in water. "Little villain." Lin Luo counted his forehead. "Daddy's clothes are all wet." Ji Liu smiled, hugged him and acted like a baby. After taking a shower, Lin Luoqing's pajamas were almost wet. He went back to his room and changed into his pajamas before walking to the bed. Seeing that he had to change into pajamas before going to bed, Ji Yuxiao looked at him with raised eyebrows. "What? You want to seduce me, Lin Luoqing?" Lin Luoqing moved closer to him, a little closer to his ear. Ji Yuxiao hugged his waist, and was about to kiss him, when Lin Luoqing was caught off guard in his ear. "Tempting you, your son wet my clothes." Gone. Ji Yuxiao laughed. "Then you should let him wash your clothes and educate him." "Forget it." Lin Luoqing couldn't bear it. "He's just a child. This is a real kid." Ji Yuxiao was still smiling. He was looking at Lin Luoqing upstairs, looked down at him from the side, pressed his lips close to his lips, and said seductively, "Your dad is paid by your father. He wet your clothes, so why don't you wet him? Dad's clothes, as compensation." "Lin Luoqing?" Question mark. Lin Luoqing looked at him suspiciously. Ji Yuxiao leaned close to his ear and said softly, "Would you like to take a bath for me too, Lin Luoqing?" Lin Luoqing raised the end of her eyes in surprise. Ji Yuxiao looked innocent, but blinked at him ambiguously, pure and seductive. Lin Luoqing was distracted for a moment. "Wash it, just wash it." Ji Yuxiao smiled lightly, and was about to get out of bed, but was picked up by Lin Luoqing. "Ji Yuxiao." Lin Luoqing grinned. "I'll carry you in two, same as fee for Izaoyu." Ji Yuxiao decided to give him time to be crazy now. Anyway, he should cry soon. He reached out to lift Lin Luoqing's forehead, and then stroked down his cheeks. His beautiful face was full of tenderness, and his voice was soft, as if the feather tail of a phoenix brushed over his heart. "Okay, Lin." Luoqing couldn't help her heartbeat speeding up. Secretly thinking that he can really seduce people, he snorted angrily, stopped looking at the person in his arms, and carried him into the bathroom. Not long after, there was a low crying sound coming from the bathroom. The voice was curling, soft and hazy, accompanied by intermittent panting sounds, like a corner of spring that was glimpsed unintentionally. Lin Luoqing was bullied for a long time before she finally found peace. Ji Yuxiao hugged him, kissed his red eyes, then kissed his face, and finally kissed him lingeringly. Lin Luoqing leaned against him, enjoying the tenderness. After the incident, Ji Yuxiao saw that he didn't remember much, so he didn't move. After all, the water in the bathtub was very warm, and it was comfortable for the two of them to soak in it. He held Lin Luoqing in his arms, and kissed him while splashing water to help him wash. Lin Luoqing obediently let him kiss, put her arms around him, clingy and obedient. It was not until Ji Yuxiao washed him clean that Lin Luoqing finally got away from him, stood up and got out of the bathtub. He helped Ji Yuxiao wipe off the water on his body, stretched out his hand and said, "I'll carry you back, Ji Yuxiao." Ji Yuxiao really couldn't accept that he was a driver, and he had to be taken back by the car he had just driven, so he said very face-savingly, "I can do it myself." Lin Luoqing couldn't laugh or cry, and was afraid that he would be embarrassed, so she had to go out and help him push the wheelchair in. "Then I'll wait for you outside." Ji Yuxiao nodded, looked at his legs after he left, and it was time for him to go for a re-examination. "I don't know if he will improve a bit. If not this time, when will it be?" He also wanted to hold Lin Luoqing to take a bath after. When Kun finished, he also wanted to suddenly appear in front of Lin Luoqing and hug him, who was running away, and he also wanted to walk back slowly under the moonlight on his back when the two of them were strolling under the shade of the forest family. He wanted to do so much, but he couldn't do anything. Ji Yuxiao sighed, and silently moved himself onto the wheelchair. Lin Luoqing came out of the bathroom, dried her hair, and was blowing when she heard the sound of Ji Yuxiao's wheelchair. He looked at Ji Yuxiao and thought of Lin Fei and the hint that Lin Fei wanted to convey to him. Lin Luoqing had already vaguely guessed that the relationship between Ji Yuxiao and his father was not good, and he even suspected that Ji Yuling's death was related to Ji's father, but he quickly overturned it. There is no need. Ji Yuling is Ji's father's own son, and he is also the most suitable person to inherit Ji's family among all the people. He doesn't need to let Ji Yuling have an accident. What's more, on New Year's Eve, when he mentioned Ji Yuling's longing and sadness, it didn't seem fake. However, no matter what he guessed or thought about, he never expected that Father Ji didn't like Ji Yuxiao. Why? After all, he is also Ji's father's own son, just because he married him, and he gave him starlight, because of his slump on the surface. Lin Luoqing couldn't figure it out, but why would Lin Fei or Ji Liu know? During the 2 days when they went home together for the new year, what happened? Did they see it with their own eyes or hear it with their own ears? In other words, it's not that I don't like it. It's just that I don't like it that much. Children often have no way to express the true meaning of things. If Ji's father expresses that he doesn't like Ji Yuxiao that much, or doesn't care about Ji Yuxiao that much, then it must fall into Ji Liu's eyes. It was he who didn't like his uncle. What did he do? Ji Yuxiao pushed the wheelchair to Lin Luoqing's side, took the hairdryer in his hand, and helped him dry his hair. What are you thinking? He asked. Lin Luoqing turned to look at him, feeling a little uncomfortable, not knowing how to speak. How should I say it? Even though he and his father had quarreled so many times, even though he might not respect and love his father that much anymore, he would still show such a sad look after returning home on New Year's Eve. Tell him at this time, your father may not like you that much, you'd better be careful of him. How painful will Ji Yuxiao be? It was so cruel. Lin Luoqing couldn't say it, but don't say it. What if something happens to Ji Yuxiao? He originally left this year in the book. Maybe it was because he didn't guard against his father, so he was caught off guard and died young. He can't let him have something like this happen again this time. He definitely can't let Ji Yuxiao left him and the children. Lin Luoqing made up his mind suddenly. Maybe this matter is cruel and painful, but living is the most important thing. People have hope when they live, and they can accept other warmth and have new expectations. Therefore, he must know. Xiao, let me tell you something. Lin Luoqing said softly, but don't feel too uncomfortable, okay? Ji Yuxiao was puzzled. What's the matter, Lin? Luoqing looked at him, trying to organize his words. Fei came to see you today, not just to borrow books from you. He looked into Ji Yuxiao's eyes, and said in a clear tone, he came to remind you. The ugly duckling is you, and the mother duck is your father. The mother duck doesn't like ugly ducklings, and your father doesn't like you that much either. Ji Yuxiao was stunned. He stared at Lin Luoqing, and all the movements of his hands stopped. Lin Luoqing leaned over and hugged him tightly. Her voice was gentle and warm. Xiao and Fei must have seen or heard something, so they both know about it, but Xiao is afraid that you will be sad, so he doesn't allow Fei to tell you, and Fei is afraid that you don't know anything, so you don't know anything about it. I was not prepared, so I wanted to hint at you tactfully, but you didn't think too much, and he agreed to Xiao, so I didn't say it clearly. I know Fei better than you, so I know it's impossible for him to lose the book. I asked him, and he didn't say anything, but he didn't refute anything, so, Lin Luoqing felt uncomfortable. He hugged the person in his arms tightly, and said in a difficult tone, so, you know, it's good to have an idea in your heart, so that you won't suffer any harm because of him in the future. He looked up at Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao's eyes were dark and oppressive and desolate like black clouds pressing down on a city. Lin Luoqing pressed his forehead and kissed his face. Fei and Xiao, you are still young, and it is not ruled out that they misunderstood what they heard or saw. Actually, you can talk to your father. Before he finished speaking, Ji Yuxiao held him in his arms. No need. Ji Yuxiao's voice was calm. He said, that's not necessary anymore. In fact, he already had this feeling, from the time he pretended to give up on himself, from the time his father asked him for his brother's shares. He had lied for so long, as if he had never seen his father clearly, until after the car accident, he slowly revealed his true colors. Of course he doesn't like him, otherwise, how could he not even give him half a year to give up on himself? Otherwise, how could he want to compete with him for his brother's legacy? Ji Yuxiao had never understood why he wanted to fight with himself for his brother's inheritance. Was it because he was unwilling to let his son leave everything to his other son? But his brother has made it very clear that he is only protecting his wife and children. Then why is he still fighting with him? In the end, these inheritances will return to Ji Liu's hands, and they will still belong to Ji Liu, just like when his brother was there. So why is he arguing for it? Later, as he found out more and more things, he became more and more aware he just didn't expect that he would make such young children as Ji Liu and Lin Fei realize that he didn't like him. Ji Yuxiao felt sad, powerless and ridiculously sad. He remembered Lin Fei asking him, do your parents like you? He said he liked it in order to make Lin Fei's world pure and beautiful, but Lin Fei knew it a long time ago, and his children knew it a long time ago. He was not liked. His father didn't like him that much. How could he let his own children know about this? Every time, Ji Yuxiao felt that his father had done enough to make him disappointed and sad, but later, he would find that there was something more disappointing and sad waiting for him. What did his father think of the two brothers? Is he really a father? Ji Yuxiao suddenly felt that as a son, he had failed too much, especially for making his own children realize this. Feeling the sadness on his body, Lin Luoqing turned her head and kissed his side face. It's okay, you still have us. He said softly. I'm fine. Fei and Xiao, you are fine too. We all like you. So does your brother, and so do your friends. You still have many people who like you. It's not that the ugly duckling is bad, it's that the mother duck is bad. You are the most beautiful swan, prettier than other little animals. Ji Yuxiao hugged him for a long time before he slightly distanced himself and kissed the corner of Lin Luoqing's lips. Lin Luoqing immediately hugged him, kissed his lips, and kept kissing him. Ji Yuxiao was amused by his unstructured kiss. I'm fine, he said softly. Lin Luoqing didn't believe it. He obviously looked very uncomfortable. Really? Ji Yuxiao nodded. I actually felt this way before, so it's not surprising. I just didn't expect to let Xiao and Fei know that my father is not liked, which is a bit bad. That's not your problem, it's your father's problem. Ji Yuxiao hugged him and didn't speak. Lin Luoqing leaned into his arms and kissed his chin. Seeing that he still didn't speak, she kept kissing him intermittently. Ji Yuxiao laughed, lowered her head and kissed him when he was about to kiss again. You are a kissing fish, dear. Aren't you tired, kissing? You won't make you tired. Lin Luoqing didn't hesitate. Ji Yuxiao smiled and hugged him tightly. Don't worry, I don't feel bad. I still have you and Xiao Fei, so I have nothing to feel bad about. Everything will pass, and what has passed will become a fond memory. Sooner or later it will pass. Ji Yuxiao kissed Lin Luoqing again, and continued to blow dry his hair. The wind outside the window is swaying, and the heart is sad inside the window. The next morning, Lin Luoqing asked for leave and didn't go to the company, but went to the hospital with Ji Yuxiao. It's time for a review again, and I don't know if Ji Yuxiao's legs are any better now. Wei Jun sat at the door and accompanied him. After waiting for a long time, Ji Yuxiao did not come out. He wondered, why are you so slow today? Maybe there are more inspections. Lin Luoqing guessed Wei Jun was very anxious, kept looking towards the door, and even sneaked a few steps closer, peeking inside Lin Luoqing. Alice. Wei Jun sighed, and began to pace in front of Lin Luoqing. Why has it been so long, and it's not over yet? I'm really anxious to death. His legs walked back and forth, dangling in front of Lin Luoqing's eyes. Lin Luoqing looked at it, and always felt that he was not Ji Yuxiao who was waiting for the review, but Ji Yuxiao who was waiting for the mother. If the door opens for a while, Wei Jun rushes forward and asks, did you give birth? Did you give birth? A boy or a girl? He is really not surprised at all. Chapter 138. After a while, Ji Yuxiao was finally pushed out by the nurse. Wei Jun rushed over immediately. How is it, Lin Luoqing silently added in her heart, boy or girl, it's okay. Ji Yuxiao said calmly. Why is it taking so long today? A few more checks were done. Ji Yuxiao still had that indifferent look. Hearing what he said, Wei Jun was relieved. It's fine. I'm afraid your condition will get worse. Ji Yuxiao raised her eyes to look at him. How do you talk, Wei Jun laughed. Okay, the inspection is over now. I invite you to have dinner with sister-in-law. Let's go. Ji Yuxiao looked at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing was looking at him, and when he saw him looking over, he smiled slightly. Gentle and beautiful. Ji Yuxiao also laughed. Let's go. Let's eat. It wasn't until after the meal that Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao got into the car that he asked, why did you suddenly do a few more checks this time? Is there something uncomfortable? It's a little bit. Ji Yuxiao nodded. Lin Luoqing was surprised, grabbed Ji Yuxiao's arm instantly, and asked with concern, where? How could this be? Are you too tired recently? As he spoke, he looked at Ji Yuxiao's legs, looking anxious and at a loss. Did the doctor tell the family members what to do? Can I do something? Ji Yuxiao looked at his anxious and worried appearance, and hugged him into his arms. You will be the same as before, then. What's the matter? What if you get worse? Isn't that a good thing, Lin Luoqing? Lin Luoqing deeply doubted that not only his legs were injured, but also his brain is not very good? Otherwise, how could you say such a thing? Do you have any plans that I don't know about? He asked. Ji Yuxiao was amused by the suspicion in his eyes and the expression of are you okay? I can feel uncomfortable. Isn't this a good thing? A good thing? Lin Luoqing was puzzled. Is this still a good thing? Otherwise? It's not a good thing if you don't feel it. Lin Luoqing opened his mouth to refute, but suddenly realized something and stopped, looking at him in surprise. You? He looked at Ji Yuxiao. Unbelievable, what did he just say? Can't feel it. So, you have feelings. Ji Yuxiao raised his index finger and pressed it on his lips. Hush, a little bit, very slight. If the doctor hadn't been careful, I wouldn't have noticed. His voice was very soft, and so was the smile on his face. Doesn't that mean? Lin Luoqing was pleasantly surprised. Ji Yuxiao nodded with a smile. So you don't have to worry, you just need to be the same as before. Lin Luoqing was so overjoyed that she could hardly restrain the smile on her face. Great. Great. He has a feeling, although it is only a little bit, very slight, but it is a good thing to have a feeling, and if he has a feeling, there is hope for standing up again. He raised his head in surprise and kissed Ji Yuxiao's face. His eyes sparkled. Great, great, this is really great. After finishing speaking, Lin Luoqing hugged him and leaned into his arms. He was so happy, his whole body was filled with obvious joy. Ji Yuxiao was infected by his joy, and couldn't help feeling a little more happy, although he was pleasantly surprised when he heard the doctor say that in the hospital just now. But now, looking at the excitement in Lin Luoqing's eyes, he only felt that joy stretched all the way to the bottom of his heart. He finally had a chance to stand up and hug his lover. But we can't tell anyone else about this, Ji Yuxiao whispered, including Wu Zhenyan and the others. Yet, Lin Luoqing nodded. Don't worry, I know, I'm sure I won't tell anyone. I know. Ji Yuxiao kissed him on the forehead. His King has always been a very smart person, never talking too much, just standing by his side, accompanying him, trusting him and supporting him. Ji Yuxiao silently hugged the person in his arms. Whether it was a good thing or not, when things got bad to a certain extent, it would naturally not get worse, so luck should favor him to some extent. He smiled slowly. Today is really a good day. Seeing the two of them coming back, Ji Liu immediately ran up to them and asked concerned, Dad, are you feeling better? He actually remembers every time Ji Yuxiao went to see a doctor. He would ask Ji Yuxiao every time he came back, and every time Ji Yuxiao would comfort him and say he was better. Ji Liu didn't know if he believed it or not. Later, but he will laugh happily when he hears it. This time, it was rare for Ji Yuxiao not to comfort him, but to tell him sincerely, it's better. Ji Liu laughed again. No one would believe children's words, just like everyone thought adults would comfort and perfunctory children, so Ji Yuxiao didn't have to hide it from him, because no one would believe it. Even Ji Liu himself was afraid of Lin Luoqing. Spent the whole morning with Ji Yuxiao, and was also tired now. After sending Ji Yuxiao to the study, he went back to his bedroom to rest. He slept for a while before waking up in a daze, and suddenly remembered that Ji Yuxiao's legs were getting better, so he sat on the bed and laughed while smiling. The phone rang. Lin Luoqing looked down and saw that it was Chen Feng's call. He was in a good mood, so he picked it up. Hello. As soon as Chen Feng heard his voice, he became angry. Luoqing, what tricks are you trying to play? You are married to Ji Yuxiao now, and you are both the general manager of Xingai. Why are you still thinking about the Lin family? Shares? Can't you be content? Lin Luoqing lazily said, it's not that I want it. The main reason is that my father said that he likes me and cares about him. Yu Xiao thinks that if he likes me and cares about me, he should give me shares. This is not what I said I want. Then go and persuade Ji Yuxiao to let him stop meddling with our family's affairs. I persuaded him, and he said it's okay. Since we don't get involved, we shouldn't have any contact with him. Chen Feng sneered. Lin Luoqing, don't forget that you were able to marry Ji Yuxiao because of the connection between me and Luoqing. It's fine if you don't appreciate us both for repaying us, and you want to grab shares. Are you still a person? If you do this again, I will tell Ji Yuxiao why you married him. Why did you ask me for 3 million before getting married? Lin Luoqing sighed softly. Then you'd better discuss it with your father first. I'm afraid that my father will find out and be angry with you. You've learned to threaten me with your father, haven't you? Okay, Lin Luoqing, you've made up your mind to take the shares of the Lin family, right? It's not that I want it, it's Yu Xiao who thinks I should have it. Auntie, why don't you understand? Okay, good Lin Luoqing, just wait. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone. She sat on the bed. Her heart was full of anger, but Father Lin came to look for her again at this time. I've thought about it. Let's take out half of Luoqing's shares to Luoqing, so that we can continue to communicate with Luoqing. Yuxiao can also help us match up with other companies, and the star that Luoqing is currently in Yi, we can also use their stars. It's not a loss, so let's do it. No. Chen Feng refused. I told you, Xiaojing's shares belong to Xiaojing, you can't move it. Then, do you want me to give my shares to Luoqing? Is this appropriate? I don't care, just use Xiaojing's. Aren't you afraid that Xiaojing will feel uncomfortable? Chen Feng stood up and asked him in a loud voice. Father Lin didn't care, the company will also give it to him in the future. I'm developing the company better now. Isn't this more beneficial to him? Doesn't he even understand this? Chen Feng firmly disagrees. After so many years, he finally managed to marry into the Lin family, and kicked out Lin Luoqing, Lin Luoqing, the children born to his first spouse, so she didn't want to give Lin Luoqing, Lin Luoqing any benefit, otherwise, she isn't your efforts in vain? Exclamation mark. Everything in the Lin family belongs to her and her son, so why does Lin Luoqing? I don't agree. If you are like this, then I will go to Ji Yuxiao and tell him why Lin Luoqing married him, and tell him that Lin Luoqing took 3 million from me to marry him for money. How dare you? Father Lin was furious. If you dare, try it, and then I will give Luoqing all the shares in Xiaojing. I'm not dead yet, I still have the final say on this family. What right do you have to say this here, father? Lin looked at the woman in front of him, and said disappointedly, how did you become like this? You were not like this before. You were obviously very gentle before, but now you are like Yongxin, Chiu. Yongxin, that is, Father Lin's first wife, Lin Luoqing and Lin Luoqing's mother. Hearing what he said, Chen Feng didn't dare to say anything for a moment. She still needs to rely on Father Lin now, so she naturally can't borrow him. Why not? He would cheat on her just like cheating on Chiu Yongxin. Her tears fell quickly. I feel sorry for my son. Don't be angry, I'll think about it again, father. Lin gave her a disgusted look, and left her saying then you should think about it carefully. Anyway, I have made up my mind, and left with his sleeves shaken. Chen Feng watched him go, and then sat on the bed again. Her hands were clutching the sheets, her heart was full of anger. It was all Lin Luoqing's fault, it was all his fault. If it wasn't for him, how could things have developed to this point? Since when did Lin Luoqing seem to have changed into a different person? He was no longer stupid and reckless, and he was no longer unreasonable, but carefully calculated, step by step, invading the home that had driven him out a long time ago. Chen Feng thought about meeting Lin Luoqing these few times, and finally remembered the time she went to persuade Lin Luoqing. It seemed that from that time on, he was no longer the person she was familiar with. He has changed too much, even his relationship with Lin Fei has changed. She remembered that at the very beginning, Lin Luoqing didn't like Lin Fei. She went to him once and saw that Lin Fei had some obvious injuries, but the last time they met, he showed great concern for Lin Fei. Jing also told him that he was buying clothes for Lin Fei and Ji Liu when he met them in the mall. Why is this? Chen Feng didn't understand. Why did he become nice to Lin Fei even if he became shrewd? Is it because of Ji Liu? Because Ji Yuxiao's family also has a child? He can't abuse Lin Fei, lest Ji Liu be afraid of him. Or is it because Ji Liu likes Lin Fei, so in order to please Ji Liu, he also treats Lin Fei nicely? In this way, Lin Fei is equivalent to a bridge between him and Ji Liu. Chen Feng remembered that day when Ji Liu and Lin Fei came to his house together. Lin Fei didn't eat anything, Ji Liu didn't eat either, and hugged Lin Fei's arm and called him brother affectionately. He should like Lin Fei. So what if he knew that the brother he liked was abused by Lin Luoqing, or the brother he likes left him because he was abused by Lin Luoqing? Then he must hate Lin Luoqing very much, right? He is the person Ji Yuxiao protects with his life, and he is also a child. Once there's a conflict between him and Lin Luoqing, Ji Yuxiao will definitely choose his son and give up Lin Luoqing. At that time, Lin Luoqing will no longer have the support of Ji Yuxiao, and naturally he will no longer be favored by Lin's father. Thinking of this, Chen Feng sneered. There are some things that she doesn't want to find out. After all, it has nothing to do with her, so she doesn't care about it. But since Lin Luoqing is unkind, don't blame her for being unrighteous. It's time for him to suffer. Otherwise, in his recent days, it must have been too comfortable. Since Lin Luoqing doesn't want her to live a good life, then she doesn't need to let Lin Luoqing live a good life. Chen Feng opened the drawer, searched and searched in the box in the drawer, and finally found a photo. There is a man and a woman in the photo. The man looks pretty good, and the woman is even more beautiful. If you look closely, you will find that the woman is none other than Lin Luoqing. Chen Feng flipped the photo gently, and there was a string of numbers behind it. She saved the numbers in the phone and put the photo back into the box. Lin Luoqing hung up Chen Feng's phone, went to find Ji Yuxiao, and sat with him in the study. He was reading the script that Wu Zhenyun had sent to him when it suddenly snowed. Lin Luoqing stood up and walked to the French window, and looked out of the window. After a while, he saw Ji Leyu and Lin Fei in the yard. Ji Leyu was wearing a bear jacket, which was fluffy, smart and cute. Lin Fei was wearing a short black down jacket, which looked cool. It's snowing, it's really snowing. Ji Leyu said pleasantly. Lin Fei responded lightly, yes, then. We can build a snowman. Ji Leyu said happily. Lin Fei looked at the ground that had just been soaked. Wait a while, yes. Ji Leyu was obviously very happy, and reached out to catch the snowflakes in the sky, but as soon as the snowflakes fell into his hands, they turned into snow water and disappeared. He continued to play for a while. His hands and neck were a little cold, and then he went to Lin Fei, let's go back, feeling the coldness of his palms. Lin Fei didn't say anything, but thought that when he came out to build a snowman later, he had to wear gloves. But Ji Leyu was a little surprised. Brother, your hands are so warm, he said. He simply put the other hand on his. Nguyen. Lin Fei had no choice but to take his two hands, put them in his hands, sighed at his palms, and rubbed them together. Remember to wear gloves next time. Oh. Ji Leyu obediently replied. Lin Luoqing stood in front of the window of the study and looked at it, feeling the tranquility of the years. After a while the snow will thicken. Let's take Fei and Xiao to play in the yard for a while, okay? Ji Yuxiao didn't refuse. The four of us can just build a snowman and have a snowball fight together. Lin Luoqing smiled, and after he finished speaking, he realized something and added, if you have a snowball fight, I will protect you. Ji Yuxiao, perhaps you can learn what snow drifting is. Lin Luoqing? Then. I'm looking forward to it. You will see it soon. Ji Yuxiao said confidently. Chapter 139. 139. One dinner time. A thick layer of snow had already fallen in the yard. Ji Leyu was watching from the window, and happily turned back to Lin Luoqing and shouted, Dad, I want to build a snowman, okay? Lin Luoqing agreed. He put scarves and gloves on Ji Leyu and Lin Fei, and then pushed Ji Yuxiao and accompanied the two babies to the yard. Ji Leyu actively took the snow from the branches and leaves, made a small snowball, and pulled Lin Fei to start rolling the snowball. Lin Luoqing helped them, and Ji Yuxiao broke off two branches to give to the snowman. It was getting dark, and the lights in the yard were turned on, as bright as day, reflecting the glistening white snow, shining brightly. Ji Leyu kept making two round snowballs before he finally finished the snowman's body and head. He picked up small stones for the snowman's eyes, and inserted the branches. He clapped his hands and looked at it. His heart was full of joy. Okay. Lin Luoqing said to him, it's not good. Ji Leyu said in a childish voice, this is Snowman's father, Snowman's mother and Snowman's baby. Lin Luoqing laughed. You want to build 3 snowmen? 4. Ji Leyu stretched out his hand to make a 4, then pointed to him, Lin Fei, and Ji Yuxiao and counted, 1, 2, 3, he counted himself one last time and smiled. 4, Lin Luoqing understood, you are a family that wants to make a snowman. Ji Leyu nodded, and after finishing speaking, went to snowball again. Lin Luoqing felt that he was quite caring, so she continued to play snowballs and build a snowman with him. It took a few people a while to finally make 4 snowmen. Ji Leyu took scarves and hats from the house, and put scarves on the 2 big snowmen, and hats on the 2 small ones. Dad, brother, and me. He pointed to the 4 snowmen in front of him and said softly, full of satisfaction. Lin Luoqing couldn't help laughing, and touched his head, thinking how cute it was. Even the tough and ruthless villains have innocent and lovely childhood. I want to take a family portrait for the snowman family. Ji Leyu looked up at him. Okay. Lin Luoqing took out his phone and took several photos for him. After the shooting, he called Mrs. Zhang out again, and took a few group photos for them and the snowman family. Looking at the group photo, Ji Leyu couldn't close her mouth in joy, tapped her little hands back and forth, and finally looked at the snowman in front of her with a smile, and tilted her head to look at it. The courtyard of Ji Yuxiao Villa is very large, and there are 4 snowmen piled up in the front yard. Lin Luoqing was afraid that they would be hit during a snowball fight, and Ji Leyu might feel uncomfortable, so he took Ji Leyu and Lin Fei to the backyard for a snowball fight. They were naturally divided into groups. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao were in a group, Lin Fei and Ji Leyu were in a group. Ji Yuxiao threw a snowball at Ji Leyu without hesitation, Ji Liu quickly hid after that, start hitting Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing originally wanted to protect Ji Yuxiao, but it turned out that Ji Yuxiao was playing with a wheelchair as if he was playing a racing car. He was so handsome, and the two babies didn't hide him much. After fighting for a long time Lin Luoqing silently joined the baby camp and fought Ji Yuxiao with Lin Fei and Ji Liu. Ji Yuxiao was shocked. "Why do you still betray, Lin Luoqing?" "Hey," he smiled, and threw the snowball in his hand. Ji Yuxiao quickly bent down to hide. One night, the yard was full of laughter, and the white snow was full of messy footprints and traces of wheels. It wasn't until Ji Yuxiao couldn't bear it anymore that he raised his hand and surrendered. The snowball fight ended. Ji Liu had a great time playing, and Lin Fei also had a rare smile on his face seeing that they were having fun. Lin Luoqing was also happy, and took them home to prepare for a hot bubble bath, so as not to let the two babies freeze. When Lin Fei followed Lin Luoqing back, he saw the 4 snowmen in the front yard still standing neatly. 2 big snowmen stood on both sides, and the snowman baby stood in the middle. There was heavy snow, and a thin layer of snow fell on the heads of the snowman fathers without hats, and their heads became bigger. Lin Fei thought for a while, and took 2 umbrellas out of the drawer. After returning to his room, he piled a snow pier behind the snowman father that could insert an umbrella, and then inserted the umbrella into it. The blue umbrella instantly covered the falling snowflakes. From a distance, it looked like a small house protecting the snowman family. Lin Fei was satisfied. He helped Father Snowman pat off the floating snow on his head and went back to the house. Lin Luoqing was letting Ji Liu take a bath to warm up. When he saw him coming back, he quickly grabbed him. "You take a bath too? You're not cold?" Lin Fei shook his head. "Where did you go just now? How did you find you in your room? Are you not here?" Lin Luoqing was curious. "I'm going to deliver an umbrella to Father Snowman," Lin Fei said calmly. Lin Luoqing, "Huh? Otherwise, Snowman's father will become a big fat man when he wakes up tomorrow morning." Lin Fei explained. Lin Luoqing couldn't help but feel that the children's world was really simple, and she was worried that the snow would become heavier and the snowman would become fatter. "It's so cute. We Fifi are really considerate little ones, and I thank you on behalf of Snowman's father." He laughed. Lin Fei didn't speak. He actually knew that the snowman didn't feel anything, but it was probably because Ji Liu insisted on making 4, and they were all 2 fathers and 2 babies. That's why he felt like their family. "Give Snowman Dad 2 umbrellas." "A little silly," Lin Fixin said, so he didn't really want to respond to this sentence. Lin Luoqing has always been used to him not talking, and he didn't care when he didn't respond, so he just said, "Go and take a bath with Xianyu. He's still waiting for you." Lin Fei nodded and followed him to Ji Liu's bedroom. It wasn't until Lin Luoqing went downstairs after bathing Ji Liu and Lin Fei that he saw the snowman's family protected by an umbrella in the yard. The umbrellas are very big, probably the 2 biggest umbrellas in Lin Fei's house. One is on the left and the other is on the right. They are inserted behind the snowman, protecting the chubby snowman's family. From a distance, it looks like they are holding umbrellas, enjoying this pure white world together. His nonsense is really gentle. Lin Luoqing picked up his phone and took a few more photos of the snowman family in front of him before walking back. It was late at night. He turned off the light, and the snowman family also snuggled together and fell asleep early. The next morning, Ji Liu went to see the snowman in the yard as soon as he got up. When he found that the snow was still falling and the snowman was still there, he happily picked several flowers to decorate the snowman. Lin Luoqing was going to work, and touched his head. "I'll play with you when Dad comes back at night." "Well, goodbye, Dad." Ji Liu waved at him. Lin Luoqing also waved at him and got into the car with Qin Meng's help. The company's affairs were proceeding step by step, and Lin Luoqing, the general manager, had nothing to worry about, so Wu Zhenyun began to help him choose scripts again. In the past few days, he just heard the wind that Director Li's next play is about to start, and the 3rd male lead in the play has not yet been decided, so he specifically inquired about it, and talked about this play with Lin Luoqing. Director Li's box office has always been good. If you can play the role of the 3rd male lead, you can also make a face in front of the audience and increase everyone's impression of you. Moreover, Director Li's films usually have big male leads, so you can get along well. Can be regarded as a kind of network. The only shortcoming is that Director Li's films are mostly comedies. This is your first film. I am very hesitant to let you appear in front of everyone with this image. You can try it. Lin Luoqing did not object. Let's take a look at the script. If the script is good, I have no objections. The actors themselves serve the characters, not to mention that comedy will invisibly shorten the distance with the audience and make the audience more comfortable. I like you, so I don't reject comedy, then. I'll send you the script first. The film is said to be an open audition, but I don't know if there is an official decision. After all, the competition for director Li's film is quite fierce. You should watch it first. It is good. Lin Luoqing opened the email and looked at it. Probably because he is not an official actor, the content of the script given is also very simple. In general, it is a funny adventure story of two uncles and a teenager. The role he needs to compete for here, that is, the male number 3 in this movie, is a genius boy with a cold and mechanical mind, a serious obsession with cleanliness, a high IQ and a low EQ. This role is set at the age of 17 or 18, so the actor must not be very old, but at the same time, the actor's acting skills are required to be appropriate, otherwise it will be easy to pretend to be greasy and embarrassing. Funny and embarrassing are always just for a moment, so it is not difficult to choose a person at this age who can fully control this kind of acting skills. Lin Luoqing was somewhat interested in this person, and checked director Li's previous works on the internet. Most of them had a high box office, and the reviews were not bad. He can be regarded as a very stable director of commercial films. The advantage of this kind of director is that if you shoot his film, the rising tide will increase his box office, which will naturally increase your commercial value. The disadvantage is that because he is a mature director of commercial films, he is interested in the box office, so he chooses. When you are an actor, it is impossible to only look at your acting skills and also consider your box office appeal. Lin Luoqing is very confident in his acting skills, but he is not popular yet, and he is not well known, so the box office appeal is obviously at a disadvantage. Therefore, director Li may not choose him. However, you can still audition first. Lin Luoqing said, if the opportunity is in front of you, you still have to fight for it. It's not just me, let Su Tong try it too. His popularity is high and his image is good. Maybe director Li will be even better. If I like him, the fat in water will not flow into the field of outsiders. Even if I can't get it, it's good for Su Tong to get it. Woo. Zanian, or it's different to be a leader. This level of thought is obviously higher than that of ordinary actor managers. Okay, if you want, of course I have no objection. And I have inquired about it before. There should be no such thing as one male lead and two male leads in this drama. The purpose is to invite first-line celebrities for both of them, so if you can win, no matter what the box office is, you will definitely be able to make a lot of faces. But also because of this, there will definitely be a lot of actors auditioning for the third male role. I will try my best to help you, but you have to be mentally prepared. By the way, let Su Tong also be mentally prepared. Well, I know. Lin Luoqing responded. He hung up the phone, read director Li's script again, and then contacted Su Tong to inform him of the news. Su Tong didn't expect that he was really generous, and such a good resource would always miss him. I see, thank you. If I win it, then I will treat you to dinner. Then go for it. Come on, too. Su Tong said helplessly. You should think more about yourself. Lin Luoqing smiled. If you make money, then I make it differently, so no matter you or I get it, I'm very happy. I'm afraid that if neither of us can do it, then I should cry. Shut up, crow mouth. Okay, okay. Lin Luoqing pooed 3 times. Then you read the script. I won't bother you anymore. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone and went to read other scripts. When Lin Luoqing was about to read the script and was about to go home after get off work, he realized that the snow had stopped and someone had already started sweeping the snow on the road. He suddenly thought of their snowman family, and wondered if they had melted. If they all melted, Ji Liu and Lin Fei would be sorry when he got home. He subconsciously looked towards the yard. The snowman's family had begun to shrink, and thin snow water oozed from under his body, like snowman's tears. Lin Luoqing suddenly felt a little sad. There are always some beautiful things in this world that I want to keep but can't, like life, like a snowman. I hope that Lin Fei and Ji Liu will feel less uncomfortable after seeing it. When Ji Liu went downstairs to eat, he came out to look at the little snowman in the yard, and saw that the snowman family who were round before had begun to melt, and they were no longer round, not the appearance he remembered at the beginning. Ji Liu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He stood in front of the courtyard and looked at it quietly for a while before returning to the room with his eyes down for dinner as he expected. When the sun came out the next day, The snowman family disappeared completely. There are only umbrellas and scarves and hats lying in the yard to prove that they have been there. Mrs. Zhang picked up the things and washed them clean and gave them to him. Ji Liu looked at the hat in his hand. It was still very new. The red hat was specially picked out by him for the little snowman, but all of them were gone just like his old home. Ji Liu was suddenly a little nervous. He quickly ran to Lin Fei and looked at him closely without taking his eyes off. Lin Fei felt his gaze, and after a long time, he raised his head and asked him, "What's wrong?" "The snowman's family is gone," Ji Liu said softly. Lin Fei knew it a long time ago. Mrs. Zhang gave him the umbrella this morning. When he went out and saw the sky falling in the empty courtyard, he knew it. "Well," he said calmly, without looking sad. Looking at his indifferent eyebrows, Ji Liu murmured, "Will our family disappear one day?" Lin Fei didn't hear his words clearly. "What did you say?" Ji Liu just stared at him without saying anything. The snowman's family is gone, and his original home is gone. This is all he has left. "Brother, will you always be with me?" Ji Liu asked him. Lin Fei nodded. "He lives with Ji Liu, so he will always be with him, not leaving me, nor my uncle and your uncle," Lin Fei said lightly. "Yes, that's good." Ji Liu whispered. He had only one home, so they had to be together all the time. He won't leave his uncle, and his uncle and aunt won't separate when they get married, so only Lin Fei is left. Fortunately, Lin Fei said that he won't leave either, so they can be together forever. He sat beside Lin Fei, leaned against him, and silently hugged Lin Fei tightly. He must not let his family disappear again. Chapter 140. The heavy snow stopped for a week, and then it began to fall again. Lin Luoqing was still very happy seeing the snow scene, and asked Ji Liu with a smile if he wanted to build a snowman. Ji Liu refused. He didn't want to see the snowman's family disappear again, so he just took Lin Luoqing and they had a snowball fight together. It was snowing heavily, and before going to bed, Ji Yuxiao asked Lin Luoqing, "Do you have time tomorrow? I'll take you to meet my other friends, okay?" Lin Luoqing agreed. He still remembered the last time he was in Ji Yuxiao's study, when Ji Yuxiao's junior called out to see him. Is it your junior?" Ji Yuxiao nodded. "I asked you to meet and have a meal together a few years ago, but in the end there were too many things to take care of, so I had to wait till now." "It's okay." Lin Luoqing didn't mind. "Then, what should I wear tomorrow?" he said positively. "When we meet for the first time, do I have to dress better?" Hearing this, Ji Yuxiao pinched his face. "You are already good looking enough, and if you look good enough, something will happen." Lin Luoqing laughed. "All right, then I'll wear whatever I want." He said so, but still looked in the closet for a while, and finally chose a black coat. The next day was sunny. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao went out together. Ji Yuxiao's friends arrived early, and while the two of them weren't here, they discussed in a low voice for a while. "Brother Xiao has time to meet us. It's not easy." "Yeah, I heard he brought his sister-in-law here this time." Yes. "Hey, do you think Brother Xiao was the one who chased after sister-in-law or brother-in-law who chased after sister-in-law?" "It must be the sister-in-law that Brother Xiao is chasing. Otherwise, with her Brother Xiao's temper, he would not pay attention to others chasing him." "That's true. But the two of them got married really quickly. If Brother Xiao didn't have a sweet face every time he mentioned his sister-in-law, I think they should have married by agreement." "Oh, to be able to marry Brother Xiao at this time, my sister-in-law is really in love." "What do you mean by that?" "Brother Xiao, even if his legs are broken, his face is still just now, plus his talent and worth. If he goes out one stop, he will still attract countless fans, okay?" Everyone laughed as they spoke. It was in this atmosphere that Ji Yuxiao came in. With Lin Luoqing seeing the happy atmosphere in the room, he said with a smile, "What's the matter? What's the fun, laughing so happily?" "Nothing. What about you and sister-in-law?" After finishing speaking, everyone couldn't help looking at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing was standing behind Ji Yuxiao, wearing a black overcoat. It was very cold, but he was very graceful without a scarf, revealing a section of white neck, matched with his Zilin Yushu face. It was as white as jade, flawless. Everyone couldn't help being amazed, and hurriedly greeted, "Here, Brother Xiao, sit here with your sister-in-law." Lin Luoqing also pushed him and walked over. "Thank you," he said politely. "It's okay." The people around him immediately introduced themselves. "Brother Xiao and I are college classmates. Sister-in-law, you can call me Yang Ji." After he finished speaking, someone hurriedly interjected, "Sister-in-law, we two had a relationship before." Just that time, when Brother Xiao and I made a video call, you were also there. I am his junior, Zhao Cheng. Lin Luoqing nodded. Hello. He listened to everyone introducing himself one by one, and greeted each other politely. It was like you coming and going, talking happily when everyone was here. Yang Ji called the waiter and started ordering. Sister-in-law, what do you like to eat? Yang Ji asked him. You order first. Lin Luoqing was about to back down and let them order first, but Ji Yuxiao opened his mouth one step ahead of him, and directly reported the names of several dishes, and everyone immediately joked, Yo, Brother Xiao, you are quite clear. Listen, we Brother Xiao will help people order. If the people in the company who have a crush on Brother Xiao see this, they shouldn't cry on the spot. Lin Luoqing? Question mark? Lin Luoqing silently looked at Ji Yuxiao. Does your company still have a crush on you? Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao could only sigh. He looks like this, and he's worth this much? He hasn't injured his legs before. If he doesn't have a crush, it's unscientific, right? Lin Luoqing laughed. Yes, even he felt that Ji Yuxiao's conditions were too superior, let alone other people. Hey, Yang Ji knocked on the table. Everyone is still here. Why are you two starting to flirt? You abuse the dog. That's right, Brother Xiao. You usually hide at home and don't go out. Why do you abuse dogs as soon as you come out? Brother Xiao, let me ask too much? Who is chasing who between you and sister-in-law? This Lin Luoqing is familiar. Lin Luoqing did not hesitate. I chase him. I have a crush on him. Everyone was surprised. When did it happen? Lin Luoqing, it's been more than 10 years since my elementary school. Everyone. Ji Yuxiao smiled. Are you moved? Everyone, that's really touching. Everyone became interested in an instant, and asked curiously. Lin Luoqing also took out his own script, and replied to them one by one after the meal was over. Everyone at the table was also moved by his beautiful secret love. Doesn't matter if it's true or not, as long as Lin Luoqing is willing to say that, it must be true love. Everyone drank a few glasses of wine together and ate again, and then the banquet was over. Lin Luoqing drank some wine and was in a good mood, so he felt a little dizzy when he went out. He saw that it was snowing again outside, and said pleasantly, it's snowing again, like snow. Ji Yuxiao asked him. Lin Luoqing shook her head. I don't like it. Then, you still look happy, Xiao. And Fei like it. Lin Luoqing smiled. Children like snow. It's so fun in snowy days. Unlike adults, they only feel that snowy days are difficult to walk. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ji Yuxiao and said, shall I push you? Get in the car. Ji Yuxiao said, you don't think it's cold? Lin Luoqing shook her head. It's not cold. As he spoke, he went to push Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao felt that his state was not right, and asked him, are you drunk? No. Lin Luoqing refused to admit it, and pushed him forward, but his direction was obviously wrong, and it was Ji Yuxiao who reminded him that he turned around again. Ji Yuxiao sent Xiao Liu a WeChat message to ask him to leave the parking lot after posting. He looked up at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing was pushing him. He looked very good, but his steps were too cheerful. If he hadn't pushed a wheelchair, Ji Yuxiao felt that he should have jumped up. Isn't it cold? Ji Yuxiao asked him. It's not cold. Lin Luoqing looked at him. Are you cold? Ji Yuxiao shook his head. Lin Luoqing laughed. Then we are not cold. He pushed Ji Yuxiao and walked. The sky was full of snow, and it fell on his shoulders, and it fell on Ji Yuxiao's shoulders. Dreaming he was walking, but he heard Ji Yuxiao say, in the future, if someone asks me and you who chased who, you can just say that I chased you? Why? Lin Luoqing was puzzled. Otherwise, you really chased me? Ji Yuxiao said with a smile. Why not? Lin Luo cleared up confidently. I'm the one chasing you. Did you chase? I've had a crush on you for so many years. Are you secretly in love? Of course. Lin Luoqing let go of her hand and walked in front of him. He looked at him with clear and transparent eyes. I have been secretly in love with you for more than 10 years, and you don't know? What he said was straightforward and firm, and for a while, Ji Yuxiao didn't know how to refute. Lin Luoqing's mood was a little fluttering, and he felt very light. He looked at the person in front of him, slowly bent down, and kissed him on the lips. Ji Yuxiao was startled, and when he was about to kiss back, Lin Luoqing had already slumped down and lay on his lap, obediently like a little animal. I'm the one who chased you, he murmured. I've been secretly in love with you for so many years. Why isn't it considered chasing? Ji Yuxiao was confused by his words. He once again recalled the scene when Lin Luoqing said he had a crush on him for the first time. It should be a lie to him, it should not be true. Really? He asked Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing nodded while lying on his lap. Obediently, like a coquettish cat, Ji Yuxiao touched his head, not sure if he is awake or in a daze, or whether he is in a daze. He just knows, if you really have a crush on me for so long, then I will definitely feel bad. His voice was very soft, and when the wind blew, it disappeared into the air along with the white snow. A lie told 100 times becomes the truth. Lin Luoqing is already drunk, and can't tell if the lie he once told is just a lie and not the truth, or maybe, he actually hopes that the lie is the truth, just like Ji Yuxiao. He was also drunk and couldn't tell whether Lin Luoqing was telling a lie or the truth now, but he hoped that Lin Luoqing was telling a lie, otherwise, he would feel unbearable. He gently caressed Lin Luoqing's cheek, and kissed his cheek under the moonlight in the flying snow. When Lin Luoqing woke up the next morning, he still remembered that he should have accompanied Ji Yuxiao to meet his friends last night, and after that, after they finished their meal, he didn't remember so clearly. How did we get back? He asked Ji Yuxiao. Of course Xiaoli drove us back. Why? Don't I have any impression? Lin Luoqing tapped his head. Am I drunk? Probably. Ji Yuxiao looked at him. If you don't take a car at night, you insist on pushing me back. The key is to go in the opposite direction, Lin Luoqing. Ha, ha ha. He smiled awkwardly to help himself. The earth is round, and it can always come back. You still have to confess to me, saying that you have a crush on me for more than 10 years, and your love is unwavering, Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing nodded firmly. Did you see it? This is telling the truth after drinking. My love for you is so unwavering. Ji Yuxiao chuckled. Really? Let's talk about it. Which elementary school is my primary school? Lin Luoqing. I still have something to do at the company. I'll go to the company first. After Lin Luoqing finished speaking, she immediately jumped off the bed. Ji Yuxiao laughed. That's all, and you still say you have a crush on him? But now he knows, his kinking never had a crush on him, so naturally he didn't have a 10-year love, which is good. Ji Yuxiao is very happy. He doesn't need Lin Luoqing to love him so affectionately. Love too deeply. If he is alone again, he will be in pain. He doesn't want him to be in pain. He only hopes that he will be happy before meeting him, and after meeting him, he will be happier than before. That's fine. One New Year, it snowed several times intermittently. When the snow was about to fall, director Li's movie finally started to audition, and Lin Fei and Ji Li were finally going to take leave. I'm going to audition for director Li's new play the day after tomorrow, so I may have to go out for a day and let you know in advance, but I should come back in the evening. Lin Luoqing sat on the bed and said to Ji Yuxiao, okay. Ji Yuxiao agreed. I also have something to tell you about Fei and Xiao. What? Lin Luoqing was puzzled. I want Xiao and Fei to start self-defense training from the day after tomorrow. If you have no objections, I will talk to them about it tomorrow. Lin Luoqing. Huh? Self-defense training? Yes, I originally planned to let Xiao start training when he was in the first grade, but the first grade came too suddenly last semester. He suddenly skipped a grade, and he was under a lot of pressure. I was afraid that adding this, he would have felt even more tired, so I didn't let him study. Now it's the new semester, and he should study too. Since he wants to study, he must study, otherwise, wouldn't it be fair to one to another? Lin Luoqing listened and said in surprise, then they are too young? Boys always love to fight. They live and fight until they grow old. They learn to dominate early. The former school bully Ji Yuxiao said. Lin Luoqing. He finally understood why the adult Ji Liu in the book was so good at fighting. As soon as he appeared on the stage, and even almost knocked down the hero who had the aura of the hero. Good guy, it turned out to be because of you, my school bully dad. But Lin Luoqing thought about it again. Yes, with Ji Liu's personality, he couldn't beat him, and if he was caught doing something in the future, he would be beaten. So let's learn. Anyway, beating is controllable, being beaten is uncontrollable. Okay. Lin Luoqing had no objection. Then, I'll talk to them tomorrow. Ji Yuxiao said. If Xiao complains so much, don't be soft-hearted, Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing nodded. I will try my best, but who are you going to find to teach them? Lin Luoqing was very curious. Do you rich young masters have to learn this from childhood? My brother learned it, so my brother let me learn it too, so I naturally have to let his son learn it. I understand. The source is still Big Brother as expected of a Big Brother. Even if he is gone, the spirit will last forever. As for the person to teach him, you have already met him, and it is Luoqing, Lin Luoqing. Huh? Question mark? Isn't he the driver? Part-time, so. His serious job is martial arts teacher? It's also a part-time job, Lin Luoqing? Question mark? Ji Yuxiao smiled. Luoqing used to be the king of soldiers, and was injured and retired. I happened to be in this situation, so I asked him to come and help me, he explained. Xiao doesn't want me to send him to school because I'm afraid I won't feel well, but if I ask someone else to send him, I'm worried that he will be in danger. Xiao can do it, but I use it more, so just in time for Luoqing to retire and recover from his injuries, we let him come over, Lin Luoqing. I don't know how many surprises you have, and how many capable people you have around you. Lin Luoqing applauded silently, as expected of you, the villain's adoptive father. When Ji Liu and Lin Fei heard about this from Ji Yuxiao the next day, they were a bit excited beyond Ji Yuxiao's expectation. Ji Liu thought that this way he would be able to better protect his uncle and aunt in the future, while Lin Fei thought that he would be able to better protect himself in the future and his clingy uncle, innocent uncle, and brother who has no sense of morality and legal system. Just like Ji Liu, he might cause many troubles in the future. Lin Fei glanced at Ji Liu silently, and thought that he should really study hard, so as not to be caught and beaten up one day. Ji Yuxiao didn't expect that both of them would be willing, and no one complained, especially Ji Liu didn't complain. Secretly thought that he was his son, and he really had the demeanor of his back then. That's fine, then it's settled. From tomorrow onwards, you will learn from Uncle Luo, okay? Ji Liu replied. Lin Fei gave a faint hum. At night, Ji Liu was lying on Lin Fei's bed, still looking forward to it. Lin Fei said that it's okay to fight, so as long as he learns, no one can beat him, then he can take revenge on anyone. At that time, he would hide him once when he saw him, and he would never dare to beat the other party until he cried bitterly. It was very refreshing to think about it. Ji Liu was so happy that she hugged Lin Fei and fell asleep. In the early morning of the next day, Lin Luo got up early and rushed to the airport to prepare for the audition for the new role. Lin Fei and Ji Liu knew that he was busy with work, so they got into the car obediently and asked Luoqing to take him to school. As soon as Ji Liu saw Luoqing, he couldn't help staring at him, blinked his eyes curiously and asked him, "Uncle, will you be our martial arts teacher from now on?" Almost. Luoqing herself felt helpless. Who can Ji Yuxiao find to train two children? He has only trained recruits, so how can he train such a small cub? But after all, he's given a lot. Who can refuse the temptation of money? So Luoqing pinched Ji Liu's little face. Study hard, Uncle will try not to let you cry, Ji Liu. Uncle Luoqing is really confident. He thought about this all day long, and after school in the afternoon, he couldn't wait to drag Lin Fei to the outside of the classroom, wanting to learn how to beat people quickly. As a result, as soon as he reached the school gate, Ji Liu was stopped by someone. Before he could react, the man didn't look at him, but focused on Lin Fei, and said pleasantly, "Fei, are you Lin Fei?" There was indescribable excitement on his face, and he looked at Lin Fei with excited eyes. "Fei, do you know me? I am your father." Chapter 141. Ji Liu? Exclamation mark. Ji Liu raised his head in surprise, and saw an uncle he didn't know in front of him. He hurriedly went to look at Lin Fei. Lin Fei had no expression on his face. His handsome face was paralyzed with the same coldness as usual. He didn't change his expression even after hearing such shocking words, and he didn't even raise his eyes to look at him. Pulling Ji Liu to the side. Seeing this, Chen Ming quickly walked over and stopped him. "Fei, I'm really your father, and your mother's name is Lin Luoqing, right?" Lin Fei walked to the other side. Chen Ming had no choice but to stop him again. Lin Fei finally raised his eyelids reluctantly, and said in a cold voice, "You are blocking my way." Just as Chen Ming was about to speak, Luoqing had already arrived. He saw someone stopping Lin Fei and Ji Liu from a distance in the car, and immediately got out of the car vigilantly, and walked over quickly. Luoqing stretched out his hand, pushed Chen Ming aside, bent down to pick up one in each hand, and walked towards his car with a long leg. Chen Ming was caught off guard and pushed away by him. He was stunned for a moment, and when he reacted, he immediately chased after him. Luoqing stuffed the two children into the car, closed the door, and saw Chen Ming chasing after him. "I'm Chen Ming, Lin Fei's father. You are the driver hired by Lin Luoqing, right? I came to Lin Fei today to talk to him, so I hope you can let us sit down and talk alone." Sitting. Still alone? What a dream. Luo ignored him, seeing that he didn't believe it. Chen Ming handed him a business card. Luo took it and took a look. Okay, he is still the general manager of some electrical company. I don't buy electrical appliances. He put his business card in his pocket, pushed Chen Ming away and walked to the driver's seat. Chen Ming had no choice but to chase him and said, "It's not for you to buy electrical appliances, but I need to talk to my son." Luo Jia got into the car, locked the door, and started the car. Seeing that he left without saying hello, Chen Ming cursed inwardly. What the hell? Exclamation mark. As expected of the driver hired by Lin Luoqing, but just as unreliable as Lin Luoqing. When he remembered that his son was a little smaller, followed Lin Luoqing, and was abused by him, he just felt that Lin Luoqing was not a thing, and his feelings were not his son, so he didn't know how distressed he was. And Lin Luoqing, doesn't she know what kind of dog her younger brother looks like? How dare she entrust a child to him? Is she such a mother? These two siblings are unreliable. At the critical moment, you have to rely on him as your father. Alice, pity his little son, who has suffered so much. Chen Ming originally wanted to come to see Lin Fei directly, and then go to see Lin Luoqing after talking with Lin Fei, and take back Lin Luoqing's inheritance in Lin Fei's custody, but now Lin Luoqing's driver is stuck, and he and Lin Fei can't talk about it. If not, then you still have to contact Lin Luoqing first. He took out his mobile phone and looked for Lin Luoqing's phone number that Lin Luoqing had given him before, and called. As a result, a mechanical female voice came from the phone. "I'm sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Please try again later. Sorry, Chen Ming." Chen Ming had no choice but to search WeChat with this number, and sent a message to add friends. Ji Liu sat in the car, fidgeting. He looked at Lin Fei from time to time, and finally couldn't bear it anymore, and asked him in a low voice, "Is that your father?" Lin Fei's voice was flat. "My father is already dead, but he said he was your father, and he also knew that your name was Lin Fei and your mother's name was Lin Luoqing." Lin Fei's eyes were full of disgust. "That's because he lied to you. Human traffickers always use father or mother as an excuse when they lie to children." Really? Ji Liu was suspicious. Lin Fei was helpless. Read more news and less cartoons, only. Then did Ji Liu heave a sigh of relief. It's fine if it's not the real father. If it's not the real father, then he won't Lin Fei from him. Lin Fei still belongs to him. He hugged Lin Fei and leaned on his shoulder. "Brother, you belong to our family." His tone was soft. "You can't go with others, Lin Fei." Lin Fei felt that he was thinking too much while driving. Luo Jia paid attention to the movement of the two of them. He looked in the rearview mirror. His gaze swept over Lin Fei's face, and he thought of the man who claimed to be Lin Fei's father. In fact, if you look carefully, you can see that Lin Fei's outline does resemble the other party. His eyebrows and eyes are very delicate, very similar to Lin Luoqing and his mother Lin Luoqing. This is normal. His son looks like his mother, and his nephew looks like his uncle, but the same delicate eyebrows and eyes. Ji Liu gives people the first impression of being beautiful, like a doll. Lin Fei can make people feel that he is very handsome, and he will definitely be a handsome guy in the future. The reason lies in his outline. Ji Liu's eyebrows and eyes are like his father's. Like Ji Yuling and Ji Yuxiao, they have beautiful phoenix eyes, but the outline follows his mother's and is softer, so he is exquisite and beautiful. Lin Fei was not. His outline was not like Lin Luoqing, nor Lin Luoqing, nor anyone in the Lin family, but Chen Ming, so he was exquisite and handsome. Luo Jia's heart sank for a moment, and he decided to tell Ji Yuxiao about this after going back for a while. Although he may really be the real father, but after so many years, he suddenly appeared. Who knows if he really loves the child or has ulterior motives. He quickly drove Lin Fei and Ji Liu home, and asked them to change into their sports clothes for a while to train, while he went to the study to find Ji Yuxiao. After hearing what he said, Ji Yuxiao was a little surprised. He told Lin Luoqing a while ago that Lin Fei's father didn't know if he was really dead or just Lin Luoqing's refusal. He didn't expect that he would appear so soon. Period. This is the business card he gave me. Luo Jia handed the business card out. Look, check it out. If it's true that you didn't know it before, but now you know the child, it's okay. If you have other thoughts, don't let him appear in front of the children. No. Ji Yuxiao took it with a complicated expression. At this time, Lin Fei's own father suddenly appeared, and he didn't come out sooner or later. Is it a coincidence that he came out at this time? Then I'm going to train the two children. Luo Jia said, go. Ji Yuxiao told him, don't practice too hard, there are still two babies. No. Luoqing waved his hand and walked out. Ji Yuxiao quickly ordered his assistant to check on Chenming. Lin Luoqing got off the plane and turned on his cell phone, only to see several missed calls. They were all the same number, but unfortunately he was not familiar with it, so he didn't care, just thought it was a wrong number. Lin Luoqing opened WeChat, wanting to report Ji Yuxiao's safety, saying that he had arrived, but as soon as he opened it, he found that he had added a friend application, and there was a line of notes below. I am Chenming, Lin Fei's father. Lin Luoqing? Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing stared at these words in surprise, and kept digging for Chenming in his mind. After a long time, he finally pulled out such a dusty person from the memory of the old original owner. Chenming, Lin Luoqing's ex-boyfriend. The original owner met him once and exchanged mobile phone numbers, but later Lin Luoqing broke up with him, and the original owner deleted his phone number again. It's gone, and it has nothing to do with him, and it's useless to keep it. So, Lin Fei turned out to be his child? Lin Luoqing was so surprised. He always thought that Lin Fei's father was dead, but he didn't expect that not only he was not dead, but also suddenly appeared? What is he trying to do now? Do you want to return Lin Fei's custody rights? He is dreaming. Lin Luoqing subconsciously refused. He managed to raise his little Fei so well, healthy, happy, and even kissed him awkwardly, so he didn't want to be separated from him. But Lin Luoqing thought about it again. The other party was Lin Fei's biological father after all. Maybe he also liked Lin Fei very much, so it's not too much for him to want to reunite with Lin Fei. But Lin Luoqing didn't want them to be reunited. Although I don't know why they broke up at the time, Lin Luoqing didn't entrust Lin Fei to him, but to the original owner before he died, and told the original owner and Lin Fei that Lin Fei's father was dead, which made it clear that he didn't want to. Lin Fei went to his father. She conceived and gave birth to a child in October, and he had to give the best to the child after suffering so much, so he couldn't go against Lin Luoqing's wishes. Most importantly, Lin Luoqing thought about Lin Fei. With Lin Fei's personality, he probably wouldn't pay attention to his father who appeared out of nowhere. Thinking of this, Lin Luoqing was not so upset. If his own father is really a good person and he likes Lin Fei, then he should respect Lin Fei's character. He can be nice to Lin Fei, he can come to see Lin Fei, but he can't force Lin Fei to do anything. If his own father was not a good person and forced Lin Fei to go back with them, no matter whether he cared about Lin Fei's thoughts or not, then he didn't need to care about his own father's thoughts, just drove them out. With Lin Luoqing thinking this way, his thoughts became much clearer. His thoughts are not important, nor are Chenming's thoughts. Lin Fei's thoughts and Lin Luoqing's thoughts are the most important. One of them is the person concerned, and the other is the mother who gave birth to the child after 10 months of pregnancy, so only the two of them have the right to decide. Lin Luoqing sent Ji Yuxiao a WeChat message, saying that he had gotten off the plane and was going home soon. Ji Yuxiao returned quickly, okay, be careful on the road. He put down his phone, thinking that when Lin Luoqing came back, he would tell him about Lin Fei's biological father, and hoped that Lin Luoqing could bear it. By then Lin Luoqing sat in the car and called Chenming, hello. When Chenming saw that it was him, he immediately picked it up, opening his mouth and still complaining, you've turned on the phone, what's the matter? Lin Luoqing asked knowingly, Lin Fei is my child. Chenming is very sure, your sister entrusted him to you before she died, but you don't like him, so you don't treat him well, so let me pick him up. Anyway, he is also my son. It is better to be with me than with your uncle, right? Listening to his sentence, but you don't like him, so you treat him badly. Lin Luoqing asked him sensitively, who told you I was not good to him? How could he know this? He didn't see it with his own eyes. You don't need to know that. Since you don't like him, wouldn't it be a good thing for you if I take him away? Lin Luoqing sneered, it seems that someone really told you. Tell me, who asked you to come? I said this is not what you need to know. Lin Luoqing, you are a star, and you certainly don't want to be on the social news, so give me Lin Fei, which is good for you, me, and Lin Fei. If I were you, I would definitely immediately agree. Is that all you want to tell me? Lin Luoqing asked him, otherwise? Chenming felt that he had given Lin Luo a lot of face. You abused my son. I don't care about you anymore. As long as you are willing to return Fei to me, I'm already benevolent enough. Listening to what he said, Lin Luoqing secretly thought that if he insisted on caring about the bad things the original owner did to Lin Fei with him today, then he might still think that this father is a bit like a father, but he doesn't care. He just wants Lin Fei know. That would be too unlike a father who cares about his children. Let me guess, Chen Feng told you, right? He asked those who could know that the original owner had treated Lin Fei badly could only be people who had contact with the original owner, and among them, Chen Feng was the most likely. Don't talk about it, just say, would you like to give me Fei? Lin Luoqing laughed again, with a soft tone. You learned about Lin Fei from her, and you couldn't wait to come to me and want Lin Fei. Why do you want him? For love? For the sake of the child? Or for you himself? Chen Ming, my sister said that Lin Fei's father is dead. Should you explain to me first, why my sister would say such a thing? What did you do to her? Why did she sneak away behind your back? Lin Fei is left? Why did she break up with you? Why did she say you were dead? Don't you find it ridiculous that you want to ask me for Lin Fei without saying anything? As soon as Chen Ming heard him mention Lin Luoqing in the past, he felt guilty and irritable. He actually knew that Lin Luoqing was pregnant back then, but he didn't care. He only asked Lin Luoqing to kill her, and then he went to find Lin Luoqing. Believe it, after all, she did not look very well at that time, as if she had just had a miscarriage. She never thought that she didn't hide him, but secretly gave birth to Lin Fei without telling him. What's more, he never thought that after so many years, he wanted a child, and after going around, he returned to Lin Fei, a child who should have been aborted long ago. What? Do you care about these things? Love is a matter between two people. No matter what happens to me and your sister, it's a matter between me and your sister. It can't change the fact that Lin Fei is my child and your sister. If he is already dead, then I am his closest family member and the only immediate family member, so even if it is a lawsuit, I am also reasonable. Do you understand? Lin Luoqing understood. It seems that you are sorry for my sister, so I'm sorry. My sister said that Lin Fei's father is dead. It is dead, no matter who you are, but unless you are dead now, otherwise, don't just pretend to be someone else's father, understand? After speaking, Lin Luoqing hung up the phone. He was not interested in Lin Fei's biological father before, and he didn't want to find out what happened back then. Lin Luoqing gave birth to Lin Fei alone without marriage, but now, since the other party dared to appear in front of him, he has such an attitude. If he insisted on robbing Lin Fei from him, then he would naturally have to understand the past. Lin Luoqing apologized to Lin Luoqing in his heart. No one wants his private affairs to be read by others, but if he wants to better protect Lin Fei, then he must understand those things. I will not hand Lin Fei over to him. Now that I am your younger brother, I will take good care of him according to your entrustment. Don't worry, he silently promised Lin Luoqing in his heart. Around 7 o'clock, Lin Luoqing arrived home just in time for dinner. Ji Liu and Lin Fei had already showered after training, changed into pajamas, and sat at the dining table. Seeing him come back, Ji Liu shouted excitedly, "Dad!" Lin Luoqing smiled, walked over and hugged him, then hugged Lin Fei as well, and kissed each of them on the face. Luojia didn't leave, and had a meal with them after dinner. Luojia left, and Lin Fei also took Ji Liu back to the bedroom to do homework. Ji Yuxiao then called Lin Luoqing to the study and told him about Chen Ming. Here are some things I found, take a look. Ji Yuxiao handed the A4 paper on the table to Lin Luoqing. Although you don't care much about him and don't want to know about his past, it's a matter of great importance. I think we still need to know something. Lin Luoqing laughed suddenly, feeling that the two of them really had a good understanding. To be honest, on the way back today, I wanted you to help me find out what happened between him and my sister. You also know. Ji Yuxiao was surprised, but soon he nodded and said, "That's right." Fei ignored him, and he would naturally come to you and talk to you about nonsense. Well, his attitude is quite tough, saying that he is Fei's biological father. Even if there is a lawsuit, he will justify it. He's dreaming. Ji Yuxiao sneered. How dare he go to court with you, even if it is true? What reason does he have? Listening to what he said, Lin Luoqing secretly thought that there are quite a lot of Chen Mingguas. Then, I'll read it first. He raised the A4 paper in his hand. Ji Yuxiao nodded. I'll ask someone to check the relationship between him and your sister before. This matter is related to Lin Luoqing, and Ji Yuxiao also deliberately avoided it when people checked it before. After all, she is Lin Luoqing's sister, Lin Fei's mother. Then, let's know a little bit. In this way, he can better understand what kind of person Lin Fei is, what kind of person he is, and what kind of heart he has now. Chapter 142. Lin Luoqing looked at the things Ji Yuxiao found in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more surprised he became, and the more he looked at it, the more he clicked his tongue. He asked why Chen Ming would jump out at this time to Lin Fei from him. It turned out to be like this. Assistant Ji Yuxiao replied very quickly, probably already found out about Lin Luoqing's love affair, but because Ji Yuxiao kept avoiding it, he didn't send it to him. Ji Yuxiao wanted to know now, and it didn't take long. He sorted it out and sent it over. Lin Luoqing leaned over to watch with Ji Yuxiao. This is actually not such a complicated thing. Lin Luoqing met Chen Ming when she was a junior in college, and they started dating. After graduating from senior year, Lin Luoqing planned to marry Chen Ming. Her mother died young at that time, and her father kicked her out. With only a relative like Lin Luoqing would either play with friends or go back to Lin's house crying and begging Father Lin to recognize him every day. Lin Luoqing, I feel lonely, so I want to get married and start a family early, and have my own home and family again. For this reason, she also asked Lin Luoqing to meet Chen Ming, and introduced her younger brother to her boyfriend, but Chen Ming did not intend to marry her. Chen Ming's family can be regarded as a small fortune. The family is in the electrical business. His parents have already arranged a marriage for him. Although Chen Ming liked Lin Luoqing, he didn't dare to disobey his parents' wishes, so while being sweet with Lin Luoqing, he dated his fiancée on a blind date until Lin Luoqing was pregnant. Lin Luoqing was pleasantly surprised and scared. She was a young girl who suddenly had a child. On the one hand, she was happy that this was the child of herself and her lover. On the other hand, she thought that they were not married yet. It came so suddenly that she was at a loss. Lin Luoqing didn't want to kill the child, so she discussed with Chen Ming to get married as soon as possible. Chen Ming didn't dare. He quickly asked her to beat the child, but Lin Luoqing didn't want to. Chen Ming moved it with hypocrisy, and even said that if he didn't fight at this time, his parents would think she was that kind of casual girl when they found out, and if they didn't agree to get married at that time, then they wouldn't. Alright, Lin Luoqing was shaken by what he said, so she promised him to kill the child first. But before she had time to kill the child, she saw Chen Ming behaving intimately with another girl. Lin Luoqing took a photo to question Chen Ming. Seeing the solid evidence, Chen Ming couldn't argue anymore, so he told the truth, saying that his parents did not allow the two of them to be together. Just kept hiding it from him. Lin Luoqing looked at her boyfriend in disbelief, and after a while she made a sound and broke up with him. Chen Ming wanted to keep her again, but he couldn't. He could only call to persuade her to beat the child. After all, even if the child was born, he would not be responsible, and he would not let him into their Chen family. Hearing what he said, Lin Luoqing was heartbroken, gritted his teeth and said to him, "Don't worry, I'll kill the child right now, so my child won't need you to be responsible." After she finished speaking, she took a taxi to the hospital, registered in a daze, but when she sat on the bench and waited for the doctor to call her number, her heart softened again, and she couldn't bear to touch her abdomen. She is really lonely. She has no mother. Her father treats her like that. Her beloved boyfriend has been lying to him. Her younger brother is young and ignorant. Her friends have their own lives. She wants to be alone with her, a family that she can cuddle with. So she still didn't calm down. She lied to Chen Ming that she had aborted the child, and then secretly gave birth to Lin Fei without telling him. The birth of Lin Fei was definitely a good thing for Lin Luoqing. She has a new relative, someone she can love with all her heart without worrying about being cheated or let down. Her life became vivid and fulfilling again. She began to take care of Lin Fei, tell Lin Fei stories, and watch Lin Fei grow up. She can tell Lin Fei what she buries in her heart. The little Lin Fei doesn't understand, but she will look at her with her dark eyes. Lin Luoqing will feel very happy, and will rock his cradle, or pick him up and kiss him. She has long lost love and memories of Chen Ming, just like her father drove her away, and she will no longer beg her father to let her go home. Besides, Chen Ming's last words are still in her ears, as if she gave birth to Lin Fei. Just to tie him up and make him responsible, the same as marrying him. She doesn't need her child to do these things. He is just her child and has nothing to do with Chen Ming. She will take good care of him and doesn't need anyone else. So she told Lin Fei, "Your father had an accident, and your grandparents are gone, but your mother will always be with you." Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't really want a father. He just asked curiously, and it was enough to know the answer. As for whether there is a father and what kind of father is, this is not within the scope of Lin Fei's curiosity. He has not had a father since he was born, so he has no concept of the image of father and the meaning behind the word, and he does not feel that he needs a father. He is fine now. He has a mother, and that is enough. Lin Luoqing raised Lin Fei like this until she fell ill and died. Different from Lin Luoqing, shortly after breaking up with Lin Luoqing, Chen Ming married his fiancée according to his parents' request, and his fiancée became his wife. Chen Ming's wife's personality is far stronger than Lin Luoqing's. This is also the reason why Chen Ming accepted the blind date but was still unwilling to break up with Lin Luoqing. He likes gentle and thoughtful women, but he dare not disobey his parents, so he can only live in harmony with his wife in a lukewarm manner. But seeing that the two have been married for 6 or 7 years, but still have no children, Chen Ming and his wife were a little anxious, and they went to the hospital for an examination. After the investigation, they found out that his wife was difficult to conceive. Chen Ming immediately became annoyed. The Chen family's parents didn't expect this to happen. They were upset, but because of the booming business of his wife's family in the past 2 years, they didn't dare to say anything. They only said that the young couple should work hard. Chen Ming's wife's parents are people who know how to be flexible. They advised them to adopt a child or adopt a child from relatives if they really can't have a child so important. The Chen family was not very willing, saying that the young couple was still young, and if they waited, they might have one in the future. Chen Ming thought so too, if Chen Feng hadn't called him suddenly, saying that he actually had a son already to Chen Ming. Chen Feng's phone call was like a sudden rain from the sky after a long drought. He actually has a child, a son. Chen Ming was so surprised. God will not kill him. Now he only needs to bring his son back, and then say that he is a relative's child and raise him at home under the name of adoption. Then everything will be perfect. Internally, his parents were happy. Externally, he could tell his wife that he had listened to her parents, and that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were right. He could please both parties, and he could let his own son be with him. The best of both worlds, Chen Ming thought happily. After receiving the call, he ran to Lin Fei's school and couldn't wait to recognize Lin Fei. The picture of Lin Fei and him going home to share the family relationship between father and son was already in his mind. It's a pity that his son only looked at him from the beginning to the end, and only said a word to him. "You are blocking my way, Lin." Luoqing looked at the A4 paper in his hand, then looked at the love story between Lin Luoqing and Chen Ming, and sneered. That's it, he still has the nerve to appear in front of Fei. It wasn't him who asked my sister to get rid of Fei, saying what's more, he won't be responsible even after the child is born, but now that he has no child, he wants to be responsible again. It's really because he has taken all the good things in the world. That's why I said he didn't dare to sue you at all. How dare he let his wife know that Lin Fei was his own? Now that he knows, can his wife let Fei into their house? That's not necessarily true. Lin Luoqing shook his head with the current situation of the Chen family. They suddenly knew that they had a son, and Chen Ming's parents would probably want to take Lin Fei back. Even if Chen Ming's wife disagreed, as long as the Chen family killed him and wanted a child, if Chen Ming's wife is unwilling to divorce, she can only accept it. There are so many such things in the legal news. Lin Luoqing can think of it after a little thought, but it's just that, when the time comes, neither Lin Fei nor Chen Ming's wife will have a good time. Chen Ming's wife must feel uncomfortable facing other women and her husband's children all day long, and she must not be very kind to the children. Lin Fei is a child. It's okay if he doesn't get mother's love, and he may be bullied secretly. It will definitely not be easy. Only Chen Ming and the Chen family satisfied their own desire to have children, were happy and refreshed. Regardless of other people's moods, no matter what, I won't let Fei go back with him, of course. Ji Yuxiao said, with him like this, he still wants to take Fei back, dreaming, but I still have to talk to Fei about it. Lin Luoqing said. Ji Yuxiao was a little worried, but if Fei found out, would he want to go back? After all, that's his real father. Probably not. Lin Luoqing thought about Lin Fei's indifferent and calm personality. If it were other children, if you talked about blood relationship, father, or family relationship with him, the other party would probably be very moved. But Lin Luoqing didn't think so. He had too much of his own personality, and he didn't have the concept of father in his consciousness. So I don't think I need my father. So what if Chen Ming is his own father? If Lin Fei had the consciousness of being a father, he would have called him father a long time ago, and it would be Chen Ming's turn. I'll let Leyu come to you in a while. You hold him back from me, and I'll talk to Fei. Lin Luoqing said. No problem. Ji Yuxiao gave him an okay gesture. Lin Luoqing tilted her head and kissed him on the cheek, and then went to Lin Fei's room in peace. Lin Fei's Heng and Ji Liu sat side by side at the desk. Although his study room has been installed, Lin Luoqing still wants to hang it out because of the starry night and other oil paintings on the wall, and advises him to go to the study room in a month or two. Lin Fei was not in a hurry, so he continued to read and study at his desk. Lin Luoqing walked over and said to Ji Liu, "Your father asked you to find him in the study." Ji Liu was puzzled. What's wrong, Lin? Luoqing shook her head. He didn't tell me, Ji. Leyu jumped off the stool and said to Lin Fei, then all right when I get back, Lin Fei said and then Ji Liu left and went to Ji Yuxiao's study. Seeing him leaving, Lin Luoqing closed the door by the way, turned to look at Lin Fei. Thinking about how to talk to him, Lin Fei waited for him for a while, and saw that he hadn't spoken, and asked him, do you have something to say to me? And Lin Luoqing nodded. What? Lin Luoqing thought for a while and asked him, did someone go to your school today to look for you and say he is your father? Lin Fei nodded. Then, if I say that he is really your father, will you be surprised? Lin Fei was indeed a little surprised. My father is already dead. It was your mother who lied to you. Lin Luoqing said softly, he is really your father, and he also came to me later. I asked your uncle to check, and he is indeed your father, Lin Fei said lightly. Oh, do you want to talk to him? Lin Fei shook his head. Don't you want to? Lin Luoqing was a little surprised. He is your father, don't you want to meet him, talk to him a few words? My father is dead. Lin Fei said calmly. Lin Luoqing was helpless. Didn't I just say that it was your mother who lied to you, and he actually didn't die? But my mother said he was dead, so he is dead. Lin Fei's tone was calm. Lin Luoqing, how does this make him say, so you don't want to see him, and you don't want to talk to him? Lin Fei nodded. His father is dead. If his mother says so, then his father is already dead. As for whether this is his father now, he doesn't care. Anyway, in his heart, his father is already dead. Do you want me to meet him and talk to him? Lin Fei asked him. That's not what it means. Lin Luoqing explained, the other party is your biological father, so I can't make decisions for you without authorization. This is related to your future life. I have to make it clear to you, otherwise you will regret it in the future. Well, that's not too bad, I won't regret it. Lin Fei said calmly, that's because you are still young, and your future is still very long, much longer than what you have experienced now, so you can think about it carefully. Lin Luoqing said patiently, your father's sudden appearance this time is because he only knows about your existence now, and wants to take you back and live with him, so he came to look for you. After Lin Luoqing finished speaking, she felt a little nervous. Unconsciously Lin Fei looked at him and asked him, do you want me to go back with him? Lin Luoqing, of course I don't want to. Lin Luoqing pinched his face, little heartless, knowing that I like you, but still saying that, you want to me off. Lin Fei smiled, with a little childishness. He pinched Lin Luoqing's face with his rare backhand, and said in a soft voice, then you have no conscience, you obviously don't want me to go back, and you ask me this. Lin Luoqing simply hugged him into his arms. I don't want to ask, but if I don't ask, I'm afraid that you will regret it when you grow up. That's your real father, your biological father. We have it too. Lin Fei looked up at him. You are my uncle, and uncles are also related by blood. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143. Can it be the same? Lin Luoqing laughed. He looked at Lin Fei in his arms. Lin Fei's face was tender, with a small milk fat that hadn't grown yet, cute and handsome. Even with a cold face, people couldn't help but want to hurt him, to like him. For the last time, are you really not going to see him? Lin Fei nodded. I listened to my mother. My mother said he was dead, so he died. Okay. Lin Luoqing didn't know what mood he was in now. He seemed a little helpless, and finally heaved a sigh of relief, although he had already guessed that according to Lin Fei's personality, he probably wouldn't talk to Chen Ming, nor would he will go back with him, but he said so coldly that his father was dead, and he didn't want to see him, which was really beyond Lin Luoqing's expectation. But this is indeed Lin Fei's character. He has always dismissed people who he doesn't care about and who don't feel the need to waste time. Zhang Xiaosong came to him to apologize, but everyone was standing downstairs. He was so arrogant that he didn't even bother to go down the stairs. Now that his biological father is looking for him, he doesn't feel the need to waste time meeting him. He has his own personality, and it is extremely distinct. Lin Luoqing didn't intend to let him change it, so naturally he wouldn't interfere with his decision. Then, I'll go to see him tomorrow and make it clear to him that he won't go to your school to look for you again. Lin Luoqing said. Lin Fei was a little flustered when he heard that he was going to see him. Why do you still want to see him? Because I have to make it clear to him, otherwise, he will still appear in front of you and look for you. Do you have to go? Lin Luoqing nodded. Then I'll go with you. Lin Luoqing was puzzled. Didn't you say you didn't want to see him, but you are going to see him? Lin Fei said. If the other party is really his own father and Lin Luoqing is just an uncle, then Lin Luoqing will suffer in comparison. Lin Luoqing didn't expect that he would go because he wanted to go. He couldn't be worried about him, could he? No, he is an adult. Okay. Lin Luoqing agreed. Then let's go see him together tomorrow afternoon after you get out of school. The little fish must also go together. Lin Fei said. Lin Luoqing, do you want him to go? He asked Lin Fei. I don't care. Lin Fei said calmly. Then let him go home first. Lin Luoqing pondered. Otherwise he was really worried that Lin Fei's father would say something bad, and Ji Liu would write him down in his death notebook. After all, it's my own father, so I can't really do nothing about it. Lin Luoqing sighed. Alice, this is really troublesome. After Lin Luoqing and Lin Fei finished talking, they went back to Ji Yuxiao's study, and Ji Yuxiao let Ji Liu go back. How did the talk go? Ji Yuxiao asked concerned. It's good. Fei didn't want to see him at first, but she heard that I was going to see him tomorrow, so she said she would go with me. Then it seems that he doesn't want to recognize Zhang Ming as his father. Well, he said his father was dead, and his mother said he was dead, so he was dead. Ji Yuxiao laughed. This is indeed his character. He had already seen from what happened to Zhang Xiaosong last time that Lin Fei was different from most of the children, with too much personality and ideas. That's good, so we can continue to take care of Fei, which is great. Lin Luoqing also felt that, after all, Zhang Ming's dog thing was very unreliable at first glance. Okay, now that Fei's matter has come to an end, let's talk about your matter. How did your audition go? It's okay. Lin Luoqing said the content of his audition is not difficult. In addition, he has a youthful spirit and looks very young, so he fits the character setting in the play. The only problem is that he is not popular enough, so the director didn't say much, just said that he played well. The rest is up to fate. Lin Luoqing said. Anchor said to help me find a way, but there is nothing to do about popularity, so I am very open. I can act the best, and I don't force it if I can't. Ji Yuxiao nodded. I believe you can. No, there's no way. But I'm not in a hurry. After all, my career has just started, so I still have time. Lin Luoqing smiled. Compared with this, he is more concerned about meeting Chen Ming tomorrow. Now, he has to prepare something, otherwise, if he can't solve it once, then he has to go to see him a second time. There's no need for this. It's already a waste of his time once. I'll eat out when I meet Chen Ming tomorrow night, so you don't have to wait for me, okay? Do you want me to go with you? Ji Yuxiao asked. No, I'll just go alone. If Fei is there, there's no other way. If you go too, wouldn't it be too much for him? Lin Luoqing looked at him. And I don't want Xiao to go. If you go with me, Xiao will definitely go even more, so you can wait for me at home, so that I can also let Xiao go home earlier, okay? Ji Yuxiao couldn't help it. Then just call me if you have anything to do, okay? Lin Luoqing smiled. Ji Yuxiao reached out and hugged him into her arms, let him sit on her lap, and kissed him on the face. Lin Luoqing looked at him with a smile, and slowly became intimate with him. The next afternoon, Lin Luoqing specially asked Xiao Li to send him to school. He picked up Lin Fei and Ji Liu, coaxing Ji Liu. Father and your brother are going to do something. You go home first. Your father is still waiting for you at home. Ji Liu is reluctant. Let's go together, and then go home together. That won't work. Then your father will have to wait for a long time. Xiao, go back and help your father to accompany your father first, okay? As soon as he mentioned Ji Yuxiao, Ji Liu didn't insist so much, but he always wondered, then when will you come back? Go back soon, after you finish your meal. We'll go back, aren't we going to eat together? No. Tonight, you and Dad will eat first. Don't wait for me and brother, okay? Ji Liu was even more puzzled. He reluctantly got into the car, leaned on the window and said to him, then Dad, you and brother come back early, okay? Lin Luoqing agreed. He raised his hand and waved at Ji Liu. watched Luoqing drive away, and then got into Xiaoli's car. Ji Liu sat in the car, feeling uneasy all the time since he and Lin Fei went to school together by car, except for the few days when Lin Fei didn't go to school before he transferred to another school. Lin Fei had never been separated from him. Why now he suddenly wants to go to work with Lin Luoqing and can't take him with him? He sensitively thought of the man who appeared yesterday who claimed to be Lin Fei's father. Is he really a liar, or is he actually Lin Fei's father? So they didn't take him today. Did they go to see him? Lin Fei wants to go home with him and leave their house. Ji Liu suddenly raised her head and said to Luoqing, Uncle Luo, I don't want to go home anymore. I want to go with my father and brother. Little fish, be good. Your father and brother will be back in a while. Luoqing comforted him. Will you really come back? Ji Liu looked ahead and murmured, will Lin Fei really come back? That's Dad. Who would want to be separated from Dad? Children must be with their father, but he didn't want Lin Fei to be with Lin Fei's father. If only Lin Fei and him were the same father, he is willing to let his father be Lin Fei's father, so that Lin Fei doesn't have to be with other fathers. Ji Liu felt a little uncomfortable. He took out his mobile phone and sent Lin Fei a message. Did you go to see your father? Will you come back after meeting your father? I'll give you my dad, and you call him Dad, and then you don't care about other dads, okay? You said you would stay with me. He lowered his head, his eyes were sour. You can't lie to me. You can't be like the Snowman family, just disappear if you say you don't see it, even if Dad is nice. But, Ji Liu won't come out. Who wouldn't like Dad? Who could be more important than Dad? If Lin Fei wants to leave, that's normal. After all, he is his father. He is not as important as his father. He looked at the phone, his eyelashes drooped down, his eyes were so moist, as if soaked by rain and fog after a long time. The phone in his hand vibrated twice, and Ji Liu hurriedly looked at it. It was Lin Fei who sent him back 2 messages. Lin Fei said, good boy. He said, go back and hug you. Ji Liu felt that she was even more wronged in an instant, and it seemed that she was not so wronged anymore. He said, then you come back early. Lin Fei, yes. Ji Liu's finger silently moved to the voice call, but finally couldn't hold back, and clicked on it. Lin Fei picked it up. His voice was flat. What's wrong, Ji? Leyu was speechless for a while, so he could only call him softly, brother. Hearing his voice, Lin Fei saw Ji Liu's face that used to feign grievances in front of his eyes. His small face was bulging, his eyebrows were drooping, and he looked aggrieved and pitiful. He can pretend to be very wronged even for things that are obviously nothing to do. Oh, it's really clingy. Go back and do your homework carefully. I'll go back and check later, okay? Ji Liu obediently said, when are you coming back? I don't know. I should go back sooner. Then I'll have dinner with you when you come back. Ji Liu tentatively asked. Lin Fei did not refuse. Oh, only then did Ji Liu's heart feel a little more at ease. Good boy. Lin Fei coaxed him. Ji Liu nodded, and said in a soft voice, well, I'm good. Seeing that Lin Fei hung up the voice call, Lin Luoqing asked him, Xiaoyu. Lin Fei nodded. He knows. He probably feels wronged. Lin Luoqing didn't expect him to hide it so closely, and Ji Liu could still guess it. Secretly thinking that he is really perceptive, he sent a WeChat message to Ji Yuxiao, asking him to wait for Ji Liu to coax him when he comes home. Will you chat with him for a long time? Lin Fei asked him. Lin Luoqing shook his head. What's wrong? Lin Fei shook his phone. He told me to go back early. Lin Luoqing, okay, I'll try to find him quickly. Lin Fei nodded. Yes. Hearing this, Xiaoli speeded up silently, and after a while, the car arrived at the agreed hotel. Lin Luoqing took Lin Fei into the private room together. Chen Ming came earlier than them. Seeing Lin Fei now, he immediately stood up in surprise and flattered him. Fei, you are here. Lin Fei glanced at him coldly and without emotion, and went to look at Lin Luoqing again. Lin Luoqing pulled him to sit opposite Chen Ming. Chen Ming smiled and looked at Lin Fei. Fei, you can order whatever you want, and Dad will pay for it. Lin Fei didn't speak. He unzipped his school bag and took out a book to read. It was obvious that he didn't want to order food, let alone eat. What a waste of time. He has to go back early to have dinner with his clingy brother. Chen Ming couldn't understand what he was doing, so he said puzzledly, Fei, look at what to eat first. Don't worry about reading, and read it when you get home. He doesn't want to eat. Lin Luoqing said, Mr. Chen, let's get down to business. I talked to Fei last night. He doesn't want to go back with you, and he doesn't want to recognize you as a father, so we hope that you can not appear in front of us in the future, can you, Chen? Ming listened to his words and said in shock, what did you say? How did you tell him? You must have said it only from your standpoint. He glared at Lin Luoqing, then went to look at Lin Fei, and said in a gentle tone, don't listen to Fei. I am your father, your only relative, and my father is here this time to take you home. My father is dead. Lin Fei replied him in a rare way. Chen Ming didn't expect him to say that, and said angrily, Lin Luoqing, is this how you taught my son? My mother said it. Lin Fei's tone was flat. Chen Ming said helplessly, it was your mother who lied to you. Your mother was angry with me, so she deliberately lied to you. I am indeed your father. Really, if you don't believe me, we can do a paternity test. My mother said my father was dead, so my father is dead. Lin Fei said indifferently, why are you acting like this, kid? Chen Ming didn't understand. I told you that your mother lied to you, and I'm your father. Am I not present in front of you now? He asked, for so many years, don't you miss your father? Don't you feel bad when you see other children have fathers, and you don't have a father? If your mother didn't tell me about your existence without telling you, your father would have. I went to find you. Dad loves you because of Fei. There was no wave on Lin Fei's face, and his voice was the same as before, without ups and downs. I don't want to. It's not uncomfortable, Chen Ming. Chen Ming felt that there might be something wrong with his son. Are you hating me? Hate me for showing up so late. Hate that I didn't accompany you when you were younger, but it's not my fault. I really don't know your existence, Fei. So does Dad? I only found out that there is a child like you a few days ago, Lin Fei. Lin Fei lowered his head to read the book, too lazy to talk nonsense with him anyway. If the other party doesn't listen to him, then he doesn't say anything. Chen Ming saw that he stopped talking and gave himself no eyes, and said worriedly, why don't you give Dad a chance? Dad will definitely make up for you. Lin Fei still ignored him. Fei, talk. Don't read the book. When talking to others, it is impolite to read a book. Do you know that? Lin Fei still ignored him. Fei, he doesn't want to talk to you. Lin Luoqing said helplessly, he just said it, but you haven't listened to him, and you've been talking according to your own ideas. He thinks talking to you is a waste of time. Since you don't listen, he won't talk. Chen Ming? Does his son have such a personality? So, did you see it? Lin Luoqing looked at him and said, you don't know him at all. He doesn't want to recognize you, and he doesn't think he needs you as a father, so can you stop appearing in front of us in the future? Chapter 144. Of course not. He finally had such a biological son. How could he give up? Chen Ming absolutely disagreed. I don't understand because I haven't gotten along with him before. I believe that as long as we get along more in the future, we will definitely understand each other, right? Fei. Lin Fei felt that he probably couldn't understand what he was saying. Mr. Chen, don't you understand? Lin Luoqing was a little tired. The current issue is right and wrong, and he doesn't want to understand with you at all. He refuses that you are his father, and he doesn't want you to appear in his life. In the final analysis, it is because we don't understand. Chen Ming plausibly said, he treats me as a stranger now, so he rejects me, but we are not strangers. I am his father, his closest relative, and his father. Now the only family member. That's not true. I'm his uncle. Even in terms of blood relationship, I'm also his relative. Lin Luoqing said. Chen Ming laughed. Can uncle and father be the same? It's really different. Lin Fei said lightly, I just have my uncle. Chen Ming didn't expect him to say that, and his expression changed instantly. Fei, how can you say that? Have you forgotten how he abused you? He doesn't love you at all, or would he beat you? Lin Luoqing didn't expect that he would tell the story of the original owner at this time, and he was a little stunned for a while. Although it was a long time ago, it happened. For Lin Fei, whether it was the original owner or him, they were all Lin Luoqing, so he would never realize that they were two different people. While he feels sad, he sat beside him and said that all he needed was his uncle, but it was pointed out sharply that your uncle doesn't love you at all, otherwise why would he beat you? Will Lin Fei think of those past events again, recalling that he also wanted to leave the original owner, but was it because he was too young? Lin Luoqing didn't dare to look at Lin Fei for a moment, afraid that he would be sad, dazed, and even more afraid that he would be at a loss. He never thought that in this confrontation, Chen Ming's first precise strike came from him. Lin Fei had no weaknesses, but now he has become his stain and weakness. Lin Luoqing suddenly panicked and looked at Lin Fei anxiously. Lin Fei's expression was still as calm as ever, without any disturbance, as if what Chen Ming said was not worth mentioning at all. That's all in the past. He apologized. I forgave, and it's all right, he said calmly. But Lin Luoqing couldn't calm down. Although those things were not done by him, but by the original owner, does he now share the same body with the original owner? Then as long as the original owner did it, he would have no way to justify it if others put it on him. He sat next to Lin Fei, as a protector, as his closest person, but he was the only one who had ever hurt Lin Fei. How ridiculous is this in Chen Ming's eyes? Chen Ming obviously couldn't accept his son's magnanimity, so he educated him. You are so stupid. He could beat you before, and he will beat you again in the future. You are not his own son, so he won't love you at all. Maybe he will have his own children in the future, and then he will not love you even more. I won't have children, Lin Luoqing said quickly. I only need Fei's child. Enough. Chen Ming laughed. What right do you have to say enough is enough? Lin Fei is not your son at all. He is my son. What right do you have to rob my son and still say enough is enough here? Hearing what he said, Lin Luoqing sneered. Okay, if you want to break up, then he will have a good break up with Chen Ming. He took a pair of earphones out of his bag, plugged them into his phone, chose a song, and put the earphones into Lin Fei's ears. Listen to nursery rhymes for a while, Lin Fei. It's just that I don't want him to listen, and I still have to find this kind of excuse. Lin Fei lowered his head to read a book, listened to the music in his earphones, and didn't care about what was going on in front of him. Seeing that he could no longer hear, Lin Luoqing opened his mouth and said, You ask me why? Then let me tell you, just because you didn't want Fei from the beginning, let my sister get rid of Fei. Just because you're on two boats, you've already gone on a blind date, and you haven't gotten along with her yet. My sister broke up and hung my sister to prevent her from leaving, just because my sister was pregnant for 10 months, gave birth to Fei and raised Fei hard. She said that if you die, you are dead. Just because you have a family and a wife now, you take Fei back at this time. What is this? An illegitimate child? Chen Ming didn't expect him to know so much, and said angrily, Check me out. What's the matter if I check you? You jumped in front of me and snatched the child from me. Can't I still check you? Chen Ming, how do you want to take Fei back? Said it was your relative's child, and adopted it to you, or is it that you adopted him from the orphanage, and from now on he calls you dad and the person who cheated on his mother? You think it's beautiful. Have you considered my sister's feelings? Your sister is dead. Chen Ming said coldly, I am his closest relative in this world, and he should be with me as a matter of course. You are dreaming, Lin Luoqing. You abused my son. I don't think you care about him because you used to take care of him, but you also need to know that I am his own father. As long as I reveal this identity, I will be justified, that is. When it comes to the court, I am also on the right side. Whose child has a father who is not with his father but wants to be with his uncle? Especially an uncle who abuses him. Lin Luoqing listened to the abuse. He opened and shut, but felt that his anger kept rising. Do you really think I'm afraid to tell your wife what you've done? Tell me. Chen Ming spread his hands. Can't she blame me? Since I made up my mind to take Fei back, I'm not afraid of her knowing. Of course it's best if she doesn't know, but even if she knows how? At that time, I didn't let Lin Luoqing give birth. She wanted to give birth. I didn't know it. Now she's gone, leaving only a son. It's like a gift specially given to me by God. It's impossible for me not to want it. Lin Luoqing, you're a star, big or small. Don't make the headlines for the first time by grabbing someone's son and abusing someone else's son. At that time, what do you think the public will think of you? Your star career has come to an end, right? Lin Luoqing gritted his teeth. He had never hated the original owner as much as he does now. No matter how much he did and made up for later, he could not erase what the original owner had done, nor could he deny that those scars did not exist. The original owner never bullied Lin Fei. Chen Ming looked at him, complacent. You can't beat me. You are a public figure, but I am not. Although I have done things that are sorry for his mother, but I am his father, and I am also his father. His dear father. His mother is dead. I am his dearest person. I should be with him. Father and son are like this. What do you compare with the affection of father and son? So, his thoughts are not important? He doesn't want to recognize you, doesn't want to go back with you. Don't you think about it? He is still a child, he is still young, he will forget the pain when the scar is healed. Just like you bullied him, he will forgive you, so I just need to treat him well in the future, and he will slowly accept me and will be willing to call me dad. After all, blood is thicker than water, you two don't have such a deep blood relationship, and he and I are still father and son, so there is no overnight feud between father and son. Aren't you afraid that your wife won't be able to accept it then? Isn't it good for him? Don't worry, this is my housework. I will take care of it. You are an outsider, so you don't need to worry about it. Lin Luoqing nodded. Are you determined now? That's right. Chen Ming looked at him. Either you give Fei to me now, and I will let it go, and I won't say anything, or we will see you in court. At that time, if I said something bad, you will don't blame me for being ungrateful. Lin Luoqing, I gave you the right to choose. If you are a smart person, you should be aware of current affairs. If you are young, you are a child. He is ignorant, so you will be ignorant too, right? Before Lin Luoqing came here, she never thought that this conversation would be so difficult. It's not that Chen Ming is difficult to deal with, but that the past incidents of the original owner directly hit the pain point. He couldn't justify the original owner, saying that he also loved Lin Fei, and saying that it was all temporary. He was unintentional. It was Lin Fei's real hurt. He couldn't just touch his lips, turn over. What's more, even if he turned it over, Chen Ming would not turn it over. He would always hold on to this point and insist on this point, saying that he didn't love Lin Fei and that he was not a qualified guardian. He is Lin Fei's biological father, and he is born with an advantage. As long as he insists on this, he may not be able to win Lin Fei's custody. Therefore, Lin Luoqing didn't want to go to court with him. He didn't want Lin Fei to be reminded by his biological father again and again in the court that he had been injured, and those injuries finally disappeared without a trace. He didn't want Lin Fei to be stripped open for others to show. Chen Ming didn't care if Lin Fei would be sad because of this, but he did. He even hated and felt guilty for what the original owner had done, so he will never go to court. And privately, Chen Ming is now determined not to give in, so he can only use the last resort. You want to sue me, don't you? Lin Luoqing looked at him. Then you'd better read this, and then decide whether you want to sue me. Chen Ming snorted coldly. He was already fighting. Anyway, he wanted Lin Fei. So no matter what Lin Luoqing offered, he didn't care. Even if his wife came today and sat in front of him, he would not retreat. Of course, Lin Luoqing didn't take out Chen Ming's wife, he just took out his marriage certificate, turned to the page with his name and photo, and took a picture in front of Chen Ming. I'm married. I don't know whether Chen Feng told you or not, but she probably didn't tell you. Who is my marriage partner? Lin Luoqing laughed. Ji Yuxiao, do you know? If you don't know, you should know about the Ji group, right? Lin Fei is not only my child, but also Ji Yuxiao's child. Are you sure you wanted the child from Ji Yuxiao? Lin Luoqing said with a smile. You don't think you can Ji Yuxiao, do you? Chen Ming looked at him in astonishment, and then looked at the marriage certificate in front of him. Lin Luoqing was very generous. You have also received a marriage certificate, so you can take a closer look. Is it true? Is it the same as yours? Chen Ming looked at the marriage certificate in his hand. Although he couldn't believe it, he had to admit that it was really true. He turned to the page with a photo again, and the bearer wrote Lin Luoqing's name. Besides him, there was another handsome-looking man in the photo. Chen Ming looked down and saw Ji Yuxiao's name on it. Of course, he knew about Ji Yuxiao. Last year, the two brothers of the Ji family were involved in a car accident. Ji Yuling died on the spot, and Ji Yuxiao's legs were injured. Some people said that he was too miserable. People say his fate is good. Now that the boss is dead, the fat meat of the Ji group is bound to go into his mouth. Chen Ming's family is not yet at the level of dealing with Ji's family, so it's just heard, and he doesn't know the specific things, but because he doesn't know, he knows the distance between the two people better. If Ji Yuxiao wanted to deal with him, it would be no different from crushing an ant to death. How could Lin Luoqing marry him? How could he have climbed such a high branch? Chen Ming was too unbelievable. He thought he was sure of winning. No matter what Lin Luoqing said or did, he was fearless. As long as he killed Lin Luoqing and abused Lin Fei, his own father wanted to seek justice for his son, and justice would stand. On his side, public opinion will definitely support him, and he will definitely let Lin Fei return to his side. But now, Lin Luoqing is married to Ji Yuxiao. Even if there is a commotion, Ji Yuxiao's identity is here, and he can't take advantage of it. Not only that, even if he wins, Ji Yuxiao will definitely not let him go. At that time, what will he and their family face? Chen Ming is a person who values profit. If he can go on a blind date with someone he doesn't like behind his girlfriend's back for profit, and even break up with Lin Luoqing in the end and marry him, then he will not do anything that compromises his profit too much. Of course Lin Fei is important, so it's okay to have a falling out with his wife because of Lin Fei, who can't let her have a child. What's wrong with him wanting a child of his own? But no matter how important Lin Fei is, he is not as important as himself, not as important as their family's interests. It is obviously not a wise move to provoke Ji Yuxiao in order to fight for Lin Fei. What's more, Lin Fei lives with Ji Yuxiao now. No matter whether he calls him uncle or father, Ji Yuxiao will definitely not treat Lin Fei badly, and it is enough for him to let Lin Fei slip through his fingers. Their Chen family has been chic for most of their lives, so he doesn't need to Lin Fei back at all. He can use Lin Fei as a bond, so that he can walk with Ji Yuxiao, and use Lin Fei to get on the big tree of Ji's group. In this way, he also has a son, and he also has money, which kills two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Chen Ming stopped scolding Lin Luoqing in his heart for hugging such a thigh. He smiled and handed back the marriage certificate, and said with a smile, "When did you get married? Why didn't you see Ji's family holding a wedding? Didn't you see the date of receipt of the certificate just now?" Lin Luoqing said indifferently, "As for the wedding, it's not your thing to worry about, Luoqing. I know that you, as Fei's uncle, have spent a lot of thought on him. How about it, then Fei will still live in your house. When I miss him, I will go to your house to see him. That's it. Is it all right?" Chapter 145. You're dreaming. How could Lin Luoqing not know what his plan was? What does it mean to go to their house to see him when you miss him? Whether it was looking at Lin Fei or Ji Yuxiao, no matter who it was, Lin Luoqing would not allow it with him like this. It's better not to pollute Lin Fei's eyes. You forgot what I said before, right? From the very beginning, what I said was that you should not appear in front of us in the future, not that you would be eligible to visit Lin Fei in the future. Luoqing, why are you like this? I am the child's biological father. You also have a biological father. Don't you want Fei to have a biological father? What's wrong with having one more person loving him? You are afraid that I will him away. Your love, then you are too selfish. You think too much. I just respect Fei's wish. If he doesn't want to see you, then you don't have to show up. If one day he wants to see you, I will naturally agree with you to show up in front of us. As a child, he knows what he knows, and he listens to what adults teach him. As long as I get in touch with him more, he will accept me soon. Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing was speechless for a while. With him like this, he would never even think about communicating with Lin Fei in this life. Lin Luoqing is too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He has already seen it clearly. Chen Ming is now relying on himself as Lin Fei's biological father, so he will not let go if he is killed. Now that he knows the relationship between Lin Fei and Ji Yuxiao, it is probably even worse. I'm going to let go, but it doesn't matter. Reasonable people have reasonable methods, and unreasonable people have unreasonable countermeasures. Since he is unreasonable, I don't need to talk to him too much. Ji Yuxiao will warn him about the rest. He received a marriage certificate in the bag, and issued an ultimatum. I've made it clear to you, and if you appear in front of Fei again, don't blame me for being rude. Don't. Chen Ming looked at him as if he was about to leave, and hurriedly said, Luoqing, you are wrong. I am the child's own father. I see that he is not human. How can you be so unreasonable? Well in cloth. Lin Luoqing, he turned around and took off one of Lin Fei's earphones, and said to him, you can go. Lin Fei nodded, took off the other earphone, put the book back into the bag, stood up and walked out with him. Chen Ming hurriedly chased after him, but Lin Luoqing simply picked up Lin Fei and walked quickly. Xiao Li waited in the car, saw him coming out, got out of the car to help him open the car door, and pushed Chen Ming along the way. Chen Ming, who pushed straight, almost fell down. Lin Luoqing asked Lin Fei to get into the car first. Before he got into the car himself, Xiao Li started the car and got out of the parking lot. Chen Ming looked at it. His heart was full of unwillingness. Lin Luoqing sat in the car, looked at Lin Fei beside him, and felt mixed feelings in his heart. Lin Fei is replying to Ji Liu's WeChat. Ji Liu seems to be afraid that he will leave, so she will send a WeChat message to him after a while to ask, I finished my Chinese homework, brother, are you coming back soon? I finished my math homework, brother, when did you come back? I finished my manual homework, brother, why don't you come back? Lin Fei felt that he was probably made of glue. He was too clingy. Lin Fei, hurry up. Ji Liu was happy. I have finished all my homework, I will check it for you when you come back. Lin Fei. Oh. Then Ji Liu happily turned to Ji Yuxiao and said, my brother and the others are coming back soon. Ji Yuxiao, that is, if you don't come back, you will become Wang Jeshi. So, can you go and have a good meal now? Ji Liu shook his head. We agreed to have dinner together. I'll wait for him, he said, poking his head out of the window. Why haven't he come back yet? Ji Yuxiao, is it true that a real brother is better than a real brother? It's also lucky that Lin Fei didn't leave. If Lin Fei left, Ji Liu would have to cry for 3 days and 3 nights. Maybe in the middle of the night Ji Yuxiao sat on the sofa, waiting for his son to have seen enough, and went to have dinner with him after Lin Fei replied to Ji Liu. He put down his phone and looked up at Lin Luoqing. You've been looking at me, he said calmly. Lin Luoqing smiled awkwardly. Is there? Lin Fei nodded. Lin Luoqing looked at him, not knowing what to say. He actually wanted to explain the past to Lin Fei, saying that he didn't do it on purpose, or find a suitable excuse, so that Lin Fei believed that he had always loved him. But when the words came to his lips, he didn't know what to say. What the original owner did was too much. No matter how you say it, it seems to be exonerating the other party. He could only reach out and rub Lin Fei's head, and hug him into his arms. Lin Fei asked him, what do you want to tell me? No. Lin Luoqing said. Lin Fei guessed that Xiao Li was still there, but he was embarrassed to say so he didn't continue to ask. Lin Luoqing hugged him with complicated emotions. He lowered his head and kissed Lin Fei's side face. After the car stopped, he got out of the car with Lin Fei and walked to the yard. Ji Liu saw the car parked at the door from a distance, and immediately ran out of the house happily. Brother, he called out crisply before Lin Fei had time to enter the yard. He rushed out of the yard and hugged him directly. You're finally back. Ji Liu looked at him aggrievedly. You said it was soon. It's been a long time, and it's not happy at all. Lin Fei pinched his mouth, but Ji Liu didn't struggle, and still looked aggrieved. Lin Fei also let go, touched his head, and coaxed him. Good boy, Ji Liu dare not behave now, for fear that Lin Fei will leave with his father if he behaves badly. So he nodded quickly, hugging him and rubbing against his face. Lin Fei also hugged him as promised to comfort him. Lin Luoqing watched the two of them hug each other for a long time without letting go, and said with a smile, you two aren't eating anymore? Then I'll go eat first, he said. He was about to go in. Ji Liu immediately let go, took Lin Fei's hand and pulled Lin Luoqing again. Eat, let's go eat. The three of them entered the room together. Ji Yuxiao watched Ji Liu and the two of them walk in together, and joked with a smile, yo, you guys are back. If you don't come back, our house will need more Wangjishi. Lin Luoqing looked down at Ji Liu, and Ji Liu was confident. I think my brother will come back soon. Lin Luoqing laughed. Have you eaten yet? He was still eating, and he didn't leave the window a step except for his homework. Ji Yuxiao said mercilessly. Ji Liu is eloquent. My brother and I agreed to eat together, and I will wait for him to come back before eating. Yes, yes, can we eat now? Ji Yuxiao asked him. Ji Liu nodded. Eat, I'm hungry. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Fei again. You didn't eat, did you? Lin Fei shook his head. Ji Liu felt relieved. Me neither. He looked at Lin Fei sweetly. Neither of us. Good. That they can still eat together all the time. Lin Fei laughed again while watching him talking. He was silly and cute, so he couldn't help but smile a little. Of course he knew what Ji Liu was worried about, but he didn't think there was anything to worry about. He never planned to recognize his so-called father, so naturally he wouldn't leave here. He is different from Ji Liu. Ji Liu has a father and loves his father deeply, but he has no father, and he has no feelings for his father. He can actually feel his emotional indifference. He has no feelings for too many people who should have feelings, so he won't be sad because he doesn't have a father, nor will he be hurt because he is unfamiliar with his grandfather, and he won't be sad because of saying goodbye. Classmates and teachers are sad. Unlike most of his peers, he doesn't cry or suffer. The only time he was in pain was when his mother left, and that was the only time he was sad and miserable. But that was the only time. Lin Luoqing once said that it was not normal for him not to cry or laugh, but Lin Fei didn't care. He even thought what he said might be right. Otherwise how could he not feel much about Lin Luoqing beating him? Obviously it hurts when she is beaten, but she doesn't feel uncomfortable. She just finds him annoying, stupid, and how her mother has such a brother who is not worthy of her liking. His feelings are too thin and too stingy. So what if he is his biological father? Does it have anything to do with him? No, then why bother? So Ji Liu didn't need to worry. From the very beginning he was dragged into the restaurant by Ji Liu and sat on his chair. Ji Yuxiao asked concerned, how about it? What did Chen Ming say? Ji Liu listened curiously. Lin Luoqing didn't want to say this in front of Lin Fei and Ji Liu, so he said, I'll talk to you later, okay? Ji Yuxiao responded. Ji Liu was a little disappointed, but on second thought, he would just ask Lin Fei directly, so he happily ate again. The meal was very harmonious. After dinner, Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao went back to the bedroom, and Ji Liu and Lin Fei also went to his bedroom. Lin Luoqing didn't lie to Ji Yuxiao, and sat on the bed and talked about Chen Ming's story. He didn't say anything about the original owner's abuse of Lin Fei. After all, he's an actor and it is inconvenient to go to court, so he simply showed their marriage certificate to warn Chen Ming. Ji Yuxiao was surprised. You brought your marriage certificate? Yes. Lin Luoqing nodded. A person like him is unreasonable at first glance, so naturally he has to prepare unreasonable countermeasures. After he finished speaking, he hooked Ji Yuxiao's neck, but he is definitely not afraid of me, so you have to warn him and tell him not to appear in front of Fei in the future, otherwise I'm worried that he wants to use Fei to climb up with your relationship. Ji Yuxiao was pleasantly surprised. He looked at Lin Luoqing in disbelief, and looked at Lin Luoqing a little strangely. Why do you look at me like that? It's so rare that you would take the initiative to ask me for help. Ji Yuxiao said with emotion. I'm really flattered. Lin Luoqing smiled, and felt that he was very cute at this time. You are my partner. I have encountered a problem and I can't solve it by myself, but you can. Then I will naturally ask you for help. This is normal. It's normal, but it's probably because Lin Luoqing is very independent most of the time and is used to solving things by himself, so it seems that this normality is also commendable. Don't worry, I will help you deal with Chen Ming and make sure that he will never appear in front of Fei again. Yes. Lin Luoqing nodded. I believe in you. And Chen Feng, he thought to himself, since Chen Feng put so much effort into embarrassing him, wouldn't it make sense for him not to embarrass Chen Feng? On the other end, Ji Liu was clinging to Lin Fei, asking him about his meeting with Chen Ming after school today. What did you say? Is he really your father? No. Lin Fei still refused to admit it. My father is already dead. Then why are you still going to see him? Ji Liu hugged him and did not let go. Lin Fei said calmly, he said he was, and my uncle also said he was. My uncle wanted to see him, and I went with my uncle. Ji Liu tilted his head. Then he's still your own father. I don't have a father. Lin Fei said lightly. How can a child not have a father? A baby will be born only when parents are together. Then I don't have a father either. Do you recognize my father as a father? Okay. Ji Liu's voice was soft and coaxing. I will give you my father, so that you will have a father too, so you don't have to recognize other fathers. We can have the same father and be together forever. Lin Fei didn't think it was necessary. I don't need a father, but it's nice to have a dad. Ji Liu persuaded him. You see, we all live together, and my dad treats you very well, so you can call him dad too. What exactly is a father? Lin Fei was a little puzzled. You just said that only parents can have babies, and the one who gave birth to you is the father, but you also call your uncle father, and your uncle didn't give birth to you, but my uncle is also very good to me. Ji Liu explained to him. Father is the best man to you, older than you, more reliable than you, taking care of you, caring for you, and loving you, be with you. After he finished speaking, he remembered something and said, your uncle can actually be your father. He treats you just like my uncle treats me, but he is an uncle. Lin Fei looked at him. An uncle is an uncle. How can an uncle be a father? Ji Liu thinks he is so stubborn. Children should live with their parents. He said, if you don't have a new father, then your own father will come to you in the future. What should you do? He hugged Lin Fei tightly. I don't want you to go. You said you would accompany me. You can't take your word for it. I don't have a real father. Lin Fei still said the same thing. My father is dead. My mother said he was dead, so he died. I won't leave. He looked down at Ji Liu and said, real, don't lie to me, Lin Fei. Lin Fei said patiently, yes. Ji Liu stretched out his hand. Pull the hook, Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked at his serious and expectant face, but finally couldn't bear to refuse. He stretched out his little finger, hooked Ji Liu, and Ji Liu happily hugged him again, calling him brother joyfully and softly. Lin Fei touched his head and felt that he was becoming more and more patient with Ji Liu. Forget it, he is so naive and clingy, he really needs to be more patient. What about homework? Lin Fei hugged him for a while and reminded him, Ji Liu, why are you still thinking about your homework at this moment? Can't you comfort your lovely little brother more? I wonder if your brother was worried all night? Exclamation mark. Ji Liu let out a dissatisfied hum, hugging him as if he didn't hear it. Lin Fei, very well, now there is one more of his countless flaws. Rambunctious as expected of him, there are new flaws every day. Chapter 146. Ji Liu finally checked Lin Fei's homework. He took out his homework book as if offering a treasure, and put it in front of Lin Fei. Here, Lin Fei looked at it, and it was rare that Ji Liu wrote so seriously. The words were not crooked, but stood neatly in the grid. Not bad. He praised. Ji Liu laughed immediately, hugging him and shaking. That's right, I'm so obedient. Lin Fei looked at his smug little face and didn't speak. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao finished talking about Chen Ming, checked the time, and planned to take a bath for Lin Fei. When he walked into Lin Fei's room, he saw Ji Liu leaning on Lin Fei, reading a book with him. As soon as Lin Luoqing saw Lin Fei, he thought of Lin Fei's phrase, I only need my uncle, as well as Chen Ming's sarcasm and accusations. In fact, he should explain to Lin Fei what the original owner did. Even though Lin Fei doesn't mind anymore, he should find a reason to formally get over that matter so that he can know that he loves him and will always be happy. All love him. He hoped that Lin Fei's world would be pure and beautiful, and he also hoped that Lin Fei would feel that he was always liked. Although his uncle had indeed done terrible things, Lin Luoqing didn't want Lin Fei to think that the original owner didn't like him. He wanted Lin Fei to feel that he was good, very popular, and very likable, so that he could face the world with the bright colors. He is still too young, and he has very weak feelings for this world, so Lin Luoqing hopes that his world can be better. I also hope that when he thinks of this unpleasant past in the future, he can have some comfort. He thought so, and walked over. Ji Liu turned around and saw him, and shouted with a smile, Dad, yes. Lin Luoqing touched his head. Xiao, your father is looking for you. Ji Liu was puzzled. Ah. What's the matter, you'll know when you go. Oh. Ji Liu nodded, seeing him stand up and walk out. Lin Luoqing quickly sent a WeChat message to Ji Yuxiao. I asked Xiao to come to you, please hold him for a while. Ji Yuxiao, his wife is really good at employing people. Sure enough, after a while, he saw Ji Liu pushed open the door and ran up to him with a smile. Father, you are looking for me? Yes. Ji Yuxiao touched his head and began to care about his little nephew. Lin Luoqing sat beside Lin Fei, looking at Lin Fei quietly. While watching, he saw Lin Fei turn around and look at him. You have something to tell me? It is a declarative sentence, not an interrogative sentence. Lin Luoqing nodded. Lin Fei added a bookmark to the book, waiting to hear what he had to say. Lin Luoqing coughed and tried to organize her words. Fei, do you still blame me? It's just the things I treated you badly before. Lin Fei shook his head. He said, you apologized before. Lin Luoqing breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, but Fei, his voice lowered, with an imperceptible guilt. He didn't even dare to look at Lin Fei. Actually, I didn't really want to bully you at that time. I just didn't feel used to having a child all of a sudden. He tried to make his lie reasonable. I have never raised a child before, and my work was not going well at that time, and I was not in a good mood, so sometimes I can't control my emotions, so I can't help being myself. I don't like the things I don't like. In fact, I regret it, and I feel guilty. I'm sorry, Fei. Lin Fei was very generous. It's okay, it's over, but I actually like you. Lin Luoqing said anxiously. I have always liked you, although you may not be able to see it, but I also liked you at that time. Really? Lin Fei nodded. He already believed that Lin Luoqing liked him. I'm sorry. Lin Luoqing said again. I will definitely not make the same mistake again in the future. And Lin Fei nodded. Lin Luoqing looked at his immature face and touched his head. Fei, you are a very good boy, so there are many people who like you, your mother, me, your uncle, and even you who came to look for you today. Dad, we all like you. You are very cute. Do you know that? Lin Fei has no idea about this, nor does he feel that he needs to be liked. Lin Luoqing looked at his ignorant eyes, and said with a smile, this world is still very good, and there are still many people who love you in this world. Although I have done some things that hurt you before, in my heart I actually those who like you. We all like you. In the future, you will meet other people who like you. Many, many people. If possible, Lin Luoqing still hopes that his world will be bright and bright, that every flower he passes by will bloom, and everyone he meets will love him. He hopes that Lin Fei will love this world, that everyone around him loves him, that there are only pearls and diamonds in Lin Fei's world. "You're going to have a great future," he said. Lin Fei looked at him calmly without speaking. In fact, he didn't blame Lin Luoqing for a long time. Those memories of the past have already been packed and put aside by him, and they are clearly separated from the present life. At that time, he didn't care about Lin Luoqing, and he didn't like Lin Luoqing, so he wouldn't be sad about those things. He only looked down on Lin Luoqing in his heart, but he didn't bother to waste time with him. What he likes is Lin Luoqing, who will respect him later and take care of him, although he is clingy but patiently speaks every word to him and always praises him for wanting to get close to him. So if the current Lin Luoqing hurts him, he will be disappointed and uncomfortable. But in the past, Lin Luoqing himself had no feelings for him, so naturally he would not have any mood swings. Lin Fei has never been a person who likes to care about and get entangled. He follows his own heart and moves forward without looking back, so if he forgives, he forgives. He says that it is over, and he will not look back. I don't feel that I need to turn over old scores. His feelings are like black and white grids with distinct color blocks. He only looks at the people and things on the white grids, and never looks back at the people and things on the black grids. Therefore, his world is simple and clear. So Lin Fei didn't think that Lin Luoqing needed to apologize to him again. Lin Luoqing had already apologized for those past events, and he forgave them. Everyone makes mistakes, and adults make mistakes too. This is what Lin Luoqing taught him, and he thinks it is very. He also remembered the truth and forgave this adult who made a mistake. So why did he keep thinking about those things? I didn't listen to him, and I don't feel bad. You don't have to worry, he said softly. He guessed that the reason why Lin Luoqing mentioned this again should be related to the person they went to meet this afternoon. The person said that Lin Luoqing bullied him and beat him, so he didn't like him. Lin Luoqing was probably afraid that he would feel the same way, so just came to apologize to him again. He always wanted to say something when he was in the car. Maybe that's what he wanted to say. I won't listen to him, Lin Fei said seriously. I will listen to you, Lin. Luoqing only felt that her heart was hit hard by something, and also seemed to be caressed by a gentle little hand. Soft and gentle, he unconsciously hugged Lin Fei tightly, and his heart felt swollen and warm. Lin Fei looked at him like this, a little helpless. He just said don't go to see that person. Lin Luoqing still wants to go to see him, and he is really unhappy when he sees him. He reached out to hug Lin Luoqing, and patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. Lin Luoqing was a little embarrassed by his action, and quickly let go of her hand. I'll take you to take a bath, Lin Fei nodded. Lin Luoqing hugged him, looked at his clear black and white eyes, and said, Fei, you deserve to be liked by everyone. Lin Fei blinked, with childish innocence and his own too cold indifference. He doesn't need everyone to like him, he thought. After all, he wouldn't like everyone himself. He likes very few people, but many people have no feelings, so what does it matter to him whether others like him or not? Lin Luoqing looked at the calmness in his eyes, and felt a little stripped away. For a moment he seemed to be unable to hide from Lin Fei's clean and pure eyes, and he also seemed to see his own hypocrisy and lies in these innocent and childlike eyes. He's actually pretty fake too. He hoped that Lin Fei felt that the world was beautiful, that every flower he passed by was in full bloom, and that everyone he met loved him. And he even lied to him that his uncle loved him, and so did his father. But how can this world really be like this? There are always some flowers that won't bloom when he passes by, and there are always some people who don't love him that much. If someone loves you in this world, there must be someone who doesn't love you. But because love and not love are two-way in itself, liking each other is more precious. Lin Fei is so smart, it's impossible for him not to understand this truth. Even if he doesn't understand it now, he will understand it later. At that time, he will find that there are actually so few people who love him unreservedly from beginning to end. He is obviously a very good child and has met many people, but there are not many people who really love and protect him all the time. His father wanted him to satisfy his own selfish desires. His grandfather didn't care about him. He doesn't have a grandmother, and his grandparents don't know his existence. Even if they know, it's not because he is him that he likes him or desires him among his blood relatives. Only his mother truly loved and cared for him. But he is obviously a very good child, obviously very sensible, very distressing. He should have more true love without a trace of impurities. Of course he can keep Lin Fei from it forever, as long as he doesn't tell. Lin Fei will never know that his uncle has changed, but other people can always poke his wound and laugh at him, saying that the uncle he likes once hurt him too. He doesn't love him at all. Once again, he opened his wound and exposed it to the sun again. Let him be his emotional stain and weakness. Lin Fei is such a strong person, he shouldn't have to bear this. What's more, he obviously likes Lin Fei very much, and he is obviously the real person who has been working hard to protect him from the beginning to the end. And does not want him to get hurt. He didn't want to be Lin Fei's stain and weakness. He should have let Lin Fei know, knowing that besides his mother, there is another person who wants to love him unreservedly. What's the matter with you? Lin Fei looked at him and asked him. His eyes seemed to be slowly becoming sad. Lin Luoqing hugged him and sat down quietly. He looked at Lin Fei without saying a word. Many words were stuck in his throat. He wanted to say but dared not. Lin Fei didn't know why, so he asked him, "Aren't you taking a bath?" "I'll wash it later," Lin Luoqing said in a low voice. Lin Fei looked at his depressed state, stroked his hair, and coaxed him. "Good boy," he said. "We won't see that person in the future. I won't see him, and you won't see him either." Lin Luoqing only felt sore in his heart. He shook his head, and said to Lin Fei, "It's not his problem." "What is that?" Lin Fei didn't understand. Lin Luoqing looked up at him. Those words came to his lips again, but he didn't know what to say. Did he really want to tell Lin Fei? What would Lin Fei think of him if he found out? Will you still call him uncle? Would you want to believe what he said was true? Fei. Lin Luoqing put him on his chair and looked directly at him. He had never been so hesitant before. He even felt that it would be great if he was really Lin Fei's real uncle. Then he would definitely not. If you can bully him and take good care of him, then he won't have those painful experiences, and he doesn't need to hesitate at this time. "Actually, there are some things that I haven't told you," Lin Luoqing said in a hoarse voice. Chapter 147. Lin Fei looked at him and listened obediently. Lin Luoqing was a little speechless, but he still managed to open his mouth with difficulty, and he said, "What I just said was a lie to you. I hope you think this world is good. Everyone will love you. I hope the world is bright and beautiful, full of unknowns and joys. But how could the world be like this? You have also met bad people, people like your grandfather. So there are some people in this world, he may just not like them. It's not that you are bad, but that he just doesn't like you. There is no way, and there is no reason, but the world is like this. It is so unreasonable." Lin Fei nodded. He already knew this truth, and he never cared whether the world loves him or not, whether it is reasonable or not. Lin Luoqing looked at him and nodded, feeling more and more sad. He knows everything, he thought. He has experienced so much, and he has such a calm and indifferent personality. How could he really feel that everyone in the world loves him? He hadn't believed for a long time that there were only pearls, diamonds, and shell roses in this world, but he still listened quietly when he said those words just now, without refuting. In silence. This is Lin Fei's gentleness. He doesn't say anything, he just does it quietly. If you find out, get close to him and express your love for him, then he will be awkward and happy. If you don't find out, don't like it. He won't say anything, he won't even blame you, and he won't make himself feel bad. Although he is still young, he has already figured out a way to live in harmony with the world. No one protects him, he protects himself. So even for flowers, he only likes cactus that does not need water, can withstand drought, and is full of thorns. He never wants to rely on anyone, he just wants to grow up strong and grow into a big tree that can cover the sky and the sun. Lin Luoqing felt more uncomfortable. He opened his mouth again. His voice was low and slow. "Your father is not a good person. He lied to your mother, and now he came to you because he has no children, so he wanted to satisfy you. He has a wish for a child. But he is already married and has his own family. If you go back with him, you will be in an awkward situation, and he doesn't care about these at all, so he doesn't actually love you very much." Lin Fei still nodded. He didn't care at all. "I don't want you to think that your father doesn't love you. After all, it's your own father. That's why I said he loves you too, but he doesn't at all. I'm sorry, it's okay." Lin Fei said softly, "I don't like him, and whether he is good or not has nothing to do with me," he said. "I know you're doing it for my own good, and I don't blame you." Lin Luo cleared the soreness in his throat. He looked at the eyes of the child in front of him. Lin Fei's eyes were so clean, without any impurities, so clean that he couldn't help but lower his head. "And your uncle? Your uncle, he actually doesn't like you that much?" It was difficult for him to speak, and tears welled up in his eyes. "He bullied you, scolded you, beat you. He never considered your feelings, nor did he think that you were just a child. You did nothing wrong. Why treat you like that? He doesn't like you that much at all, and he's actually not a good person." Lin Fei didn't understand why he said that about himself, but he saw that Lin Luoqing was about to cry, and reached out to wipe his tears. I don't blame you, I know you like me. Lin Luoqing took his hand and held it in his hand. Of course I like you, but, his voice was embarrassing. But I am not your uncle, Lin Fei. Do you know that I am not your uncle? I have never been your uncle. After he finished this sentence, it seemed that he finally said what he had been wanting to say. Tears fell instantly and fell on the back of Lin Fei's hand. It was hot and humid, so hot that Lin Fei didn't understand what he was talking about, nor did he know why is he crying. He looked at Lin Luoqing, ignorant and confused, but he still stretched out his other hand that was not held by him, touched his eyes, and carefully wiped away the tears on his face. He wanted to coax Lin Luoqing so that he would not cry, but before he could speak, he saw Lin Luoqing wipe away his tears, raise his eyes and smiled at him, and explained to him, "Are you very confused?" "What?" he said. "Let me tell you this, I am not from this world. You can understand it this way. You have other people you have met, including your uncle. You live in the forest, but I am not. I am living in the sea. One day, I woke up suddenly, and I became your uncle, and I was no longer in the sea, but in the forest where you live. So, I am not your uncle, and I don't know where your uncle went. Sorry." Lin Fei was a little confused. He blinked and blinked again, thinking carefully about what he said. Isn't he his uncle? How is this possible? But he looked so sad that he was crying, so it shouldn't be lying to him. Who is he then? Since when is it not? Will he continue to live in the forest in the future? Won't go back to a sea? Suddenly, he remembered something and asked Lin Luoqing, "Then the day you woke up, was it the day you said that whoever hit me would make me call back, and I said it was you, and then I was going to hit you?" Lin Luoqing didn't expect that he could guess it all at once, and nodded in surprise. "You are so smart." Lin Fei was very calm. Although he was not so calm in his heart, he still had a calm look on his face, "Because you started from that day, and you are different from the previous you." "I'm sorry," Lin Luoqing said in a low voice. "I didn't intend to squeeze your uncle away, but I became him as soon as I woke up. But I like you very much, really. I didn't dare to tell you before. It's because you are still young. I'm afraid I won't be able to tell you clearly about this matter, and I'm afraid you won't believe me, so I didn't tell you. But I really like you much more than your uncle, much more." Lin Fei listened with some doubts and some beliefs. The changes before and after Lin Luoqing were indeed too great. He had given up on the previous Lin Luoqing and felt that he could not be saved, but suddenly from that day on, Lin Luoqing seemed to be a different person. He began to think that he was dying too. Later, I found out that it was not, so I didn't think much about it, because he liked the changed Lin Luoqing, so he hoped that he would always be like this unexpectedly. This really changed the person. "So, you wake up and change back again?" he asked. "Probably not." Lin Luoqing was also not sure. "I don't know, but it hasn't changed back until now." Hearing what he said, Lin Fei was a little worried. He didn't like Lin Luoqing changing back, and he hoped that Lin Luoqing would always be like this. "Do you want me to change back?" Lin Luoqing asked him cautiously. Lin Fei shook his head. Lin Luoqing was delighted. "Then can I continue to be your uncle in the future?" Lin Fei was stunned by his question. He just accepted Lin Luoqing's statement, and according to Lin Luoqing's statement, he is not his original uncle, so naturally he can no longer be his uncle. His uncle is his mother's younger brother Lin Luoqing, but the current Lin Luoqing is not his mother's brother. Lin Fei shook his head. "You are not my uncle," he said seriously. When Lin Luoqing saw him shaking his head before, he thought that he should like him more, and he should be happy to see him as his new uncle, so he hurriedly asked this question, but he didn't expect him to refuse, and he was a little unbelievable. For a while he looked at Lin Fei for a while, then nodded in disappointment. He should understand that Lin Fei has such a calm and serious personality, and every label on his hand corresponds to everyone faithfully. He is not Lin Luoqing, so naturally he cannot get the label of uncle. "Then, you can call me uncle from now on." Lin Luoqing tried her best not to look so disappointed, and uncle is also very good, so he treated Lin Fei as the uncle who called him uncle, not the uncle of uncle and aunt. Lin Luoqing comforted himself. "Even in front of Xiao and your uncle, you can't call me uncle, you still have to call me uncle, otherwise, the two of them will be surprised." Lin Fei was a little reluctant. He didn't think he should be called Uncle Lin Luoqing. The person he called uncle wouldn't meet him every day and wouldn't care about him so much. He wouldn't miss him if he didn't see him, and wouldn't be happy if he saw him. It doesn't matter, but Lin Luoqing obviously has a lot to do with him. He is different from other people. If the day he sent him back was counted as the first time they met, then he actually treated him very well from the very beginning when he saw him, and liked to be intimate with him. Every now and then I want to kiss him and hug him. He will buy clothes, toys, and books for him, take care of him, care for him, and accompany him. Even if he ignores him, Lin Luoqing will not be angry, but will coax him patiently and talk to him. He taught him a lot of principles and took him to see many scenery that he had never seen before. A figure slowly emerged in Lin Fei's mind. It was his mother. Among so many people he met, only his mother loved him from the first time she saw him, cared for him, took care of him, got close to him and loved to tease him, even if she would say, "Why don't you, Fei, play with other children? Others will dislike you like you," but she still treats him very well and loves him very much. In fact, he is very similar to his mother. What he did was similar to what his mother did, except that he seemed to indulge his character more than his mother. A word suddenly popped up in Lin Fei's mind, a word that he had heard every day for the past 2 days but had no concept of it. Dad is the best and best man for you. He is older than you, more reliable than you, and he wants to take care of you, care about you, love you, and be with you. He remembered what Ji Liu had said to him before. Is this Dad? Lin Fei thought, if this is his father, then Lin Luoqing looks a lot like his father. He is very similar to his mother, and he also takes care of him like his mother, cares about him, accompanies him, tells him stories and makes sense, but he is not his mother, so he can only be the father corresponding to the word mother. Our Lin Fei finally had the consciousness of the word daddy on this day, and the label of daddy was automatically generated in his hand. He looked at the person in front of him, and asked him tentatively, "Is it okay not to call you uncle, Lin Luoqing?" Lin Luoqing felt that she was really going to cry again. Why can't my uncle and uncle not be able to do this? What's that called? You can't just call me by name, can you? He was about to ask Lin Fei what he was going to call him when he heard Lin Fei whisper, "Can I call you Dad? You're not my uncle, so I can't call you uncle, but you don't look like uncle either, and I don't want to call you uncle, so can I call you Dad, Lin Luoqing?" Lin Luoqing looked at the child in front of him in shock and almost jumped up. He was startled for a long time before he finally came to his senses. He hugged Lin Fei and kept kissing him on the cheek. "Yes, yes," Lin Luoqing said pleasantly. "Why are you so good? Dad loves you. Dad will always love you the most." After he finished speaking, he kissed Lin Fei uncontrollably. Lin Fei was hugged tightly by him, feeling the constant gentle touch on his face, and felt that his ex-uncle found that his father must be going crazy. Otherwise, why would he hug him so tightly and kiss him endlessly? He is not like Lin Luoqing at this time, but he is not a mother in the first place, so naturally he will not be exactly like his mother. Lin Fei was helpless. Is this his father? He really doesn't need Dad that much? Chapter 148. Lin Luoqing kissed for a long time, and finally regained some sense from the ecstatic joy, and looked at Lin Fei tenderly. There are still some tear stains on his face that have just been wiped but not completely wiped off, reflecting his overly bright smile, which looks cute and vivid. It was the first time Lin Fei saw him cry, and he felt a little complicated in his heart. He looked at Lin Luoqing's slightly red eyelids, and felt that he was not like a father at this time, but also like a child, and his eyes were red from crying. He raised his hand to help Lin Luoqing wipe away the tears on his face, but as soon as he touched Lin Luoqing's face, Lin Luoqing felt embarrassed and wiped it twice. "I'm going to wash my face," he told Lin Fei. After finishing speaking, he remembered something and said to him, "I'll take you to take a bath. I just said that I will give you a bath." Seeing that he finally stopped crying, Lin Fei didn't dare to say anything, for fear that his still red eyes would shed tears again. He rarely said that he could wash himself, but opened his hands obediently. It was the first time Lin Luoqing saw him take the initiative to open his arms to ask him to hug him, and thought to himself that it would be different after becoming a father. He hugged Lin Fei happily, shook him intentionally, and said with a smile, "Let's go, let's take a bath." Lin Fei, he's really like a kid. Lin Luo washed his face to make it look less obvious that he had cried before turning around and starting to unbutton Lin Fei's pajamas. Lin Fei looked at his drooping face and asked curiously, "You're not my uncle, so what's your name?" "My name is also Lin Luoqing." Lin Luoqing looked up at him. "I have the same name as your uncle." Lin Fei was a little curious. "Then what did you look like before?" "Almost like this, now." Lin Fei was a little surprised. "Then the bottom of the sea where you stayed, is there another me?" "Not really." Lin Luoqing shook his head. He was in a novel and not a parallel world. How could there be another Lin Fei? He smiled and nodded Lin Fei's little nose, A cute and sensible baby like you is rare in the world, and you are the only one in the world, Lin. Fei was already used to his behavior of praising him whenever he had the opportunity. He looked at Lin Luoqing's smiling eyes, and thought to himself that he was really not like the previous Lin Luoqing. How could the previous Lin Luoqing praise him? He just scolds him. The two of them are indeed very different, but it's good that he doesn't have another Lin Fei. Otherwise, wouldn't it be bad if he snatched another Lin Fei's uncle? Are you alone there? He continued, almost. Lin Luoqing helped him take off his clothes, and carried him into the bathtub. His parents passed away a long time ago, and he has been living with his relatives, but whether they are relatives or not real parents, it is already very good that the other party can raise him, so naturally he can't ask for much affection from them. Lin Luoqing has experienced the feeling of living in someone else's house and watching other people's family enjoy themselves, but he can't get in. That's why he asked Lin Fei if he wanted to call him dad after Ji Liu called him dad. I hope Lin Fei feels the same way, but Lin Fei has his own thinking logic, saying that there is no father in his world. Lin Luoqing originally gave up the title of father, and just wanted to be his uncle, well, so that although he was his little nephew in name, he was actually his son. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei relied on his own thinking logic, call him dad, not the one who merged with the original owner, but the one alone, the real him. Thinking of this, Lin Luoqing became happier. He couldn't help but kissed Lin Fei's face again, and said affectionately, "Daddy's little baby." Lin Fei is still a little unfamiliar with the word father, but Lin Luoqing is happy, and the little magpie in his heart will chirp twice, not noisy, but very joyful. So it's good for Lin Luoqing to be happy. He thought that Lin Luoqing was alone there, and there was him, Ji Yuxiao, and Ji Liu here, so he probably liked it more. You live in the sea, so were you a mermaid before? Lin Fei asked suddenly. Lin Luoqing laughed, of course not. This is a metaphor. You know the rhetorical technique of metaphor, right? You are still too young, so I can't explain it to you in detail. I can only give you a metaphor. Wait for you when you grow up, you'll understand. Lin Fei nodded, and refused to admit defeat. Then you tell me in detail first, and I will think about it slowly. Maybe I can understand it now. He has always been smart, thoughtful, confident and proud. Otherwise, Lin Luoqing would not have a showdown with a child hastily. Therefore, Lin Luoqing did not refuse, but said seriously, I was originally from another world, and then I woke up and became your uncle, and became a person from your world. Lin Fei wondered, are there two worlds? At this moment, he was confused about the world again. What is the world? My mother died, and they said she left this world, so people who have not died are in the world, so what we are staying in now is the world. But if there is another world, what is that world, baby? Lin Luoqing looked at him and said sincerely, your father is an actor, not a scientist. You ask such a profound question, and your father doesn't understand. Lin Fei was a little surprised, but his tone was as calm as ever. Don't you understand? Even as adults, just like adults make mistakes, of course adults also have many things they don't understand. If you are curious, you can wait until you grow up to be a scientist and study the origin of the universe and the end of the world. Lin Fei nodded. Oh, Lin Luoqing looked at him and said oh with a serious face, like a little adult, couldn't help pinching his face and kissing him again. Lin Fei, he really likes kissing him, that's right. Lin Luoqing told him, don't tell your uncle and Xiao about this, I will tell them myself later, but I can't say it now. Okay, okay. Lin Fei agreed. Fei is so kind. Lin Luoqing said, and kissed him again. Lin Fei felt that he was almost numb by the kiss. Lin Luoqing bathed him, carried him out, and helped him put on his pajamas. He looked at Lin Fei. His father's love was overwhelming, and he was reluctant to leave. Dad, will you sleep well with you tonight? Lin Luoqing hugged him and coaxed him. Lin Fei had no objection. Okay, then. I'll go and talk to your uncle. After he finished speaking, he realized something and laughed again. Now that you call me daddy, it seems that you can no longer call your uncle uncle. Lin Fei nodded. He had already thought about what to call Ji Yuxiao. I will call him father from now on. Lin Luoqing? Don't you call me dad. If you all call dad, if you are all there, can you tell who I am calling? Lin Luoqing. This, Lin Fei smiled, a little smugly, can't tell the difference? He had already discovered from Ji Liu's usual relationship with Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao that they all called him father. It was fine when Ji Yuxiao and Lin Luoqing were not together, But if they were together, they would not be able to tell Ji Liu apart. Whoever calls, will go to see Ji Liu. How stupid, Lin Fei said. His brother is really too stupid, little idiot. I'm not an idiot like Ji Liu. I call you father and uncle and father. In this way, can't you tell the difference? Lin Luoqing, as expected of the future tyrant, he just started calling him dad, so he has already arranged everything, okay. Lin Luoqing nodded, listening to President Xiao Lin. Then I'll go and talk to your father and tell him that I'm going to sleep with you tonight, and Lin Fei responded reluctantly. Lin Luoqing hugged him again, then let go after a while, and walked to her bedroom in a happy mood. He walked to the door of his bedroom, pushed open the door, poked his head in, and slowly moved his body in. His face was full of joy, and he stared at Ji Yuxiao, who was leaning on the bedside. Ji Yuxiao was puzzled. What's wrong with you? The smile on Lin Luoqing's face deepened, and he said, I have good news, great news. Ji Yuxiao was curious. Did you pass the audition? More than that surprise, is there anything more surprising than passing your audition? Ji Yuxiao asked curiously. Lin Luoqing smiled and approached him. As he approached, his face was reflected in the light, and Ji Yuxiao realized that his eyelids were slightly red. He himself was white, and this touch of red was as if rouge had been wiped off. This startled Ji Yuxiao quickly sat up straight, and asked in surprise, are you crying? He was a little anxious. What happened? Lin Luoqing didn't expect that he had already washed his face, but Ji Yuxiao could still see it, feeling a little ashamed and blushing a little. Oh, don't look into my eyes. He acted coquettishly with those close to him like a big child. Aren't I crying with joy, now? Ji Yuxiao was really curious. What can make you cry with joy? As soon as Lin Luoqing heard him ask this, she became excited, and the joy in her heart rose again, and her face became bright and innocent again when she saw Ji Yuxiao. He smiled happily and purely, as if he had caught the clouds in the sky, and also seemed to have caught the full sun. Fei said, from now on, I will be his father. He said, a little embarrassed, but also uncontrollably happy. His voice seemed to be wrapped in sugar, and somehow shy of a young man. He stared at Ji Yuxiao. His eyes were shining, as if waiting for his congratulations and cheers. Ji Yuxiao never thought that the surprise he was talking about was this. He had previously talked to Lin Luoqing about whether Lin Fei should call him dad instead. Lin Luoqing said at the time that Lin Fei had his own thinking logic, and he didn't have dad in his consciousness, so he couldn't call him dad. It wasn't that he didn't like him, but he has no such concept. So later on, neither he nor Lin Luoqing mentioned this matter again anyway. No matter what the name is, they all treat Lin Fei as their own child, so the title is not so important. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei would choose to call Lin Luoqing's father after his own father appeared. This is really a blessing in disguise, which is really rare. Ji Yuxiao also became happy in an instant, and looked at him happily. Really? That's really great. Fei actually agreed to you to be his father. That's great. Lin Luoqing felt the same way. He threw himself into Ji Yuxiao's arms and hugged him. He was so happy. He couldn't suppress the joy in Lin Fei's place just now. He hugged Lin Fei and kissed him for a long time. Now that he came back to share the good news with Ji Yuxiao, he was still excited and couldn't help being happy again. Stand up. He really poured too much affection into Lin Fei, and he also liked this child who looked like him but had a completely different personality from him. He likes Lin Fei when he is well behaved and sensible. He also likes Lin Fei when he dislikes him with a paralyzed face. He likes when Lin Fei expresses his liking awkwardly, and he also likes when Lin Fei says good ignorantly. Among all the children, Lin Fei was his favorite, so he naturally wanted to get closer to Lin Fei. But now, Lin Fei took the initiative and gave him the label of the only father in his hand. If Lin Luoqing hadn't cried before, he probably would have shed tears by then. What does this feel like? It's like you worked hard to raise a flower. When you grow the flower, you know that the flower may not bloom, but you like it, so you don't need it to bloom. You just want to simply raise it. In the end, one day, but he suddenly bloomed flowers, which were fragrant and dazzling. He could not have bloomed, but he likes you, so he is willing to bloom for you. So Lin Luoqing was happy about it, moved by it, and cherished it even more. He was so happy, really so happy. No matter how restrained he was, he couldn't restrain the joy in his heart. He hugged Ji Yuxiao tightly, leaned on his shoulder, and smiled silently, feeling the joy in him. Ji Yuxiao couldn't help laughing. This is indeed good news. Wait a few days and see where Fei wants to go. Let's take him out to play together. Let's go to the museum. Lin Luoqing hurriedly said. He walked away from Ji Yuxiao's shoulder, looked into Ji Yuxiao's eyes. He liked it very much when we took him there last time. This time we can take him to other museums. He should also like it very much. At that time, you can ask him first to see which museum he wants to go to, and we will take him there, okay? Ji Yuxiao stroked his eyes with a smile. That's why you cried like this? Then if we hold a wedding in the future, you still have to cry for the whole wedding. Chapter 149. Lin Luoqing was instantly ashamed. Who is going to marry you? You think so beautifully. Ji Yuxiao raised her eyebrows. Oh? The wife on my marriage certificate won't marry me, so who do you think I will marry? Lin Luoqing looked down at him and didn't speak. Ji Yuxiao looked at him and felt that he was very young and cute at this time, like a boy of 18 or 19 years old, with sincerity and clarity, and a wave of his hand was like a bright sun. He lowered his head, and was about to kiss Lin Luoqing, when he heard Ji Liu's soft voice, "Daddy, let me help you." The word Li was not uttered. Ji Liu looked at the picture in front of him, wanted to reach out to cover his eyes, but found that he was still holding a fruit plate, so he turned directly, with his back to the two of them. Ji Yuxiao had no choice but to pause and sit up straight. Lin Luoqing was so ashamed that she stood up quickly, walked to the other side and picked up her own pillow. "I will sleep with Fei tonight." Ji Yuxiao looked at his blushing face and nodded. Lin Fei rarely called Lin Luoqing's father. It's normal for Lin Luoqing to want to sleep with him. Go. I also want to sleep with brother Fei tonight. Ji Liu wanted to raise his hand, but unfortunately his hand was occupied, so he could only raise the fruit plate in his hand. Ji Yuxiao looked at his wife. Then can I sleep with Fei today? Lin Luoqing. Well, it's not a day or two since his son is popular, so let's sleep together. They are family anyway, and a family should sleep together. Then I'll go and bring Fei here, after. He finished speaking. He remembered that Ji Liu still didn't know anything, and said with a smile, "Xiao, Fei will be just like you in the future, calling me dad." Ji Liu was pleasantly surprised. Really? He was so happy. Lin Fei called Lin Luoqing's father, then he had a father, and he was with his father, so naturally he didn't have to talk to other fathers anymore. Great. Ji Liu said happily. Lin Luoqing laughed again. You feel good too? Ji Liu couldn't help nodding. In this way, my brother will stay at our house forever. He would have stayed at our house forever. Lin Luoqing comforted him. No matter what he calls me, he will stay at our house. Ji Liu nodded with his eyes bent. Yes, then. I'll ask Fei to come over. Lin Luoqing looked at him and said. Ji Liu kept answering, until Lin Luoqing left. He walked to Ji Yuxiao's bedside table, put down the fruit plate in his hand, took off his shoes, and sat next to Ji Yuxiao. Dad, I know why my brother suddenly called me dad. Dad, why? Ji Yuxiao asked him. Because I just told him that he can also call him uncle and father. Dad is not only the father and mother who gave birth to you. You can also be called father if you are very good to you. Ji Yuxiao pinched his face. You quite understand. Ji Liu approached his arms, and said sweetly, because my father is very good to me. My father is the best person in the world to me. Hearing what he said, Ji Yuxiao kissed his forehead. Daddy will always treat you well, he said. Dad will always love you the most. Even if your brother will call me dad in the future, I still love you the most. Of course, I also like your brother. Both of you are my little babies. Ji Liu has never been jealous of Lin Fei, probably because Lin Fei knew his secret and treated him very well, or maybe it was because he himself liked Lin Fei very much, so he didn't mind Ji Yuxiao liking Lin Fei. But what he cared most about was Ji Yuxiao, so he laughed happily when he heard him say that. Ji Yuxiao pinched his face, looking at him tenderly and dotingly. Suddenly there is a new child named Dad in the family. Ji Liu is well behaved and cheerful, and he agrees with this matter very much, but he is also afraid that he will have a slight awkwardness in his heart, so he emphatically tells him that he likes it the most. He was originally an only child, and now that he has no biological parents, it is inevitable that he will be sensitive. As his adoptive father, he must at least make him feel that he is always the most favored among him. Ji Liu looked at him, rubbed against his chin, and smiled sweetly. Then Dad, you must always be well, in order to love me forever, okay? Ji Yuxiao rubbed his forehead. Lin Luoqing went back to Lin Fei's room, and saw Lin Fei sitting on the bed and waiting for him while looking at the pad. He was looking at the explanation of the term world, as if he wanted to understand what Lin Luoqing said at this age. What does world to world mean? Lin Luoqing walked over, tilted his head and glanced at him. Lin Fei looked up at him, and asked him, "Are you going to sleep?" Lin Luoqing nodded, "But Xiao and your father also want to sleep with you. They both like you very much, and I can't refuse, so let's sleep together." Lin Fei was quite used to the four of them sleeping together, so he didn't say anything, and got out of bed with a hum. Lin Luoqing took his hand and led him out the door. He was still very happy in his heart, and his steps were so light that he could almost fly. "Wait a few days, I'll take you out to play," he said. "Don't you like museums? Let's change to another museum this time, okay?" Lin Fei agreed. Lin Luoqing looked at him, bent down and picked him up. Lin Fei. Lin Luoqing smiled. "I still want to hug you." I held back for a while, but I couldn't hold back. He smiled shyly, his eyes clear. Lin Fei looked at a silly smile inside silently in his heart. He is really clingy, so clingy. If one day he really leaves Lin Luoqing will definitely cry again. Lin Fei remembered that when he was at the beginning, he actually wanted to leave him very much, and he wanted to leave him when he grew up, but he didn't know when. He slowly didn't want to leave him. Probably he gave him a flower pot, and he has his own flower pot, so he can take root and don't have to be blown away by the wind. He finally doesn't look like a dandelion. Thinking of this, Lin Fei raised one corner of his lips. He hugged Lin Luoqing's shoulder gently and carefully. He thought it was amazing that he got the flower pot that Lin Luoqing gave him, not this world but the flower pot that Lin Luoqing gave him from another world. Although he still doesn't understand what the world is, how there are two worlds, how Lin Luoqing can still come here from that world. But because he is not here in the first place, the flower pot he gave is even more precious. If Lin Luoqing hadn't come, then he probably wouldn't have a flower pot, right? Lin Fei thought then he will still be a dandelion, which is not bad, but he will have some regrets after all. He still wants to put down roots. The young Lin Fei is still young after all, and because he doesn't know enough about the world, he still has ignorant expectations, longing for a place where he can take root. But the adult Lin Fei in the book has long since given up on this deep-rooted love. Previous hopes. He floats in this world like duckweed, watching everything with cold eyes, without emotion, without expectation. He lives seriously, but like a passerby. He has no nostalgia for everything in this world. He is very responsible for his own life, never wasting. He does everything he wants to do, but only because he is still alive. Lin Luoqing carried Lin Fei into his and Ji Yuxiao's bedroom, and put Lin Fei on the bed. Ji Liu rushed over immediately and asked him, "Brother, are you willing to call you uncle and dad?" He asked, "Is it what I said before? Do you think I'm right?" "Of course not," Lin Feixin said, but he promised Lin Luoqing not to tell others that he is not from this world, so he didn't answer, and Ji Liu just took him as acquiescence. He immediately became proud. "Then you will be like me from now on. We will call you uncle, my father and father." Lin Fei refused. "No, why?" Ji Liu was puzzled. Ji Yuxiao also questioned. Yes, why not? He has already agreed to call Lin Luoqing's father, so if he doesn't want this, is it because he doesn't want to be called his father? Why? Is he not doing well enough? Otherwise, why is Lin Fei unwilling? Or does Lin Fei feel that he has no blood relationship with him, so there is no need to call him dad? Ji Yuxiao was a little anxious. Just after hearing Lin Luoqing's words, he tacitly agreed that Lin Fei would also call him father. After all, when he called Lin Luoqing's uncle, he would always call him uncle. Now that Lin Luoqing has become a father, shouldn't he also be his father? Why don't you want to? The more Ji Yuxiao thought about it, the more depressed he became. Just as he was about to ask him again, he heard Lin Fei's calm voice as always, "I'll call my uncle and dad, and your father, is that okay?" Lin Luoqing helped him explain. "Fei is afraid that we will be confused if they call us daddy, so we say one is called daddy and the other is called father." Hearing this, Ji Yuxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great, as long as you want to call him dad. It scares him to death." He hugged Lin Fei and put it on his lap. "Okay, you can call him whatever you want. Anyway, it's what dad meant. We Fei are quite caring, and we are afraid that your father and I will not be able to tell each other how smart." He kissed Lin Fei. Only then did Ji Liu remember that Ji Yuxiao had said similar things to him before, but he was used to calling him daddy, so he didn't change it. Whether it was Ji Yuxiao or Lin Luoqing, they all called him daddy. Then, "I will be like my brother from now on, called dad. You are my father." Ji Liu changed his words. "Okay." Ji Yuxiao smiled and rubbed his head. Ji Liu is happy. Now he and Lin Fei have the same father and father. Now, No one can take it away. He threw himself into Ji Yuxiao's arms happily, and hugged him tightly. Ji Yuxiao looked at Lin Fei from the left, Ji Liu from the right, and finally Lin Luoqing, who was looking at the three of them with a smile, and suddenly felt that the so-called home was probably like this. He smiled at Lin Luoqing, and Lin Luoqing laughed too, smiling. In one night, the family of four were very happy, and Lin Luoqing was even a little too happy. It was not until the middle of the night that he finally hugged Lin Fei and slowly closed his eyes. Early the next morning, he washed up and ate breakfast, and sent his two children to school as usual. When Luojia drove to pick them up, he saw Lin Luoqing smiling like a spring breeze. "What's the matter? Are you so happy today?" "It's okay," Lin Luoqing said modestly after being humble. "I couldn't help showing off." "Then what? From today onwards, I will be Fifei's father." "Really?" Luojia was surprised, but on second thought, Ji Liu could call Ji Yuxiao's father, so as long as Lin Luoqing adopts Lin Fei, it's normal for Lin Fei to call him father. "Then, congratulations, Lin." Luoqing laughed again. His whole body was indescribably bright after sending Lin Fei back. Lin Luoqing saw Xiaoli and did not forget to share the joy with him. Xiaoli was very supportive. "This is a good thing. Congratulations, Mr. Lin." "No, no, no." Lin Luoqing waved his hands hypocritically, while the corners of his mouth raised uncontrollably. He went to Mrs. Zhang again and asked her to make more of Lin Fei and Ji Liu's favorite food for dinner. "I'm his father now, so I should care about him more, Mrs. Zhang laughed. "Sir, you told me about this before breakfast. Have you forgotten? Besides, you cared about the two of them before. That's different." Lin Luoqing plausibly said. "Can uncle's concern be the same as father's concern?" Mrs. Zhang wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh too much. She felt that Lin Luoqing was like a father who had just become a father. She wanted to let everyone know that he had a child. It was best to congratulate him a few more times. "Okay, then I'll make him some dessert that Fifei likes today." "Okay, okay." Lin Luoqing nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard, it's not hard." Mrs. Zhang smiled. "It's just as long as you and Fifei like it." Lin Luoqing talked for a while, but he was still not satisfied. Lin Fei called him dad. How could such a big matter be known only to the relevant people in their family? He is not such a selfish person, and his relatives and friends should know it too. So Lin Luoqing started sending WhatsApp messages. He sent a message to Wu Zhenyan. "Anchor, you must have called me daddy." Wu Zhenyan, who also has children, sent sincere congratulations. "Really? It seems that your uncle is doing very well. So the child likes you very much and is willing to get close to you, so he's willing to call you daddy." Lin Luoqing felt that what he said was too right. Isn't it worth rewarding that he can see the truth with a single glance? Give him a raise next month. He sent Shi Zhang another WeChat message. "Brother Zhang, my nephew calls me daddy. Ha 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 ha." Shi Zhang took the time to reply to him. "That's very good. The child is the most innocent. He knows who is good to him and who is not good to him. He knows in his heart you must be good to him, and he feels it, so he is willing to call him that you." Lin Luoqing, look, or he is the future film star. With this vision and opinion, when you pick the script, you must pick one. If he doesn't win the award, whoever wins the award. He sent Su Tong another message. "Good news, my nephew called me dad." Su Tong thought that his good news was that he had passed the audition, but he didn't expect it to be this. But he thought about it again. He and Ji Yuxiao, one raised his nephew as a son, and the other raised his nephew as a son. In a sense, they are also a very perfect match. Su Tong, very good. Ji Liu is also called Ji Yuxiao's father. Now you both have a son, a family of four, complete. Lin Luoqing nodded, or said that he is a popular trafficker. Look at this level of speaking, he deserves to be popular. Lin Luoqing happily held the phone and sent messages one after another in the morning. Li Hanhei, Yao Momo, Su Ying, Zhang Quan, Wu Jia, and even director Zhang knew that Lin Luoqing had a little nephew who was very good, well-behaved and sensible, and now they called him dad. Everyone. Is this the legendary silly dad syndrome? Their teacher Xiao Lin usually looks very smart. Why did he suddenly have this terminal illness? Exclamation mark. Sure enough, children's lethality is infinite. For a while, everyone clamored to see the photos of the little nephew, especially girls like Yao Momo and Wu Jia. Hurry up, let me take a look. I like little cute babies the most. Xiaolin's nephew should also look like teacher Xiaolin, right? It's cute just thinking about it. Xiaolin quickly send the photos. I'm so curious, Xingxian. Although Lin Luoqing felt that their family Fei was very handsome and good-looking, and he was especially good-looking, but he still didn't send Lin Fei's photo. He only said, secret. Yao Momo lamented, woo. That's right, I'm getting more and more curious. But congratulations to Mr. Xiaolin, the little nephew is so cute, you should be very happy to call you dad, congratulations. A red envelope for my little nephew, I'll come and play with you when I'm not busy, Mr. Xiaolin, I'll take a look at my little nephew when the time comes. Congratulations, blessings, red envelopes, red envelopes. In an instant, the group was filled with red envelopes. Lin Luoqing was ashamed to accept their red envelopes, smiled and sent them several more red envelopes, thanked them several times, and then remembered a person. How could he forget Chen Ming? How could such a beautiful thing not be notified to Lin Fei, his father? If it weren't for his appearance, how could he confess to Lin Fei, and how could Lin Fei call him father? Lin Luoqing picked up the phone and called Chen Ming, deciding to let him also witness this beautiful father-son relationship. Hey, it's me. Lin Luoqing smiled, I have good news for you. What? Good news? Chen Ming said excitedly, is he willing to raise Lin Fei with him? Lin Luoqing smiled very happily, ha. Fei called me daddy, he said that I will be his daddy in the future, ha. Chen Ming, are you polite? What is this good news? Chapter 150. Lin Luoqing was still smiling over there, you don't need to blast me, it's a good thing, I know you are happy for me and Fei, it's fine if you want it, there is no need to send any gifts, ha. Chen Ming, who is happy for him? What gift? Go dreaming. What else is there to say that Fei will have a father in the future? He already has, he is his father. Lin Luoqing, you, okay, I just want to tell you, share this good news, you don't need to blast me, why are you so polite? Hang up. After Lin Luoqing finished speaking, she quickly hung up the phone without giving Chen Ming a chance to speak. Chen Ming? Question mark? Who wants to blast him? He is such a good son. In vain and tenderness, he has never hugged him once, and his father has never called him his son. Why do you call someone else's father? It's not fair. Chen Ming felt that he was too miserable, too miserable. Ji Yuxiao looked at his son who was showing off his mobile phone in high spirits, and asked him, are you happy? Lin Luoqing nodded, it's okay, have you dazzled enough? What's enough to show off? Lin Luoqing asked him, what else can it be? Of course right and wrong, Lin Luoqing laughed instantly, and soon, he asked in confusion, how do you know? Good question. Ji Yuxiao nodded, several people have sent WeChat messages to congratulate me on having another son this morning, Lin Luoqing? Question mark? That's okay too. Who is it? Luo Jia, Xiao Li, Wu Zhenyan, Su Tong. Oh, they're all people they know in common, no wonder, then. You're not satisfied? Lin Luoqing was very proud, by Fei is such a smart, cute, sensible and handsome young son, don't you want to make too much money? Ji Yuxiao laughed, then I'm really satisfied, Lin Luoqing snorted, that's about the same, he had enough of showing off, and then he thought about the business again. Chen Ming didn't know anything for so many years, and he didn't appear in front of Lin Fei in a calm manner. It didn't make sense to appear suddenly now. Someone must be behind. I guessed it was Chen Feng. I mentioned her when I talked to Chen Ming later, but Chen Ming didn't refute it, so it should basically be her. Ji Yuxiao nodded, what do you want to do? Did you want my dad to give me some shares before? Lin Luoqing said, a person like him would definitely not give me his own shares. Most likely, he wanted to take what he had previously distributed. Lin Luoqing's, that's why Chen Feng couldn't accept it, so she called me and asked me to give up, but I didn't agree and she made this out to make things difficult for me, since she is unkind. Don't blame me for being unrighteous, I want all of Lin Luoqing's shares. This company itself was created by my mother and Lin Bo together. What's the matter with Lin Luoqing and Chen Feng? Why does Lin Luoqing occupy Bowen's shares? Okay. Ji Yuxiao had no objection. He even felt that Lin Luoqing was still gentle, so let him go. At this time, he should plan how to kick Lin Bo and Lin Luoqing out of Bowen together, but Lin Luoqing only planned to get back what belonged to him, his own share, but it doesn't matter. After all, Bowen will be his in the future, it's just a matter of time, so don't worry. But if you say this, Will Chen Feng jump the wall in a hurry and want to harm Lin Bo? Lin Luoqing thought. Ji Yuxiao sneered. That was also his own derailment. Who can stop him from looking for mistress? Lin Luoqing. Will it be cheaper for Lin Luoqing? No. Ji Yuxiao was very confident. Don't worry, no matter what, as long as I'm here, you will definitely win. Lin Luoqing was relieved. He liked Ji Yuxiao's narcissism very much at this moment. It was reassuring. Lin Luoqing leaned close to him and kissed him. As expected of you, Ji Yuxiao smiled and pinched his face. Otherwise, why would you be your male god? Lin Luoqing smiled. Then please, then. How are you going to repay me? Ji Yuxiao took time off. I've promised myself with my body. How can I repay you? How about? Ji Yuxiao leaned closer to his ear. Let's make another promise tonight, Lin Luoqing. He really doesn't eat meat, and once he eats meat, he completely forgets how he used to live a vegetarian life. He snorted at Ji Yuxiao, dialed Father Lin's phone, and prepared to implement his plan. Seeing that it took the initiative to look for him, Father Lin thought that he had finally softened his heart and was willing to talk to him, so he quickly picked up. Lolo, have you figured it out and want to go home? Lin Luoqing sobbed twice, pretending to be pitiful. Dad, I will never go back again. You tell Auntie. I don't want the shares. I don't want your father. I don't want my family anymore. I don't want anything anymore. I begged her. Please let me and Fei go. After he finished speaking, he began to cry. Ji Yuxiao listened to his sincere crying, and then looked at his expressionless face. His whole body was a little torn. His wife's acting skills are really very good. Father Lin heard him cry bitterly, and heard him say this, and said quickly, what's wrong? What did your aunt do? You tell Dad. Dad will make the decision for you. Lin Luoqing shook his head. Forget it, Dad. I don't want to say anything more. I just want my aunt to let Fei and me go, and you will pretend that you never gave birth to me in the future, and you, your aunt, and your younger brother will live your life well. Yu Xiao and Fei and I live our lives as if we never knew each other, okay? No, Luoqing, what's the matter? Father Ji asked in confusion. Lin Luoqing sniffled. It's okay, then I'll hang up with Dad. You take good care of yourself in the future. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone quickly, picked up the water glass and took a sip of water. Ji Yuxiao silently gave him a thumbs up. If he didn't win an award for his acting skills, he wouldn't be able to tell the truth, right? Why do you look at me like that? He kept staring at Lin Luoqing, and looked at him with feeling. Amazing. At your acting skills, Lin Luoqing was proud. Professional players, that's really professional. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone in his pocket rang. Ji Yuxiao took it out and saw that it was indeed Father Lin. Lin Luoqing knew that if he was so hesitant to talk and half-talked, Father Lin would definitely ask, and if he wanted to ask, the best candidate was Ji Yuxiao. After all, he wanted to have a relationship with Ji Yuxiao so much, he wished he could talk to Ji Yuxiao every day, so why would he give up such a good opportunity? Take it. Lin Luoqing motioned to Ji Yuxiao and said. Ji Yuxiao picked it up, and heard Lin's father wondering, Yuxiao, what's wrong with Luoqing? Why are you crying and calling me today to tell me that you just don't know each other? He pretended to be gentle and said, I've thought about it. You were right before. I love him so much. I wanted to protect him and prevent his innocent heart from being polluted. That's why I didn't want him to be involved in the darkness of the mall. I don't want to give him shares. But this will indeed cause misunderstanding, so I want to give him 5 shares, so that he and his brother will be the same, and will not feel that I am partial to his brother. Ji Yuxiao snorted coldly. Then you'd better not give it. Before you gave the shares, Aunt Chen Feng couldn't wait to find out Lin Fei's father and threaten Luoqing. If you really give it, who knows what Auntie Chen Feng will do? What did you say? Lin's father asked in surprise. Lin Fei's real father? Who is his real father? Ji Yuxiao was angry. Oh, you don't know? I thought you and Auntie Chen Feng slept in the same quilt every day, and she would never hide it from you. I didn't expect that she would even keep you from it. It's really a good way. When Father Lin heard this, his face turned green. He lost his temper at home and asked Lin Luoqing about Lin Luoqing having a child out of wedlock. Lin Luoqing only said that the child's father died, so he didn't ask any more questions. He only thought that his father was really dead. I didn't expect my daughter to lie to me, but Chen Feng also lied to me. No matter whether she knew it before or just now, she shouldn't hide it from herself. This kind of thing shouldn't have happened. Lin Fei's surname is Lin, so he is from the Lin family. His daughter and son have worked so hard to raise this child. Could it be that they are raising children for others? Exclamation mark. How confused. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an answer to this matter. I will ask her when I go back today, uncle, don't ask me any more. Ji Yuxiao laughed deliberately. I used to think that uncle, you were in your house, you were just as good as you said, but now it seems that it's not all, or you can't say it here like Luoqing. Your wife and children are trying to make trouble for Luoqing. You can't even control your own wife and children. Even if I want to cooperate with you, I dare not. What if your wife and children do it? What the hell? You'll just say I'll teach them a lesson when I get back, and it doesn't have any practical effect. Forget it, uncle. Let's stop dating in the future, so as to save your wife and children from being unhappy, and Luoqing will be angry. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Lin Luoqing immediately applauded him. Well said. As for Limbo, a machismo, how can he listen to these words? He probably should educate his wife and children when he gets home tonight. Ji Yuxiao chuckled. That's what you said. I have something better. What? Lin Luoqing asked him. Ji Yuxiao took the mobile phone and directly dialed Chen Ming's number. He didn't warn Chen Ming directly on the first day of Chen Ming's appearance. Firstly, Lin Luoqing didn't let him intervene at that time, and secondly, he didn't want to verbally warn Chen Ming at all, who allowed him to appear in front of Lin Fei. Why did he dare to appear in front of Lin Fei and the child from Lin Luoqing? Since Ji Yuxiao adopted Ji Leyu, he has been able to feel the covetousness of all parties. His brother's inheritance is so rich that everyone wants to get involved. His father wants Ji Leyu to follow him. That idiot even dared to covet Ji Liyu's custody, so Chen Ming Mao appeared rashly, wanting to Lin Fei as soon as he appeared. It was like frantically playing in Ji Yuxiao's minefield, so from the very beginning, he planned to make Chen Ming pay for his selfishness. A warning, of course, is to take some practical action, otherwise how can it be scary? But the actual action will naturally take a little time. That's why he didn't plan to warn Chen Ming until this morning when he finished delivering the presents to Chen Ming. Chen Ming didn't know Ji Yuxiao's phone number. He only glanced at it and saw that it was an unfamiliar call, so he didn't answer it. It was the third time he was annoyed, so he answered it. He is busy at the moment. Suddenly, a problem occurred in a project in the east, and the two partners in the north regretted that they would reconsider. It is also because of this that he didn't chase after Lin Luoqing to call him back, even though he was angry after Lin Luoqing shared with him the joy of Lin Fei calling him father. He had more important things to do, so he couldn't care less about arguing with Lin Luoqing. Therefore, seeing this strange number kept calling, Chen Ming picked it up angrily, and said angrily, "Who is it? Are you annoying?" Ji Yuxiao. Chen Ming was shocked for a moment, and after a while, the anger on his face turned into a smile. Mr. G, why did you think of calling me? I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you just now, so my tone was bad. Look, you, don't ask Luoqing to tell me about this sudden contact, otherwise I would have answered it long ago. What's the matter with you? He asked politely. Ji Yuxiao didn't talk nonsense with him, and said directly, do you still like the 3 gifts I gave you? Chen Ming was puzzled. What gift? When did you give me the gift? This is too polite. Ji Yuxiao sneered. For such an idiot, wanting to be Lin Fei's father is just wishful thinking. Mr. Chen, you don't really think that the sudden problem with the project and the contract is God's reward for cheating your feelings, playing with women, and wanting to steal other people's children? The smile on Chen Ming's face disappeared instantly. Compete with me for a child? Do you deserve it? Ji Yuxiao said coldly. In the future, if you appear in front of Lin Fei or Luoqing once again, I will dismantle one of your projects, and if you appear twice, I will half of you. If the company appears 3 times, then you are ready to make your company also have the surname Ji. Just try and see if I can do it. Chen Ming's face turned ugly instantly, and he said anxiously, President Ji, you can't do this. I am Lin Fei's real father after all. Is it because I didn't give you enough presents? So you still dare to tell me that you are your father? Ji Yuxiao suddenly realized, it must be that I am not well-mannered and have not prepared enough gifts. Don't worry, I will prepare a new one right away. One's gift, Mr. G. Chen Ming quickly stopped him. He really didn't dare to confront Ji Yuxiao head-on. If the mantis arm was the car, the one who died must be the mantis and not the car. I see. He lowered his head and said, I won't bother Fei and Lin Luoqing anymore. That's good. Ji Yuxiao's tone was gentle, After all, my temper is really too bad now, moody, cloudy and sunny, so it's best for you to get out of the way, Chen. Ming could only swallow the bitterness in his heart, and said with difficulty, okay. He hung up the phone, and Shen's father asked him suspiciously, whose real father did you just say you were? Ming, do you have a child? Chen Ming smiled bitterly, yes, he has a child, but what's the use of that, he can't get it back at all, no. Dad, you heard me wrong, let's continue talking about the question just now. He quickly changed the subject. Although Chen's father was puzzled, he was more concerned about the sudden appearance of the company, so he didn't pursue it. He planned to talk to his son after talking about the business. Lin Luoqing heard that Ji Yuxiao solved Chen Ming in a few words, and couldn't help but praise, amazing. But what gift did you give him? He asked curiously. It's nothing, it just messed up a few of his projects, and now he's going to have a hard time this season. Ji Yuxiao sighed, it's the beginning of the new year, it's not going so well, it's not a good omen. Lin Luoqing laughed, you're pretty fast, otherwise? With a grasshopper like him, is it worth my effort? Is he worthy? Ji Yuxiao said in a contemptuous tone. That's really unworthy. Lin Luoqing thought. He propped up his hands and looked at the person in front of him, thinking that he was inexplicably handsome like this. Ji Yuxiao looked at him. Why, do you think your melee is getting stronger? Is a bit, then. The male will give you a chance to get close to him tonight. Lin Luoqing laughed. Then I still don't want it. He stood up and tilted his head to look at Ji Yuxiao. I still want to sleep with my son tonight. Ji Yuxiao. Okay, Ji Yuxiao nodded. How could he have forgotten that Lin Luoqing is still in the stage of silly dad syndrome at the moment? Can't he be inseparable from his dear baby? Then, the four of us will sleep together tonight, and I will sleep with my son too, he said. When Lin Luoqing heard this, the smile in her eyes became brighter and brighter. He said reluctantly, let me think about it, but my heart blossomed with joy. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.